Oh shit, I forgot to plug in my model. Oh fuck. I thought I was forgetting something. Do not call me Gunarita. That's not my name. Hold on. Give me a second. Give me a second. I gotta plug all my shit. Also, look. There's a new monster flavor. I'd like tilt the camera to show you, but I don't want to. It's like Ultra Wild Passion. It's pretty good. Can't lie. It's pretty good. It's like purple and shit. It's like purple and shit. All right. Passion fruit? Yeah, it's passion fruit. It's passion fruit flavor. Passion fruit, like that Drake song. Oh, God. Let's see. Are you gonna try the Monster for Women spin-off brand? Fuck no. Normal Monster is Monster for Women. This has got like cool. There's like cool like cat and leopard and alligator and shit on here. There's oh my god. There's a address me. They haven't addressed me on this one. It's crazy. They haven't addressed me. All right. Let's see here. Get all my shit open. Trivia Pursuit 2010 edition. I didn't think anybody played Trivia Pursuit past 2005. Christ on a stick. Christ on a stick. Ugh. Get my shit all organized. I don't know why I paused the music, my bad. I couldn't think. Though I'm questioning here. I had a question that kind of has nothing to do with what we're talking about right now. Cause you know how some like oh my god, a real pup followed me. Holy shit, I love your pixels. I don't know if you're still here because I was in the bathroom. I heard the little chime go off when because I had my headphones on in the bathroom, which don't judge me. But I fucking love that person's art. Their art is incredible. Their art is really fucking good. What was I saying? Oh right. So you know how some people like for like Cinder there's the pyro pups, and for other like for Joel there's the blackheads and stuff, you know, the chat mascot. I've been thinking, do we want, because I don't know, I've been thinking of two ways to do it, because I really want to get a chat mascot made, but I don't know whether I want to go the Iron Mouse route, which is Iron Mouse. She did like a contest where the community made their own. The community made their own. Like they did like a community contest for it. Oh yeah, these are the ohuhu line pens. They're pretty nice. But when Iron Mouse did it, she basically had a contest, and she took the design that ended up being her chat mascot from somebody that entered the contest. You know, they won a prize and everything. I don't know whether I should do that, make it a contest, or if I should just commission it. I've been wondering if I should do a contest or if I should just commission it. Because I've had two ideas for contests that I wanted to do, which is me ripping off two different people, which is, I know Cottontail did a contest about who was going to design her tattoo, and I think it's the tattoo that she has on her thigh. And hi, Echo Daria, hi. But fucking, I either wanted to do a contest where I have you guys donate, not donate, where I could have you guys design a tattoo for me, which is something that I thought would be interesting, or design the chat mascot. If you want, people can just submit ideas and you can A, take an idea, or B, say, fuck you guys, your ideas are shit. I think what I might end up doing is that the next major thing, maybe in January or late December, is that I might have a contest for chat to make up their chat mascot, because I want it to be customizable. I thought he was already the mascot for you. He is a mascot. Smudge is our mascot, but he's not a chat mascot. He's the channel mascot. The same way that like Iron Mouse has Booby, and then she also has her chat mascot. Like the chat is not Booby, you know? Smudge is the mascot of the channel, and she's like, I mean, he's like Crumple's little pet. But something that I've always wanted was I wanted something that Crumple made to keep herself like give herself company. I think of Skull and his cheddar sights. Yeah, I have stickers. I don't know if you can wait. Hold on. Wait. This is my tablet, and I have the stickers of the chatter sites on my on the corner right there. I always be looking at them. Yeah, they're hanging out. They're hanging out. They're hanging out. I used to have a sticker of Skull on my old phone case, but I had to switch phones, and now I don't have it anymore. Just as well because he was getting kind of gross and gummy, but that's okay. I know that I have another one around here because I didn't use the Scoozy or the or his like evil Saturday morning cartoon villain design, because I got it at Off Kai, and I just didn't get I didn't use all of them, but I don't know where I put them. Nope, that's Miku. Okay, I don't know. Wait, I've never actually shown Skull that I have this hanging off there. I'm gonna take a picture. Boop, I said. I always thought we could be like a load of paper scraps, all different cuts and corner rips and rips, each with our own shape and shit. Yeah, I mean, like, I need something that can be iterated on. Because like when I think of the chat dolls, I need something that is easy to remember. Arkomi Kitty gave me a shout out. Who the hell is that? What the hell? I got a random shout out in a different from somebody's channel. What the fuck? Oh, whatever. I'm gonna follow them. Oh, she shouted me out, but she meant to raid me. Okay. Fucking stupid. Anyway, sorry, I'm fucking stupid, not her. I'm fucking dumb because I was like, what's going on here? Is somebody gonna kill me? Is there like a target on my forehead right now? But I was just like, oh, she's pretty. We should raid her if she's still on in a couple of hours. Anyway, so like when you look at the chat dolls, right? They're like this very small, basic shape, right? You can recognize that as Porcelain Maid's chat dolls but sometimes I do see people like also iterate themselves like, oh, maybe instead of a bow they have like flower, you know, like that. I think it's actually, yeah, the bow is actually on the other side, but hello. Um, you know, like that's still a chat doll. Or how like I see some chat dolls that are like no. Oh. Noah, thank you for the gift, for the tip. Appreciate it. Our Komi Kitty, thank you so much for the raid. Noah, thank you for giving me the for the dono. I appreciate, man. That's a lot of money, but I thank you. I love you. Komi, I I was like in your chat when you shouted me out. And I was like, what did I do? What did I do? Why is somebody shouting me out? I was like, whoa, what did I do? Am I in trouble? Oh my god, but I was like, oh wow, she's so pretty though. I want to raid her later. And then you were like, oh, I meant to raid her, and I shouted her out. I was like, ow. But thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. Hi, my name's Atlas Anarchy. I am doing a donathon, and right now I'm just kind of chatting with my guys. Komi, because I cheated and I looked at your stream, I saw what you were working on. You are incredibly talented, incredibly talented. Are you on X? X. I can't believe I just called it X. Are you on Twitter? X the everything now. Rain's Folly, thank you for the follow. Two goats in the same room. You posted cringe. You are going to lose subscriber. That's okay. That happens. Calling it X is narc behavior. I am not a fucking narc. I got nervous because a pretty person just came to my fucking stream. A pretty person came into my fucking stream, and whenever I look for it in the fucking when I look for it in the links on a Twitch channel, it always has the X icon. I love your character design. I'm so glad I found you on here. Oh, thank you. Hold on. Let me switch to my higher res model. Oh, Slurpees. Fuck. Oh, Jesus. I love my gremlin model because it's so small and gross looking, and fun to use, but this is the one that I'm supposed to be using all the time. All my little lines move and jitter, and I have a line boil. It happens on my eyes and on my eyebrows and inside my mouth. All that bullshit. I got these things. I got a tattoo down here. The perforation line is on my shoulder. You know, we have fun here. I can take my shirt off too, but I'm not. I only spend money for that. You know, you can only do so much. You know what I mean? Ugh. That's an insanely impressive model. Thank you. I made the design, but I didn't make the model because if I had to make the model, I would go fucking crazy. I can also wait. Will it work? I can't remember. Yay! Yay! I can also do this. I like to wink in this with this hairstyle, so you can actually see my other thing. Trying to rip off the shirt sexy style, you tug out the perforation line and rip her arm off on accident. That's okay. Worse has happened. It's gotten to the point that if somebody ripped off my arm, it would just be like, what's all this then? I apologize for calling X the everything app X. I'm sorry. I'm just gay. Ugh. But yeah, I'm trying to get a 3D model made. I debuted this model a couple of years ago now, I think, or almost a couple years ago. I don't know. And another streamer to add that likes to use a British accent. Oh, I can't fucking resist it, mate. I can't fucking stop. It's so fucking fun, though. It's so fucking fun. I quite like it. I quite like it. And it's great because most people who are British don't fucking like it when I do this because I sound like a fucking American's idea of a British person. Bottle of water. Bottle of water. Do any viewers like you when you do this? I don't know. I don't give a shit. I do what I want when I want, and I come and go as I please. I do whatever the fuck I want, always. I've got a mouth on me. I've got a trash mouth on me. I'm kind of a bitch. And that's me not mincing words. I am a bitch. She comes as she pleases, yes, and I come quite often because I please quite a lot. Anyway, if you came from the raid and you want to go and dick off and do your own thing for a little while, that's totally fine. If you got a raid and run, that's the word that I'm looking for, and I couldn't think of. If you got a raid and run, I totally get it. Go ahead, that's all good. The spirit of Murdoch has taken over Atlas. No, that'd be quite more down here, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? It'd be a bit more down here, love. A bit more sleazy. I can't do his voice, but it'd be a little bit more sleazy, a little bit more down here, and a little more scratchy. Something quite sort of scary, kind of even and frightening. Oh, she does have a Twitter account. Doesn't Murdoch have a super gravelly voice? Yes, but I don't, so I can't do that part. Ugh. Reminds me of some of the disco personalities. Guy who's only ever interacted with Disco Elysium. Getting a lot of Disco Elysium vibes from this. Anyway, so we were talking about chat mascots, okay? The I almost called you guys the potheads. The blockheads, they look they have a very simple design, but you can still like gently customize it. Like I've seen some blockheads that are like masculine or men or trans dudes or whatever the fuck. They move the bow from here to like a bow tie, and I think that that's so fucking cute and it's so fucking clever. Like that's really cute. I like that. So I need something that does something similar to that. I need something that has a base form that is really easily recognizable. Kind of sorry piece shaped in nature. But you can still customize it if you want. You know what I mean? So I need something that's something that's kind of difficult for me. You have a fantastic idea. Well, you should go and go forth and conquer that fantastic idea. Ow, my back. Okay. So what we're going to do for now, because the watercolors are a lot easier, and I've been practicing with those a lot more than any of the other mediums that I've been using. Maybe like something in the shape of your horns could be the base for your little guys. Well, I will hold the contest for it later. I don't know how much the prize is going to be because I need to figure out how much exactly is fair. But I will be holding a contest for that within the next couple of months. So if you guys have ideas, I would start jotting them down now, or rotating them or whatever the hell. And I'll let you guys know how that goes. So I have to arrange all the stuff that we're doing with the donathon first. Like all of the covers and all of the like spicy items and shit like that. $2 in a Mountain Dew Baja Blast. I was thinking of giving you guys $300, but if you want a Mountain Dew Baja Blast, that's fine. Okay, so we're gonna be doing for the first half of this, like we usually do. We're gonna be doing some of our requests because I'm behind on them. I didn't do any yesterday, and let's get that. Let's get this bread. Ugh, fuck. Okay. Sarge is done. Octospace done. That coal is done. Crumple winding up to punch smudge. I'm gonna enter to win so I can use the money to commission you. I mean, I can also offer that instead. Oh yeah, I was watching a video about Hasbin Hotel before this, so I'm gonna keep listening to that. Um, it's just an analysis video. I will put it up in the corner. But it's literally just I'm like halfway through. And I'm not restarting it. Early React Slab, yeah. I feel like listening to some stuff today because I've been doing a lot of music listening, and I have a couple of like videos in the suggested that I'm interested in. But this one's still got an hour left. Let me start back from Angel Dust.
Speaking of, Angel Dust is the first guest at the hotel and gets the most depth out of the entire cast, which isn't that much. He just gets about 3 traits, while most of the other characters get 2. He's a famous porn star who is egotistical and seems to enjoy pushing people's buttons. His flirtatious, provocative persona and drug use are his dissociative ways of coping with having signed away his soul to Valentino, one of Hell's overlords. Overlords are like powerful demons in hell that own other people's souls, by the way. I think. They clearly have some type of political power. In episode 4, Angel Dust's situation is put in the spotlight and we're given a starting point to his efforts to recovery. In episode 6, yes, 2 episodes later, his improvement as a person is put on trial. While he doesn't pass according to the leaders of heaven, his progress is meant to be legitimate.
He did everything on your checklist. He was selfless. He stopped Nifty from stealing, and he stuck it to that Mothman.
Then why isn't he here then?
Yeah. Why isn't he here? But she was right, Sarah. She showed us the soul can improve. He saw the light, Sarah.
This supposed improvement doesn't land. This show fails to address Angel Dust's sincere wrongdoings, yet also shames him for stuff that isn't even morally wrong to do. Like, okay, he's a little bit of an asshole. He makes unwanted sexual advances on people and makes unsolicited comments about people, subjects others to sexual situations that they did not want. Oh, and he kills people. These are the biggest legitimate problems he has, and they hardly even get addressed.
Oh, sure. And where should I look? In your bedroom, maybe? Under the covers? Maybe we can go look together.
No, let's not.
Oh, come on. I bet I can make those wings fall out.
When Husk tells Angel Dust to fuck
I miss
off
Michael
for
Kovac,
continuing to flirt
Angel.
with him and give-
Yeah, it's a shame because the Blake Roman's performance is clearly based off of Michael Kovac's performance of Angel Dust. I was just looking on Twitter recently that people were complaining about Cherry's voice actress because she's supposed to be Australian for some reason, and her voice actress just she's like an American woman doing an Australian accent, and it's not even like a good Australian accent. It's like a really bad Australian accent because it's like the what you mean, you know, that kind of thing. Like it's what Americans think Australians sound like. I can't do an Australian accent because that is so specific and so odd. No. Wait, hold on. Let me see if I can find the video because it's so funny. She speaks like she has a bunch of cotton in her mouth. It's so fucking bad. It's so weird because it's definitely not how Australian people talk. Oh fuck. Australian has been. Come on. Where is it? Oh fuck. I don't know where it is. It's so bad though. I was watching it earlier and going through all the I think she literally is Australian because Vivzy Pop went to Australia and was like um she went to Australia and they just kind of decided that Cherry Bomb was going to be Australian. Let me see if I can find any voice of hers. That's Valentina.
Your hands off my property. You come to my house.
Say no more. Fuck you, Valentino!
Fuck you, Valentino.
Fucking cunt.
This is for the shit you pulled with Angel!
Angel. I have to find the thing where she's like, "You kiss me, you're going to kill me." It's so fucking funny, but I can't find it. Ugh, fuck. Why don't they just use angelic weapons against the V's? Because they're not going to do it. They're not going to kill anybody. At the end of season 2, all of the V's are back where they're supposed to be. Fuck. This is killing me. I could not get it off of my TL earlier today, and now I can't find it. Oh, you know what does happen in season 2 at the end of it is fucking Valentino helps them, and he's basically a good guy. Well, he's not a good guy. That's me reducing it way too much, but it's like he helps them at the big thing at the end. And like Charlie is like smiling at him and everything, but oh god, it's so terrible. can't find it. I'm so sad. It's so terrible. Oh my god, fat fetish Charlie. Jesus Christ. Is it in my bookmarks? No, it's not. Fuck me. Fuck me. Oh, I found it. 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 I found it.
How's it going? You kiss me, you die for me, become the first redeemed sinner, and how's it going? You fucking died on me, asshole!
And she says asshole like an American. She says asshole like an American.
How's it going?
Going? Oh god, I can't get over this because now I can't stop thinking about how it sounds. It's so bad. And now I'm not going to be able to it's not like Cherry even fucking talks all that much because she's a woman in a Vivsy Pop show. But it's so distracting now. It's so bad. And she wasn't Australian in the pilot. I don't understand why she is now. I don't understand. She just kind of randomly is, and it's not like, I mean, like, obviously she, no, you know what? Obviously nothing. I don't know. I don't know why she is like that. I don't know why she is like that.
Physical with him, Angel Dust is sent into an entitled rage and storms off, and then Husk is the one expected to make amends.
Gee, sounds like someone should go after him. Someone named Husk.
Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Why don't you go if you're so worried?
Because I'm not the one who sent him storming out. You caused it, you drag him back.
No, no. Don't force him back. Just make sure he's safe.
Vaggie didn't see what happened, sure, but they wrote Husk to be comically disingenuous when she asked him about it.
Made him a journey.
This sticks out because Husk doesn't want to go get him. He's written to be a clever character. At least, he's clearly meant to be, but this show is fundamentally incapable of sincerely being clever or wise. Anyway, it would be really easy for him to justify himself. Especially to Vaggie. She already knows how Angel Dust acts.
Constantly make us look bad, sexually harass the staff, and have literally never once tried to improve?
Husk easily could have said something like, hey, he won't stop trying to fuck me. He got all touchy with me, and I don't want to deal with him. Sure, Husk is harsh and insensitive. He's also an asshole. But someone is not really owed courtesy when they make repeated unwanted sexual advances on someone after that person has expressed disinterest every time.
What? Y'all love being here with me, Wishers?
Certainly, Whiskers, again, I'll jam that part around your throat.
Kinky. Come on, keep talking dirty. I've been a bad boy, and I need a big, strong daddy to put me in my place. On the path to redemption.
Well, you come
Oh, yes.
to the right place.
We could improv this shit, baby cakes. Rawr.
Whoops.
Hut, come on.
I'm not about to put on some show for these fucking chumps.
Oh, I will. How about this? I love to suck.
I swear, fuck, you say tits.
Popsicles, you sicko. Get your mind out of the gutter. But you know, it's dope. Kitten's got claws.
And you! Don't get me started.
No, sure. And where should I look? In your bedroom, maybe? Under the covers? Maybe we can go and look together.
Don't even start.
Oh, come on. I bet I can make those wings flap.
Ah, fucking Christ!
I really do not like that Angel Dust continuously does this, never so much as passively expresses remorse over it, but Husk just comes around to being nice to him instead. Depicting characters who put up with and even grow to enjoy the presence of someone who is sexually harassing them excuses sexual harassment and objectification. This is most telling of Angel Dust's interpersonal issues caused by his own actions. The negging and entitlement. Telling someone they should be grateful you wanted to have sex with them, then taunting them with the concept of loneliness is incel shit. I don't care that this is him having an exhausted breakdown. This is a deeply alarming thing to say to someone. I do not feel particularly bad for an insecure person when they take that out on other people. Please, for a moment, consider this exact scenario within this show, except a man harassing a woman, or if Angel Dust was designed to be quote-unquote ugly or undesirable. The framing and the audience takeaway would be very different. I'm not trying to pull a whataboutism. This scenario sucks as it is, no matter the gender or appearance of who is involved. But some people might only conceptualize that within traditional gendered framing. especially because the framing of the show itself falls into that trap. To be clear, Angel Dust does not need to be a perfect victim. He can be rude, inconsiderate, selfish, and invasive as an intentional writing choice. Having survivors be imperfect and still humanized is important. If a character experiencing abuse went on to harm others because they think it's normal, they don't care about others, or they have something to gain from behaving that way, that'd be great. I'd really like a character arc where an abuse victim who is being objectified also objectifies others. He could have such a warped view of what it means to be loved and how to seek affection. He attaches to this one person he finds deeply physically attractive, desperately trying to get with him and even feeling entitled to him.
Not a very convincing interrogation scene.
Alright, dickhead. What makes you think you have any right to insult my work to my fucking face? I don't give a shit what some drunk-ass bartender thinks of me. So why don't you just crawl back to whatever cave you came from, porn critic?
The fact that Angel Dust doesn't even seem to like Husk on a personal level, yet still wants to fuck him, is pretty in line with objectifying behavior. He doesn't respect Husk as a person, but is attracted to him as a physical thing. Husk could tell him to fuck off, be completely justified in doing so, then Husk finally reaches out, not just to
He
make
wasn't?
Angel
What
Dust
are you
feel better,
questioning?
but to make Angel Dust realize how unhappy viewing people like this and seeking relationships in this way makes him. That's just one possibility of many for a compelling character arc. Are you surprised to hear that that's not what this show accomplishes? I'm not saying it's wrong to make protagonists commit sexual harassment if it's framed appropriately, but I sure am sick of sincere romances being set up this way. It validates the idea that sexual harassment just isn't a big deal, and the people experiencing it will wear down and like it eventually, rather than handling it as the entitled objectification of someone and deprivation of their safety that it is. If they're really that allergic to making Angel Dust do bad things with poor real-world implications and dealing with the baggage of that decision, they could have just made him generally flirty without flat-out harassing others. The issue with that is this show thinks people being angry or uncomfortable is inherently funny. So they couldn't just write Husk to be receptive to the flirting from the start, because they don't know how to make a joke out of it. Anyway,
He's not designed to be unlikable. Angel Dust is not really supposed to be. No, he's not supposed to be unlikable. I think that Angel Dust is supposed to be kind of like the baby of the entire fucking operation, or even like the I don't know exactly how to put it, but like in season 2, Angel Dust is like almost entirely just being treated like shit. Like I think in the entirety of season 2, he only shows up like a couple of times. At the very beginning and at the very end, he doesn't have his own episode or anything. And at the in like sort of the middle, he does show up, but he's basically revealed to be a tool for Vox, and he's being like literally stripped of all of his autonomy, and he is essentially a little puppet that Vox can control and hypnotize, and he's pretty much almost entirely designed to be a victim of his circumstances in hell. They mention in season 2 that he killed his dad, but people who have been following the Vivzy Pop lore for a long time, so me, know that he probably, most likely, killed his dad out of self-defense, or like in some kind of in trying to protect his sister. He has a sister; she's in heaven. That kind of thing. Angel Dust is definitely supposed to be like, he's supposed to be marginally unlikable, I guess, but he's supposed to be unlikable in a way where you're like, he's just a lovable asshole, you know what I mean? He starts off like real rough around the edges, but he's our guy, you know? He's supposed to be our favorite dude ever. And it's just very annoying because you can't really come to your own conclusion on the character. The narrative tells you that you're supposed to feel bad for him, and you're just supposed to feel bad for him. There's not really any way around it. He is just the guy that you're supposed to feel bad for. Oh shit. But yeah, he's not supposed to be unlikable. He's supposed to be very likable. He's supposed to be like one of the main protagonists. Um, but you know.
This episode is when Husk makes the one brief mention of Angel Dust pushing his boundaries.
So, now you're gonna act like you give a shit about me? You think after how you treated me, I'm gonna open up to you? Please.
Maybe I'd treat you better if you were real and not some bullshit version of yourself, always pushing my boundaries. Let me tell you, nobody in that hotel cares who you are. How famous, how hot. So you might as well just cut the act.
It's not an act!
Don't get me started. I see right through you and all this bullshit and how fake you are.
Oh, me? Fake? Wow, I had no idea. Guess that's why I'm an actor, dumbass. Call me fake one more time, motherfucker! I did.
Fake.
Fucking asshole!
You done?
Husk calling him out for this entire episode has been in a harsh, vague way that puts way more emphasis on him being fake, so he can make poor little baby Angel Dust feel insecure and defensive instead of actually addressing what is wrong. The biggest problem is not
Blue watercolors. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah! Hell yeah! I came here to celebrate 2K subscribers on the Shorts channel, and now I'm learning Vivzy Pop lore against my will. Fuck yeah, though. I'm excited about... Dude, the last short that you posted had me fucking rolling. It was so fucking funny. I'm so goddamn dumb, dude. I'm so fucking dumb, man. It's really good.
having a dissociative front or being insincere. It's the way he hurts Husk. But this scene just devolves into being about Angel Dust's trauma with no regard for the harm he causes others. I'm not saying Angel Dust's trauma has to be irrelevant. Angel Dust's behavior could absolutely make sense in relation to his trauma. But the acknowledgement of his trauma should not serve to sweep his wrongdoings under the rug. You could acknowledge.
I don't think it got scheduled because it was. I watched it at like 10 this morning, and usually the shorts go live at like 12, right?
Explicitly pointed out. I'm not asking for the show to spell out his.
Maybe just try to re-upload it
What
tomorrow
the
because
show
I think that
does
it's supposed to
spell
be a
out his
hit.
growth.
It
And
should be a
always
hit. It's so
about the
fucking
wrong
funny.
things. Just put a pin in that one. I'm not saying Husk's criticism or treatment of Angel Dust is correct either. I'm saying it very easily could have been. Angel Dust was blatantly wrong in this scenario, and I just don't think sexual harassment and negging is on the same level as being generally rude and insensitive, especially when that rudeness has been a direct response to the reoccurring sexual harassment. If they really wanted it to be a situation where they're both total assholes to each other and make amends, they could have made Husk more unreasonable, but he's consistently a little too correct. This entire ordeal with Angel Dust storming off actually started with Husk being receptive to Angel Dust's struggles. Of course, not in the nicest or most straightforward way, but he was not being a total asshole unprovoked.
Dear me. Do you realize this was a big forgetting?
Oh, I forgot. You're the wise old bartender who's seen it all. Get the fuck over yourself and pour me a drink.
Look, if you've got a problem, you're not going to find a solution at the bottom of a bottle. Well, I should never have been living there a long time.
I mean, it's preachy, I'm 12 and this is so deep type dialogue, but this is Husk being nice to someone. Yeah, Husk was being kind of a jerk earlier in this episode, relatively unprovoked, but he's also kind of right about that too, even if it's rude.
Not a very convincing interrogation scene.
Alright, dickhead. What makes you think you have any right to insult my work to my fucking face?
You really going to sit there and act like these scripts ain't hot garbage?
Fuck you. This is classy art.
The show primed Angel Dust to look petulant and oversensitive by not framing Angel Dust's passions seriously. When it comes to Angel Dust's sex work, the show doesn't treat sex work in itself as a flaw, I think. Angel Dust himself does seem to genuinely enjoy his work and be proud of it.
I'm showing you my best film, and I'm telling you that it scored me a win over that bitch Tiffany Titfucker.
But his circumstances are exploitative and abusive. Angel Dust is not allowed to stop if he wanted to. The fact that he likes the work he does sometimes does not make his situation acceptable.
Retail
But
Shrimp,
that
thank you so
experience
much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello. Hello, hello. Hello, Raiders. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, Raiders. Hello. Don't forget to say hi to the Raiders. I was going to say something else and I totally forgot, ironically. Ironically, I totally forgot what I was going to say. Don't forget about. Anyway, hello, Raiders. How are you? If you don't know me, my name is Atlas Anarchy. And I am doing a donothon. I'm trying to get to at least 75% today, which might be doable. I don't know. So if you want to help out, you totally can. If you got to raid and run, I totally get it. If you don't want to, if you want to stick around and watch Has-Been Hotel criticism with us, we can do that too. It's all groovy here. But yeah, you're good. I'm glad. I'm glad that you are good. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Ooh. Hold on, I'm trying to mix. I'm gonna get out of white paint soon. Any oil barons in chat? Nah, not these days. I don't know if there's any oil barons in chat, but there's got to be at least one guy. One guy. Hold on, I'm trying to make gray. I'm trying to make gray.
Not unique to sex work. Many people who like their jobs have days where they do not want to do them, but they have no other choice because money and being alive. Something to be mindful about regarding this topic has been explained in detail by Vera from Council of Geeks. To try
Ow.
and summarize and expand upon her point, it's a distinct trend in fiction that the primary way in which sex workers are humanized, if they get to be humanized at all, is in a way that removes the sex worker's agency and implicates sex work specifically as uniquely harmful. Of course, sex work can indeed have toxic, coercive, and generally unhealthy work conditions, but any job can, and they often do. Vera brings up, all labor is coercive if you need to work in order to live. This doesn't at all mean that victims of sex trafficking or exploitative sex work should never have their stories told and discussed, and there is certainly a unique emotional violation associated with exploitative sex work that is not shared by other forms of exploitative labor. Sex is generally considered more physically vulnerable than making a shitty burger. People should just be aware of how they conceptualize sex work when writing and engaging with stories like this. In a vacuum, this is not a bad story to tell, but it should not be the dominating story that there is regarding the subject, which it is. It is sex negative to disproportionately think of sex work as exploitative while not consistently acknowledging the same problem for other forms of labor. Exploitative systems and labor as a whole should be opposed. The way in which sex workers are reduced to objects is not exclusive to sex work. Think of how poorly people in customer service positions are regarded by the general public. Just because it's not sexual doesn't mean it's not dehumanizing. People are often treated as utilities or a means to an end. A story can also be positive for one demographic and negative for another. Just a totally random example. Let's say that there's a story about a white person being sexually and domestically abused by a brown man. And there's no positive, or at least humanized, multi-dimensional depictions of brown or black men within the same story, even though it had ample opportunity to do so. That might be an experience that is accurate and meaningful for some of the audience members, but the decision for the only major explicit depiction of a brown man to be an inflammatory stereotype indicates prejudice. That doesn't mean it's wrong to relate to the story or it invalidates when the same thing occurs in real life. Fiction is not an organic occurrence like real life. It is a series of decisions made by people. Stories like these simply do not exist in a vacuum. Even if this story alone is good for representing exploitative sex work, the cultural landscape is already so against sex work specifically that it risks contributing to a larger destructive wave and being a net negative. Just be conscious not to think all sex work is harmful, because thinking that way only serves to further stigmatize sex work, which puts sex workers in more danger. Sex work will happen whether it's deemed taboo or not. And the more taboo or even illegal it is, the less recourse sex workers have access to when they are uniquely exploited. Sex work being criminalized is also a big reason that sex workers will be blamed for experiencing assault. If sex work was just as normalized as other forms of labor, socially, it wouldn't be viewed as such a lowly last resort. Being pushed to the fringes of society only makes things more dangerous, predatory, and unregulated. Sex is not an inherently sacred act. It can be, to you. If you think of sex as a deeply intimate, vulnerable, and exclusive thing to do, that's totally fine. If someone enjoys selling sex or otherwise having sex frequently and with many partners, that is also fine. If you believe that your personal preferences regarding sex should be universal and socially or even legally enforced, that's a skill issue. I should mention that some sex workers
Hi.
do wholly dislike doing sex work, or are at least neutral to it, and are indeed doing it as a last resort. A lot of queer and disabled people are in that situation. It is an important phenomenon to be aware of. However, focusing in so hard on trying to rid the world of sex work and shaming the people who do it leaves those people with no options at all or other shitty ones. Maybe we could advocate for better, more equitable economic and social conditions so no one is in that situation to begin with, instead of just restricting people's options even more than they already
hell.
are.
My water. Oh.
In a musical number about Angel Dust being exploited, him dissociating, and seemingly having mixed feelings within his situation, the abuse he experiences and a very superficial image of BDSM are deeply intertwined. BDSM feels like it's being used as a visual shorthand for sexual abuse, despite the fact that communication and boundaries are, in
Ugh.
best practice,
Fucking Christ.
integral to kink. The whole point is that it's a consensual and controlled exploration of things that are dangerous, frightening, or what have you. It's strange to strongly associate a practice ideally reliant on communication and consent with Angel Dust's scenario, in which he literally cannot consent. He has been supernaturally stripped of the ability to say no. Strongly connecting sex trafficking with BDSM without any positive portrayal of kink within the show looks a bit anti-kink. I know abusive people also practice kink, and practice kink poorly. You don't need to tell me this. Refer to the point I already made. Even if this story alone is good for representing exploitative BDSM, the cultural landscape is already so against BDSM, specifically, that it risks contributing to a larger destructive wave and being a net negative. These concerns could be remedied later if Angel Dust continues partaking in sex work and kink of his own volition after Valentino is dealt with, making it clear abusive forces are the problem. This is the thing I'm most willing to believe could be corrected later, but I still think this is a very rocky start for the show to have on the subject. We should be seeing those sex and kink positive threads in the story starting by now, even if they're not tied yet, but those threads are very thin. As of Season 1, every single depiction of kink in this show is frowned upon by other major characters, if not outright abusive, and these ideas go unchallenged.
Angel! What the actual fuck?
It's, very honest. Oh.
Ew. Okay, enough of that. Angel, what the fuck? Oh, Val. He's into this waterboarding shit now. I don't know. It's a change.
Whenever Angel Dust brings up porn or kink to the other characters, they're disgusted. Besides Nifty, who is supposed to be a little freak gremlin and is almost exclusively used as comic relief by making other characters uncomfortable. You know, it'd be pretty nice if Nifty and Angel Dust got to actually bond over having interest in kink, but Nifty isn't written to be a person. So, oh well. The other characters are sex negative and anti-kink, or Angel Dust is disregarding their boundaries, as he is known to do. Maybe it's both. Either way, it doesn't feel like this show.
I remember when 50 Shades released, apparently they used zip ties in the film, and people who practice safe BDSM had to make PSA for people, please do not use zip ties because they can be super dangerous. So it seems to be a topic that media tends to flick up. I think that this person is focusing a little bit too hard on the kink aspect, but it is definitely something that people stigmatize unfairly, because I think that it's very heavily related to the fact that a lot of gay people tend to practice kink, and it tends to be very widely accepted in the gay community as, you know, just kind of part of the set dressing. But yeah, every time that kink is mentioned in the show, or every time it is portrayed in the show, it's either as a joke or for the other characters to go, ew, yucky. Mostly Charlie, because Charlie is supposed to be, I don't know, this like super holy. Well, she's not holy because she's a demon, but you know what I mean. She's supposed to be this like super, you know, like this ideal person, I guess. I mean, like, the show seems to be criticizing her every so often, maybe. I don't know. Not really, but you know.
Was wholeheartedly embracing sex and kink. It kind of feels like the show is ashamed of itself.
What makes you think anyone would be into this?
If Charlie and Vaggie are purposefully written to be sex negative or anti kink, that's something to be addressed. It's a glaring flaw in characters that claim to be and are generally revered by the show itself as right.
Where did Vizzy Pop originally get famous on? I think Vivzy Pop was famous off of she was famous off of her first comic, which is Zoophobia. Zoophobia is where a lot of these characters from Hasbin Hotel originate. Like Alistair originates from there. I believe Angel Dust also does. A couple of other ones. And she got famous off of that, and then kind of off of Tumblr, but mostly she had this really popular video on YouTube called Die Young that she did for her SVA thesis film. And it is basically just exactly what it sounds like. It's a animatic of her, one of her characters, dancing to Die Young by Kesha because fucking, well, it's not an animatic, it's an animation of her characters dancing to Die Young by Kesha because she really likes Kesha. And that kind of skyrocketed her because I'm pretty sure that video has like a million something views now. And yeah, she originally got famous off of Zoophobia, which is a comic that I've never read because she abandoned it. So I don't really, I don't know if I've heard people say that it's good, but I think that a lot of people have nostalgia lenses when it comes to Vivzy Pop things, because a lot of people say that the pilot of Hasbin Hotel is better than the actual show, which it is, but it's not that good. It's not that good. And people are saying that it is a lot better than it actually is. The pilot of the show is okay in comparison to the actual show, but it is still pretty bad. The Wolf Girl belonged to Ken Ashcorp. I don't give a shit about the whole drama behind that. Vivzy Pop has so much shit going on. I don't give a shit about all of her intricacies and who belongs to who. She has a wolf. There is a Wolf Girl OC in the Die Young music video, and that is how she got popular. That is probably where Zoophobia got popular from, because I wouldn't be surprised if that character was from Zoophobia. And that's why so many of the Hasbin Hotel like plots and stuff are supplementary reading material, because she Hasbin Hotel kind of became her next baby after Zoophobia died. And when she it was Zoophobia, and then Hasbin Hotel, and then Hell of a Boss. And in the Hasbin Hotel pilot, you can see a prototype design of Blitz from Hell of a Boss. And a couple of years later, she did come back and she did a short for Zoophobia again, or like a Zoophobia adjacent show. And ironically, that show also had a really bad Australian accent in it. Please save the Freak Society. I am freaky. Sir, 3,000 carats at the Pentagon. Yeah, I know. I'm saving up for Manhattan Cafe. Hi, Jeannie. But yeah, that's what we're doing so far. Okay, I need to get Rue's VTuber model. Guys, don't forget to donate to the this thing. Look at that. Look at how much we have left. Only this much. Still, sorry, I still got paint on my thumb. Only this much. Look at that. Look at how much there is. It's only that much. It's so little. Look, it's literally, this is like about the size of Chat's dick. It's just this much. Look at that. Look at how much we have left. Just, it's so close. We can almost taste it. We can almost taste it. It's normal size. Well, if it's that big, maybe. Do you want your peen to be this size, or do you want it, hold on, or do you want it to be this size? Do you want it to be this size? Do you want it to be, do you want it to be this size? Or, ow, this hurts my arm. Do you actually want to join the Freak Society? I don't know what the Freak Society is. That's a hate crime in Korea? Well, just because you hated it doesn't mean that it's a hate crime. Did you see a Gotcha had to apologize because a character in an animation did that gesture to pull an arrow on a bow and the Korean fan base freaked out? What? Huh? Korean misogynists are seething? What, for doing this? That's funny. Anyway, let's close this gap. Look, there's this gap between this green and this end. Close it. Close it. Close it. Okay.
Because what they are trying to achieve is consistently very undesirable. If the point is Angel Dust's lack of respect for others, I feel like
vasectomy motion
itself as disgusting isn't really the best way to point out that problem. If someone dislikes kink, this show will probably make them uncomfortable and reinforce the reasons they think they should dislike it. If someone is already acquainted with kink, they're getting bitches instead of watching Has Been Hotel. At best, it's just a really milquetoast, superficial portrayal, hitting that perfect sweet spot for the people who just learned about fuzzy handcuffs and think that making a scissoring motion with your fingers
Irene model when? I don't know, bro. When I have the money for it.
Aside, Angel Dust is somewhat violent and temperamental. But this is basically celebrated? Again, background characters are props. They're meaningless and expendable. There is no narrative weight when he kills people. As far as the show is concerned, these people must either functionally not be characters or
Escargoti, thank you so much for the tip. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Hold on, let me go to the live thing because I don't even have it open. I should. Thank you for the fitty, because Stone Cold Paper said so. Hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah, bro.
Within the narrative.
That was something I didn't expect to see.
Like I said, you don't know me. Sex ain't the only thing I'm good at.
Good to know. Because this guy ain't that bad.
Oh.
The only time
I do like that moment.
Kill is out of self-defense anyway, which most people probably don't see as too much of a problem, especially in a cartoon. I have a lot of thoughts regarding violence at killing, realistically speaking, but in the context of a cartoon, expendable baddies are par for the course, so I'm not going to act like the show is advocating for capital punishment, at least not from this detail on its own. That being said, it is a little bit inconsistent to have the major conflict centered around killing sinners in hell being bad, but the protagonists are just shown killing people or wanting to kill them. Charlie's response to this death is certainly not accepting it, but it's still quite understated considering her biggest motivation.
Can't we just kill him, shoot him and spill his blood? That's an option you could choose. Works for us. It may be a bit more sadistic than I hoped, but he's doing it for me. How about this? If you see an angel, stab it.
Whoa! Hey, you got something sticking out of your thing there.
Nifty.
So, is killing people a big deal or not? I've been touching on this here and there. This is a problem the show has in general, where it wants us to care about the fact that heaven is killing these people, but there are so many flat characters in hell that get killed and nobody cares. Apparently, they're not permadead, and the only thing that can kill them for realsies is angelic weapons. But I already said I'm not using social media or fandom wiki or Hello Boss or whatever the fuck this factoid came from to make the narrative framing feel consistent. I don't even know where this information is confirmed, and I don't care because it sure as hell is
Oh
not
boy,
in the
Radless.
show.
Radless, thank you so much for the fitty. Can't think of anything to say. Go my dollars. I appreciate it, dude. Yay, 75%, we did it!
Some people say
Money!
this is this detail, but it's a single line that's pretty easy to miss or straight up interpret as a joke. I'd be more willing to see this as a reasonably integrated detail if we saw the model's decapitated head still speaking and moving around, or something else to concretely show us Hell's citizens are unable to be killed by each other. Plus, maybe more than one instance. Alistair could have seriously completely maimed Serpentius, and he could come back later, reformed. That'd reinforce this concept even more in the very same episode, and it could be funny. Using humor to strengthen the world building isn't something this show knows how to do, though. This detail is just not distinct enough. It's not some masterful, subtle storytelling to just completely fucking fail at communicating important information. Pulling shit out of your ass is not subtext. There's other lines and visuals in both serious and joking contexts that would imply that there are material consequences for death or mortal injury, even caused by other sinners.
Know that they're more of an acquired taste.
If I look to hold, I do revel in. I have killed bitches for less than this attitude you're giving me.
And I may have stolen a car. And crashed it.
Retail shrimp. Hold on.
That bitch had it coming.
Drink or I'll fucking kill you. I said I'll fucking kill you.
Excuse me.
And I will.
Also, they unambiguously kill angels for real. That's like a big point. They're trying to figure out how an angel got killed, and then they acquire the means to do it.
Before you found out about me, did you know angels could be armed? No.
You couldn't even let her figure this one out for herself? Did you guys forget? Well, if none of his actual problems get addressed, then what does the show unambiguously tell us Angel Dust's problem is? Drugs. The show acts like his biggest moral failure is doing drugs. Let me get this out of the way immediately. Having a drug addiction in itself does not make someone a bad person. Yes, there are people who do have drug addictions and do bad things. I'm not absolving those people of accountability, but drug use is not the act that makes someone a bad person. It may exacerbate poor behavior, because, yeah, most people in poor health will behave worse than they would otherwise, regardless of what's causing that poor health. Poor circumstances are also connected to poor behavior, and drug addiction is also a common result of poor circumstances. Abuse is a cycle, hurt people, etc. Criminalizing and shaming drug use kills people and desensitized people to needless, avoidable death by blaming individual choice, as if it's that simple. Struggling people need to be given help and support, not have their options taken away and made more dangerous while given no positive alternatives. This would have been a great concept for this show to grapple with, and of course it doesn't fucking do it. Angel Dust's story does touch on the subject of self-medication. The show makes that quite obvious because it does not trust you to figure that out for yourself.
Didn't realize this was a drink and forget kind of night. Because I just saw someone self-destructing.
A place where I can get high and not have to think about how much it hurts.
His use of drugs is sympathetic, which is a start, but when he starts staying clean or is tempted to relapse, it's treated as a matter of virtue instead of being about his well-being. He is still being shamed and expected to pick himself up to improve his life. We're not gonna address the horrific situation he's in and improve his life. We're just gonna guilt and shame him to drop one unhealthy coping mechanism to prove to us that he deserves to be in a better situation. He better stay clean so he can earn his escape from sex trafficking. The way this show addresses addiction is
Retail Shrimp, thank you for the 10. I named one of my OCs after you because I gave up on names and just started naming them after VTubers. Hey, man, I appreciate that. I always tell people to name cats and pets and other shit after me. I always say Atlas is a great name because it's an amazing name. So, good choice. Good choice.
really familiar to the real-world experience of poor rehab practices in the United States.
Just the last of my goon power before my next goon check. Thank you, the goon, for the $3.
Short-term
I
rehab
appreciate
that
it.
attempts to cure your addiction via abstinence, then recklessly ushers you on your way to become a productive, functioning member of society right away. This is incredibly dangerous and often results in fatal overdoses that would not have happened if someone had just continued using without this useless intervention. Abstinence, shame-inducing, victim-blaming rehab simply lowers a person's tolerance before they almost inevitably relapse because it doesn't give the person resources to get fundamentally healthier and improve their situation from before. They have done nothing to offer long-term support or alternative coping methods. They're just proposing the concept of moving on to heaven if he gets his shit together first.
How many exterminations will have gone by before these idiots get their shit together? How many times will we have to watch your people be killed before we make headway?
This could also be a great metaphor for awful rehab practices if this show actually treated Charlie and Vaggie as the misguided, ineffective counselors that they are. What did the hotel actually do for Angel Dust? In theory, it's a safer housing situation than living with Valentino. In reality, they degrade him for his addiction, subject him to violence, slut-shame him, and provide him with unrestrained access to alcohol. That's probably better than Valentino, but that doesn't make it good. It's worth noting that this show does not treat alcohol use the same as other drug use.
Out of curiosity, how will you measure top donors and stuff? Can you see total donations from accounts names in a certain period of time, or just go down the list of individual donations? I can see them. I mostly was just gonna go through and like tally everybody up and see how it goes from there. But that was basically it. Kofi isn't like the most isn't the best, honestly, but it was the easiest thing for me to set up short notice and keep the large majority of my things. I wanted something that could go through PayPal because then at the end of the year it'll give me a W2 so I can file my taxes and do all that shit. So Kofi is just what I thought what I have on the short notice. I don't know. I don't know exactly how to explain it. So I will just go through and tally shit up. I have a live activity stream so I can just scroll through and count things and double check and make sure that everything works well. I know it's like it's a lot more work than probably is smart to do, but it's what works, so it's what works for me, I guess. The counselor. Mm-hmm.
Use. The hotel just has a bar, and people are not shamed for drinking. Even though alcoholism and drug addiction are the same thing, actually. Alcohol is a legal and culturally acceptable drug to use regularly. You could even say the same thing for something even more mundane, like caffeine. Both of these substances could kill a healthy, able-bodied person if enough is consumed. They're not harmless. It's not really about danger anyway. Alcohol can kill you way easier than weed ever could, yet weed has been far more stigmatized and criminalized until just recently, really, and the effects of that are still being undone. There's even a case to be made for alcohol being one of the most dangerous drugs on a wider scale, if we're factoring in the harm the user inflicts on others while under the influence. So, it's odd that the show, and more pressingly, real people, tolerate and sometimes even celebrate the use of alcohol while stigmatizing usage of other drugs. I'm not saying we should also shame alcoholics or that people should just use bottomless amounts of lethal drugs. I'm saying we shouldn't be shaming anyone for struggling with addiction at all.
Oh, look, the drunk sobered up long enough to judge us.
I ain't the one trying to get into heaven. Look, you want to fuck up all your progress? Be my guest.
Husk mentions he's not the one trying to get better to brush off the hypocrisy of him shaming drugs when he's also an alcoholic, but the show frequently uses him to spout correct statements, even if he's meant to be, like, brutally honest and self-aware of his own problems.
Fucking hell.
The character is written to be preachy and expository, so
Beepers! Hello, hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hi, beepers. What's up? Hello, everybody. My name is Markiplier. I'm the conductor. What were you guys up to? Who's the fucking conductor? What are you guys talking about? What are you guys talking about? I hope you're doing awesome sauce. I'm doing awesome sauce. I'm just hanging out, doing my donothon. Hi, Raiders. My name's Atlas. I'm Markiplier. This is awesome. Yeah, I got some work done. Yeah, I'm doing a donothon for my 3D model, which I'm really excited about. And I hope that things go well. If you want to throw a couple of dollars my way, I am doing requests for people who donate a certain amount. And the commands for the donathon are in the pinned. Otherwise, welcome in. I hope that you guys had a good stream. You're playing Tralala. It's a trolley management sim. I see. How joyous and fun. I hope that was a good time for you. I hope that you had a good time. I hope you had a good time, you and your chat. If you have to raid and run, I totally get it. But otherwise, we're just listening to videos and drawing, dude. That's pretty much all we're doing, man. I like listening to videos about has-been hotel criticism because I'm fucking stupid. But otherwise, it was a blast. Sorry to raid and dip. Gotta work on stuff. Have a joyous stream. Hell yes. Hell yes. Enjoy your time. Enjoy your time.
the way he talks about Angel Dust is the intended takeaway. The point should not be that they're both bad people for having addictions. The point should be that neither of them are. I could see this being the afterlife standards being molded by the standards of the living, but the show is so shallow, they either failed to commit to this, or it's just a plain lack of imagination. I'm putting my bets on the lack of imagination. It's strange how Charlie, a character born and raised in hell, has sensibilities so closely resembling conservative living humans and human governments. I'm just saying, if there were a character who questioned completely arbitrary ideas like what drugs are and are not socially acceptable to use, it would make perfect sense for that to be an immortal who has never lived under laws created by living humans. Angel Dust being less promiscuous and staying cleaned is treated as him getting better as a person. And as stated before, Charlie doesn't seem to really disagree with Heaven.
Last day of heaven. And you're not off snorting a line off some hunk's abs?
You fucked one cannibal pool boy, you fucked them all.
I guess you have changed.
Hey, Charlie said live tonight however we wanted. So pour me a fresh one, and let's get to living.
I know the primary purpose of this line is reflecting on the fact that Angel Dust is choosing to spend what could be his last night alive with his newfound friends, showing him caring about other people, which would be perfectly fine in a vacuum. The show's focus on people changing for the better makes comments like this feel morally weighted instead of merely being about the characters bonding. Even then, it's also still implying a superiority to spending time with specific people instead of frivolous ones. How are these two things different? You're doing drugs and spending time with other people in both scenarios. Give me a substantive difference that is not classist, slut-shaming bullshit. Having flings or hookups is not an issue. Unsafe sex and abuse is. Doing drugs is only a problem if the person doing them is having their health adversely affected, or they have pre-existing behaviors that harm others that are exacerbated while they're under the influence. These things are a matter of health. People should not be shamed for being in poor health. people struggling with drug addiction are treated as disposable and doing it to themselves. Accepting the criminalization of drug use is what leads to people dying en masse, being dismissed, or even thought of as deserved. Expecting someone with a drug addiction to just pick themselves up and stop without even bothering to improve the circumstances surrounding and influencing their addiction is individualist bullshit. At the very least, for his own sake, it would be beneficial for Angel Dust to cut out drugs and reckless sexual behavior, even if it doesn't mean anything about his moral goodness. But then there's this whole sticking it to the man thing. During the trial in Heaven's Court, Adam gives a little list of what he thinks should get someone into heaven.
Act selfless, don't steal, stick it to the man. Are you fucking serious?
Even though the show acknowledges the list is juvenile, they basically follow it and play it straight for some reason anyway. Sure, it's a joke, but it's still going to carry a pivotal moment in Angel Dust's alleged character arc, and it's not funny. Acting selfless and not stealing are whatever, sure. Though, there is a bit more complexity to theft that I won't get into because it's just not relevant to this show. When it comes to the point of sticking it to the man in question is Valentino. The overlord who owns Angel Dust's soul and could presumably subject him to fates worse than death, or at the very least has the ability to ramp up abuse anytime with no pushback. Angel Dust starts off protecting Nifty from Valentino, which is conceptually noble. The confrontation escalates and Valentino hits him, then promises to make him pay for it tomorrow. This moment is celebrated and meant to be cathartic, but it's just fucking bad, man. A survivor having the resilience to stand up to their abuser can be a great step for a character in terms of their personal recovery, growth, and catharsis. But it's by no means an expectation, or the right answer for everyone. It would be equally reasonable for someone to avoid their abuser to keep themselves safe. This is not helped by the fact that Valentino preying on Nifty feels more like a joke than a genuine threat. Valentino is just as often portrayed as a pathetic, stupid loser and a walking sex joke as he is a serious threat. And
especially in
Nifty
season 2.
is exclusively used for comic relief. Even if Valentino tried to strike a deal with her, the tone of these characters together points to some sort of Looney Tunes scenario. Regardless, it would not be Angel Dust's fault if Valentino were to hurt somebody else. That wrongdoing would be entirely in Valentino's hands, and no one in their right mind should be blaming Angel Dust if he stayed out
He's
of it
from
to keep
fucking
himself
Florida.
safe. As long as he's not actively throwing people under the bus for his own gain or safety, which he isn't, his position in this scenario is morally neutral. People generally don't expect abuse victims who are presently at the complete and total mercy of their abuser to go out of their way and save other people from their abuser, and then blame the victim, or even believe the victim to be complacent when the abuser hurts more people. To be clear, I'm not blaming Angel Dust for Valentino's violence and threats against him. It is not his fault that Valentino retaliates. It's just very typical for abusers to escalate upon being confronted. So it'd be fair for a victim to try and avoid that outcome when you know an abusive person will behave a certain way. This moment is really not helped by Adam's stupid list. Why was this bit that was introduced as shit pulled from the ass suddenly played as sincere? This moment could be strong if it was simply a character moment for Angel Dust to finally prioritize the well-being of someone else at the expense of himself. It is not ethically superior to prioritize others at your own expense, but it is emotionally meaningful for character development and bonding. I'm not saying it's a bad thing for him to do, but within the framework of sticking it to the man, it just doesn't say anything about how good of a person he is. It'd also be more emotionally impactful if Nifty was ever given emotional investment by the story, but she is merely a prop to set up Angel Dust's big moment. To make this a stronger character-driven moment, if they're gonna keep Nifty relegated to Chaos Gremlin comic relief, it'd work really well if Charlie was in her place instead. Of course, this would require an amount of reworking the characters and plot up to this point for her to be present here instead of in heaven, but none of those moments were any good anyway, so it's a really easy sacrifice to make. The hotel's staff and clients could go out for a night on the town together. Charlie is stressed about the impending extermination, lack of success with the hotel, her own insecurities, any number of things really, and she could get wasted. She understands angel dust on a personal level, knowing the enticement to cope in ways that are detrimental to your health. Maybe she winds up dancing and singing, partying with people, and she winds up in reach of Valentino. The V's have had their eyes on her and her hotel since Alistair's involvement. Finding a way to prey on her insecurities while she's inebriated is a perfect opportunity to get their hands on her soul. He'd try to convince her the V's could help her and her hotel in some way, at a cost. In her intoxicated, desperate tunnel vision, she almost accepts, but Angel Dust rips her away, telling Valentino off. Valentino restrains himself and quietly sweet-talks about the amount of power they could both have if Charlie's soul was under the V's control. But Angel Dust stands against it, leading to Valentino scolding him for the opportunity he squandered and alluding to future punishment behind closed doors. Valentino could hold back getting physical in the moment, and the show could have him actually have an effective, manipulative, and charismatic facade to try and get Charlie again later. Charlie could piece things together on her own and realize what she almost agreed to from how Angel Dust has talked about Valentino in the past, and she realizes what Angel Dust did for her. She could retaliate against Valentino, giving us a glimpse of what she's willing to do for the people she cares about, giving us a concrete reason for Valentino to be afraid of pulling Angel Dust away from the hotel. Missed potential for a character moment aside, if you're gonna play the concept of sticking it to the man as moral judgment, it would work in a scenario where someone is in a place of privilege at the expense of others and stands to lose that by taking down an abusive authority whose power benefits or protects them. This would show someone's conviction is more important to them than their personal comfort and luxury, and refusing to change would be complicit in harm. Angel Dust confronting Valentino simply does not showcase his refined ethics in this way, because he is at Valentino's mercy. He is a victim of this authority.
Hello.
What made Angel Dust better as a person? Being less promiscuous, avoiding drugs, besides alcohol, and standing up to his abuser who still has all of the power in the world over him and openly intends to use that against him. Okay, he is shown to be more caring and considerate of people, which is great and all, but if this show wanted to be more about personal growth instead of moral improvement, maybe they shouldn't have wasted so much time on the concept of redeeming sinners specifically to get them into heaven, and they should have actually written good characters. I don't think Angel Dust having less sex and doing less drugs is what made him nicer either. Does this show know anything about withdrawal? It can take years to recover from the effects of drugs and stay clean, while suffering from the physical and mental anguish of withdrawal the entire time. If Angel Dust's rude, inappropriate, and violent behavior are really related to his trauma and substance abuse, he would probably have a period of getting worse before getting better. This could have been a challenging and meaningful subject to tackle with grace if this show really wanted to be mature and complex.
Hello.
Sadly, this show does not like to challenge the audience. It just likes to jingle keys of validation at liberals and throw middle fingers at conservatives. That's as deep as it gets. Maybe the characters are saying wrong things on purpose because everyone sucks, because they're in hell, or whatever. Yeah, it's in hell, everyone's a bad person, everything is just a joke, this character development came to me in a dream, all criticism is invalid because XYZ. Except for all the things that they do and say that I personally agree with and are framed as good things.
I'll admit consent is a good name for a sex club.
All these constant friends? Well, that was my job.
There's room for everyone.
Isn't that silly hotel of yours all about redemption? Yes, perhaps this girl was trying to redeem herself too. It can be difficult to admit to things you're not proud of, especially if those things hurt the ones you love. She fucked up, sure. She's flawed, but hey, who down here isn't? words. They're cheap, but actions, they speak the truth. So, what have our actions said? Has she believed in me and what we're doing? Right now, she's on
You can't
one
hear the
last
video
fight.
well? Is anybody else having that problem?
Look who decided to show up. I thought we were fighting by ourselves.
You're still here.
Why didn't you guys say anything? We've been watching this for like an hour.
Oh, sorry, Angel. I promise I won't ever, 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 ever,
Charlie.
ever.
It's fine. I get it. Thanks for caring about me.
Just because someone said it doesn't mean they can't resolve to change their ways. Turn the page, escape infernal place. We're gonna do
You guys are so fucking dumb.
and then tomorrow it will be a fucking happy day.
Even if this defense was valid, which it's not, some obtuse people just love to ignore the concept of narrative framing, I still think it makes the entire cast insufferable to watch, and the storytelling is unfulfilling. Being set in hell is not a shield for failing to write a good cast and story. Does this show have meaningful, sincere convictions? Or is it just a brazen, irreverent setting where literally everybody is awful? If you actually
Yeah,
pay
it was
attention
announced
to
for
the framing and
December
writing
18th,
choices
right?
at all, it's very
We will be
obvious that
playing
some
Frame
characters
1.
are meant to be mostly good people, even if they're flawed, while other characters are meant to be very, very bad people. It's not subtle, and the setting doesn't have anything to do with it. There are stories that don't even take place in hell that do a way better job of handling deeply flawed protagonists who do bad things and have flawed belief systems. Charlie and Vaggie being childish, inconsiderate, slut-shaming, and sanctimonious at their core, without those flaws being challenged, demolishes the drama where their convictions are the driving force. We are supposed to root for these characters. Angel Dust repeatedly sexually harassing someone until they feel bad enough for him to start liking him being a funny little quirk, while the show tells you his most pressing failure is doing drugs and maybe also having too much sex, is outright sinister. Like, yeah, okay. It does indeed make sense for the cast of these characters to reflect and be formed by real-world expectations, since many of them were once human, and Vaggie was once an angel who brutally killed for their cause, so it's not hard to believe she is influenced by their conservative ideology and is unlearning it. The issue is, this show doesn't seem interested in unpacking any of that, even though it'd be way more interesting if it did. This show makes it quite apparent what it's communicating to the audience, usually by just having the characters outright say it or show it in extremely bland ways with obvious framing.
Equals as the first of mankind, but despite this, Adam demanded control, and Lilith refused to submit to his will. Drawn in by her fierce independence, everyone makes mistakes.
Angels don't make mistakes.
You really think that?
I know that.
Yeah, I've never made a mistake in my fucking life. Cause the rules are black and white, there's no use in trying to fight it.
The rules are shades of gray when you don't do as you say.
I'll admit consent is a good name for a sex club. Didn't realize this was a drink and forget kind of night. But you're not gonna find the solution at the bottom of a bottle. I should know. I've been looking there a long time.
Their love is vile and blasphemous.
Hot as fuck, though.
I haven't directly mentioned it, though I have alluded to it. The dialogue in this show is juvenile and flat. So much of it is stale exposition or a substitute for organically conveying character traits and relationships.
I get pretty worked up after an extermination happens.
I know. Don't worry. I enjoy your theatrics.
I wouldn't try that, my dear. This face was made for radio. Frivolous television technology. Everyone remembers me from my radio show. The proper medium to express oneself. But you insisted on this noisy picture box advertisement. She tries to work through her daddy issues by fixing you.
What's the holdup? You got daddy issues? Daddy issues.
Ooh, drama.
Everyone likes to bitch to the bartender. I know everything about you and these motherfuckers at this point. One is an insecure buffoon whose lonely ass watches you in his sleep. Princess is a bleeding heart who wants to solve everybody else's problems except her own. This one judges everyone and everything because she hates herself.
Was made to be exploited. I got the arms, I got the stamina, I got the legs, I got the lung capacity. Oh, I got the legs, the gag reflex, the holes, the chest fluff, and
He was gonna get out jam that butter down your throat.
Kinky. Come on, keep talking dirty. I've been a bad boy, and I need a big, strong daddy to put me in my place. On the path to redemption.
Well, you come.
Oh, yes.
Kilianister is your king.
You're doing great, vagina. I love me a man with a giant tool. You something about myself, huh? How about this? I love to suck.
What about you think this?
Popsicles, you sicko. Get your mind out of the gutter. But you know, this dude. Coming.
Not off camera, you're not.
You just want to taste.
Ah, weird, but there's a kink for that, I'm sure.
Take that, depression!
What was the Seraphim's one rule? No one but the Exorcist can know about the exterminations. I know, fine.
The angels won't stop coming.
Look what your exercise did for them.
And then when I fuck, I started beating the shit out of you. Yeah, we can dismember the arm, yeah. That was particularly unpleasant.
I like that part.
Well, at least you can take a beat like a champ. You did okay, kid.
Really? Oh, well, I suppose I did get into a little of the old rough and tumble today. He had like 3 bills, and it took him like 30 minutes to count it. His eyes are so shit.
And this is the guy you gotta take orders from?
I know. What a fucking joke, right?
Hazbin Hotel is not complex, dimensional, or nuanced. Characters are conceptualized as fundamentally good or bad, then written accordingly. You already know who is and is not capable of so-called redemption because it's choreographed from the moment a character is introduced. The characters have
Okay,
very
I have to keep trying.
simplistic, transparent motivations and don't fundamentally change or grow. They only show different facets of their personalities and ideals that they were shown
Try
to
something
have
else
somewhere
for a
deep
little bit,
inside of
then
them
I'll
the
come
whole
back to
time.
this.
Sometimes they get to learn from one-off mistakes where they accidentally go about their motives in the wrong way, but their underlying motivations never progress. It's difficult to sell the idea of redemption when we're never given the opportunity to understand characters doing really bad things. When protagonists have done genuinely bad things, we don't get to sit with that and reflect on it and risk the audience disliking their precious little wooby sin babies.
Oof.
We don't get to understand why Angel Dust objectifies and sexually harasses Husk. We never get some seeds planted on why Vaggie ever believed in the Exorcist cause strongly enough to be one of their strongest soldiers, and why she changed so drastically from then, now believing that the angels are deranged and bloodthirsty. This show definitely thinks strong female character just means a woman who is physically powerful or good at fighting, instead of a woman who is like a person with depth and whatnot. I kinda doubt her being one of their best soldiers actually says anything about her as a person. Yes, you can come up with some sort of effective explanation for these characters' actions, but please stop for a moment and ask if it was addressed in the text. Good explanations for these character decisions and their arcs exist, and the story would be more interesting if they actually included those details, which they don't. Stop acting like fanfiction fixes the show. Angel Dust's most centered sin, being drug addiction, is probably because, in some way, the show knows it's not actually wrong, but they have not done the work to dissect that and truly stand up for people with addiction. So it's the perfect candidate for a wrongdoing that can be made into sympathetic angst fodder, instead of making the audience question it being wrong at all. This show cannot truly effectively address redemption because it treats good and bad people as completely different types of person. They have no idea how someone could possibly change from one to the other, because all bad people are purely motivated by selfishness, power, and cruelty. This show reaffirms itself as good and righteous by simply fabricating people who are obviously outrageously bad, with no sense of humanity or relatability. If you think of yourself as a good person and only recognize bad when it's obvious and purposeful, you might miss unconscious, unintentional wrongdoings and harm, including within your own actions. Even if it can be cathartic or funny, it's really not productive to genuinely dehumanize people who do bad things. Some people might be reluctant or hesitant to admit to having done something wrong because of the fear of suddenly being categorized as a bad person, while others will just absolve themselves of accountability altogether when they do something wrong because they can't conceptualize doing something bad on accident.
Are you
or
gonna keep
doing
painting
something bad
sometimes
when
on
they
your
have good
stream? It's really
intentions.
fun to watch. If it is, then yeah, I probably will. I've been enjoying it, and it might be fun to see how I improve if I do. Um, it's kind of fun. I need to get a better book for it. I like watercolor so far. I'm really bad at the gouache gouache shit, but it was also still fun. If people want more, then I can do more, definitely. I feel like it's kind of a rarity that you see people drawing that you see people in the art category doing shit like this these days. It's just not something that is done very often now. It's mostly, digital, which, obviously, because digital is fun. But traditional is just what I call like stuff on paper. Um, I definitely have seen people draw traditionally. On here on the Twitches, but it's less of a commonplace thing. Ugh. To stand out above the crowd.
Framing characters as clearly bad without granting their perspective much importance isn't necessarily poor writing, especially if it's in a show made for children who need to have good and bad spelled out very clearly. So if this show is really trying to be some complicated, nuanced, messy, imperfect adult mature show for grown-ups, it's pretty weak to write characters this shallow, stagnant, and easy to parse when the themes are begging for complexity and ambiguity. Hazbin Hotel is a cut and dry circle jerk about liberals dunking on a caricature of conservatism, even though they thoughtlessly accept the very same oppressive structures and ideals. One more major point that is not directly tied to the show's plot, so it was hard to slot in, but this show does a really poor job of representing race with intentionality and consideration. For one thing, very few characters have real human skin tones. Most of them are literal white, gray, or some other inhuman color like blue. If the characters had distinguished facial features, this wouldn't be so big of a deal. I actually find distinguished features a lot more important than skin tone, because a lot of people just splash a brown coat of paint on a white person and call it a day, which isn't accurate to how most people actually look. People will keep their facial features whether the image has hue and value or not. The issue with the desaturated skin tones is also the fact that Hazbin Hotel's characters simultaneously lack distinct human facial features associated with races besides white. I'm not saying they have same face syndrome, their designs are pretty distinct, but their distinct features are rarely human. And then when the features are human, they're pretty much entirely Eurocentric. And the few characters that get to have particularly curly hair or darker, more human skin tones are relegated to being antagonists and background characters. The one unambiguously good character who is allegedly meant to be a black woman is also the one with straight, spiky hair. Nothing about Emily usually indicates that
Emily's
she's
supposed to be a
and Mr.
black
Pinterest
chick.
is also black. Velvet actually does get to express herself with different hairstyles, including curly ones, but this almost makes it worse. They can depict this feature, barely, and they chose to exclusively give it to one of the main plainly evil villains, and a background character who is just an accessory for someone else's story. The single major black character who visibly has features associated with being black that are heavily discriminated against is a sassy, cruel black woman who works alongside a cult leader and a sex trafficker.
No. Unacceptable. You're fired. What is this? Wrist ruffles? Is it 1750? Burn it like the witches who wore it. You know the show can't wait for that unlucky bitch to pull herself back together. Melissa, get over here!
Well, looks like you have everything under control here.
Of course I do. Fuck you. Now shoo. Take care of the piss baby. You got it twisted. I'm not the one who needs a new attitude. Maybe you missed it. But on a hashtag picture, I can do nothing. Listen, what I please. I'm not up to date. Now I'm prepared. Let's put the fairness. So you're in. Then I will look to get the fuck to the hashman in. So remember, I tell you what, you lost your relevance. No one will not prepare this. I'm pretty sure I'm prepared this. Still, I stand nerve. When I talk about the angels, that's what I was trying to do. That's a wiggle, thanks for turning. When I wait, it's boring. Put the thumbs down for. This is my human tag. Let's put the fuck into the pathetic. You know what I mean?
Nice one. Obviously, there are brown, black, or Asian people who have smaller noses, distinct nose bridges, straight or straightened hair, small lips, etc. There is an infinite amount of diversity and
Holy
possibility.
rap god, Batman.
A person with any combination of features you could possibly imagine exists somewhere. Fictional characters are not organic occurrences of material reality. They are created with intent. These are biased design decisions. You can just kind of tell when these features are included with intention and consideration for the vast diversity human faces and bodies can have, or for the choices people can make for their own appearances.
Oh, Gwen mentioned.
Hazbin Hotel indicates no such consciousness or intentionality. The appearance of fictional characters who are brown, black, and Asian gets forcefully shifted closer to features associated with whiteness to a degree that is disproportionate with how often that actually happens in real life. It doesn't matter if this is all a stylistic choice or a result of the art style. Why do these stylistic and character design choices consistently omit the features black, brown, and Asian people usually have in favor of no features or features white people usually have? Even if it's just a series of unfortunate
Is my opinion on stuffed crust pizza
it's
still the
worth
same?
correcting.
Yes.
Their designs lack these features, human skin tones, and they didn't put much effort into visually or texturally considering the lived experience of brown, black, and Asian people. But there's just enough supplemental information for the fan artists to do all the legwork for them.
Este pendejo, why are you even here?
The devil's princesa. Hey, amorcito, I didn't mean to yell. Your papito. Fuck, who's this chiquita?
Then the fans will
Who's this
disproportionately give the most
chiquita?
curly, protective hairstyles, darkest skin tones, and roundest, flattest noses to the character whose most defining trait is being a physical and sexual abuser. Despite the fact that his actual design is bald, blue, and devoid of human facial features. To be fair, Valentino is brown. At least if Vaggy is, which seems to almost be unanimously agreed upon. So, I'm not defending the source material here.
Slickback,
Brown
that's what I
Latino
said.
men being stereotyped as physical sexual abusers is also
A
racist.
pimp named Slickback. You
Fans
gotta say the whole
decided to
thing.
get
It's like a
racist
Tribe
in their
Called
own
Quest.
tangential way. Out of curiosity, I recorded some observations of humanized fan art from the results that float to the top to get an idea of how the fans most predominantly perceive the characters who have darker skin tones, racial coding, or black and brown voice actors. No other character in the show gets skewed away from their canonical appearance to be made explicitly black in fan art nearly as often as Valentino does. So, that's nice. I don't blame this show specifically for this. Every fandom has racist people in it. That's what happens when society is racist. That's just how populations and statistics work. It's still a phenomenon worth pointing out and criticizing. To be clear, I'm not saying you should never give the mentioned traits to brown characters, ever. The issue is the characters in this show are lazy tropes. Valentino, and all of the Vs for that matter, are simplistic, one-note villains and have displayed no humanity or redeeming qualities so far. Valentino and Velvet are not humanized, complicated depictions of a brown man and a black woman who just happen to be bad people. Valentino is a cartoonishly evil, violent, unintelligent rapist pimp. Velvet is a feisty, antagonistic black woman who actually gets black features that are discriminated against, such as an actual skin tone and curly hair, while the sweet, heavenly, innocent angel Emily does not get any such features, for some reason. Even Sarah, who is a more morally gray character than Emily, has a skin tone leaning a little bit closer to brown, and her hair looks plausibly curly. It's baffling how consistent this is. With Valentino as the one exception, since he's blue and barely looks human, there's basically a melanin spectrum of morality and plot relevance for the black and brown characters in this show. If you are a worse person, or you serve no purpose besides propping someone else up, you get to be more brown. Mwah! Just beautiful. It's, This show probably isn't doing this on purpose. At least I fucking hope it's not. I really doubt it's consciously, selectively shying away from black features and brown skin, or playing up inflammatory stereotypes to vilify brown men and black women. This show generally seems to want the audience to like the V's on some level, even if it's affectionate hatred or just being attracted to them. That being said, it's not mutually exclusive for these characters to also be dehumanizing. Someone can be attracted to other groups of people without truly respecting them. It's actually very, very, very common. Hazbin Hotel is just incurious and superficial. This show is filled to the brim with regurgitated tropes and shallow aesthetic decisions. It was bound to land on stuff that is harmful and insensitive when it has no depth or introspection. This is the product of failing to consult enough people for thorough accuracy and sensitivity. This is still a problem, though, obviously. You've realized by now someone can do bad things without being malicious, right? Do not fucking come at me with the, it's in hell, of course they're bad, bullshit. You can depict marginalized people doing bad things without vomiting up stereotypes and caricatures. Don't be obtuse. I know it might sound like I'm being way too fucking nice to this show. That's because I am. I just don't want to overstep on the behalf of groups I am not a part of. Please directly listen to a variety of Black, Brown, and Asian voices for a complete picture regarding depictions like this and how they cause harm. I am just one guy. Watch The Owl House, Steven Universe, or Season 1 of Transformers Earthspark. None of these shows are perfect, and they are aimed at a younger audience, but all of them are consistently much more kind and considerate of the experiences of different races and genders, and they tackle the same concepts with more tact and maturity. The biggest thing Hazbin Hotel has on these shows is shaming drug addicts. Any positives Hazbin Hotel does have for cis-white gay men and survivors of sexual assault, in my personal opinion, do not outweigh how poorly it treats drug addiction, people who aren't white, and survivors of sexual assault. I said I wasn't gonna lambast real people in this video, but this is really bad, actually. This is a fundamental misunderstanding of consent that directly contributes to rape culture. A person can say yes to sexual acts, and then later say no. It does not matter for what reason, and if the act continues against a communicated lack of consent, it is assault. It does not matter if any sex was had behind this door, like people try to debate. What is shown on the screen is, in itself, a sexual assault. I'm not even necessarily debating the morality of this joke, but it is absolutely a joke depicting sexual assault. If someone can't admit that, they don't know what consent means, or they don't know what sexual assault means. This post either implies you are unable to revoke consent once you give it, or Serpentius deserves to be assaulted for giving consent in the first place just because he gave it for a silly reason. Like, the assault is comeuppance for his lack of communication skills? Nice one. I really trust a person like this to respectfully depict sexual assault with an attitude like this regarding consent. A real self-aware and well-intentioned individual behind this wheel.
Weird, but there's a king for that, I'm sure.
Fuck off, Val.
Excuse me?
I said fuck off. I may have to put up with your bullshit, but you ain't fucking with any of my friends.
You forget who you're talking to. I own you, bitch.
Yeah, you do. In the studio. And you can do anything you want to me there. Just like I feel sex. But out here, I get to do what I want. So once again, fuck
quick little addition and cooldown, I have watched 2 episodes of Season 2. It has not fundamentally changed anything about the show's trajectory or writing problems. It is still over-explaining character motivations, inventing character traits and arcs out of thin air, over-explaining those too, absolving protagonists from needing to grapple with deeply challenging wrongdoings, and flattening all background characters beyond reason. The main thing that further fleshes out this show's morality is an emphasis on motivations. Sir Pentious was redeemed, even though his actions involved attempting violence, because the motivation was selfless. He did it to protect others. He went to hell for being a spineless coward, which we didn't really know before this payoff with any level of specificity because nothing about his behavior in the first season suggested that his defining sin was being a complicit bystander. You cannot tell me that this was actually totally set up by his generally pathetic wimpy disposition or the fact that he briefly tried betraying the hotel for the sake of getting noticed by powerful people, because this show loves over-explaining. If this was planned from the start, they would have been outright saying, this guy is selfish, and only after saving his own skin, and then repeated that specific sentiment over and over again, very straightforwardly. If a character is having an arc in Has-Been Hotel and it doesn't get directly explained to the camera, did they really have a character arc at all? Anyway, I don't mind this direction for a character, like, morally. But, well, many of the protagonists act selflessly. Actually, Vaggie acting selflessly is what got her cast out of heaven. The exorcists in general are acting selfishly, even if they were justified in some way by protecting others. The fact that they're openly sadistic and derive pleasure in the pain of others should, by this show's newly established logic, make them fall to hell. This could have been so easily helped if Adam and the Exorcist just weren't flat, boring characters and actually had some sort of defense and twisted their actions to sound righteous, instead of just saying, yes, we are the bad guys, at every opportunity they get. It's not a bad reason for Sir Pentious to be considered redeemed, but that's clearly not really the sole reason it happened. I'm predicting that characters ascending or falling barely has anything to do with the person's moral compass or motives, and it's because Sir Pentious got blasted with holy light or some shit. I'm so confident that the diegetic technicalities are what this hinges on instead of anything thematically poignant or satisfying. Some people speculate that it's some kind of guilt-based system. Sir Pentious faced his guilt, and that's why he was able to ascend. And that's also why Adam was in heaven, because he didn't have any sense of guilt. He just thought he was in the right. But if that's what they were going for, maybe they shouldn't have written Alistair, Vox, Valentino, and Velvet to all be equally as shameless and full of themselves. Because I'm not sensing any guilt from those characters, not even like hidden guilt or being in denial about guilt. They're all just equally full of themselves as Adam was. So, if that's what they're going for, they did a shit job of establishing the foundations for that direction. All of that aside, this show is still validating the mechanism of heaven and hell by treating Sir Pentious' ascension as a big, virtuous, meaningful thing for the quality of his person. Nothing has changed. To reiterate, I'm not telling you to drop Has-Been Hotel altogether, but don't stagnate in affirmations of a limited worldview, and don't give this show more credit than it deserves. There is a lot to like about Has-Been Hotel. I don't think it's devoid of positives. Those positives are just too greatly flattened under the weight of the negatives for me to find this show enjoyable. At least, like, enjoyable for the reasons it's supposed to be enjoyed. There are kinder, more inclusive works of art out there within similar niches that put more effort into representing different walks of life without simultaneously strongly reinforcing social stigma against disenfranchised groups of people. You have to check out of the hotel eventually.
Slay. Okay, let me put this person's video. here in the comments. If you want to go subscribe to them or like this video or anything, their name is Vega on YouTube. They only have 153 subscribers, so I'm gonna leave a subscription because I think that they deserve more. They have a very robust manner of speaking, and I appreciate it. Yeah, they only have one video. I think they're pretty new. But yeah, so definitely check them out and definitely give them a subscribe. This is their Sona. It's very cute.
Is a show about redemption. Well, I think it is. If it's not, they picked a strange premise and lead protagonist and plot. A cute little.
I like their character a lot. It's very cute. But yeah, definitely give them a subscribe. Their YouTube is in the comments or in the chat. So yeah. The next one I want to. It was a Cabinet of Curiosities one that I was seeing on the side. Excuse me. Excuse me. Can't find it. Where'd they go? Also, yeah, fucking Nifty is supposed to be a Japanese person. And she just like, we don't see that represented anywhere except for in the episode where she sings a song in Japanese, and it's like a stereotypical anime opening thing. And it's a good song. Like, let's not lie. It's a good song. It's kind of catchy, but yeah. Ugh. Ugh. Oh, thank you, Antiquity. That's very kind of you. Oh, fucking Christ. Okay, I don't really like how this came out. My brain is dying on me. My brain is dying on me. My brain is dying on me, bruh. It's dying on me. Hell, Japan. Hold on. I was just scrolling through and I saw a. It's like a criticism of like Nipsey Pop designs. Okay, it's time to look.
So, Has-Been Hotel and Hell of a Boss are two shows that I'm quite vocal about my disdain for, at least to friends. There are many problems.
Oh my god, this has 1 million views.
Just make them very hard for me and many others to enjoy. From the characters constantly reverting to zero, to the shocking lack of maturity for adult shows, to the lackluster humor, etc., etc. There are a lot more problems that I could talk about in length.
I don't like this. Shut up. Oh my god, I'm so fucking tired. Wake up, bitch. I've been lurking the whole time, but it's been nice working on my sketches while watching you. I gotta go now, but thanks for the good time. Hell yeah, man. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. The fox looks chill as fuck. Thanks, man. I might have to redraw that fox, but that's okay. It's okay. I've been seeing people using Prismacolors as line art tools, and I really fucking I can't lie, I really fucking like it. I fucking like it, so I'm gonna keep trying. Where's my orange? There's my orange. All right, let me see. Let me see if this is a good video. This one is about Hell of a Boss.
The last 2 years for Hell of a Boss have been bad. It's not something we need to pretend isn't true, literally everyone in the indie animation community knows it. Hell of a Boss Season 2 has been such a disaster that what used to be the most popular indie animated series of all time is now something that people take more joy in insulting than actually watching. Normally I would say that is completely unreasonable, but there is a point when something is so bad that making fun of it is the most respectful thing you can do for a show that you used to enjoy, because if you do criticize it seriously, it's almost redundant because everyone already knows how terrible said thing is. Unfortunately, I am not that kind of person. I enjoy genuine and passionate criticism of things I subject myself to, and Hell of a Boss, a series that at one point in my life was one of the only things I had to look forward to and would rewatch episodes daily because of how much I enjoyed them, is no exception. The problem here is that the Season 2 finale, Sinsmas, is one of those episodes that is so bad that making fun of it for how bad it is, as opposed to analyzing why it's so bad, is a form of mercy. But like I said, unfortunately for Hell of a Boss, I am not that kind of person. I'm going to go over a summary of the events that happened within this finale, so if you want to get right to the review, skip to the time displayed on screen. The finale begins with Stolas waking up in Blitz's apartment. They share breakfast together, but Stolas realizes that he really needs to talk to Octavia and tries to call her. Octavia sees that Stolas is trying to call her, but Stella prohibits Octavia from talking to him. Stolas then becomes distressed, and Blitz tries to help him take his mind off things by bringing him out shopping, and we get a montage of the two going about their day. A time skip of a month happens with Stolas continually trying to call Octavia, who now hates Stolas because she believes that Stolas chose Blitz over her, and finds some of his old antidepressants. Meanwhile, back at Blitz's apartment, he is celebrating Sinsmas, which is a holiday for imps where everyone celebrates their favorite sin by indulging in whatever that sin represents, and seemingly Blitz and the rest of IMP are celebrating Wrath. Blitz brings Stolas back to the office to be trained in becoming IMP's new secretary, and they get a job from a client who wants her husband who cheated on her assassinated. Blitz and the rest of the crew travel to Earth where Christmas is being celebrated, but once Blitz finds out the husband is enjoying his Christmas with his daughters and the man who he cheated on his wife with, he can't help but compare that family to the one he wants for himself and Stolas, and decides not to take the job.
I
Luna
hate
and
that
Moxie support his
episode.
decision, but Millie is against it, as killing is in the spirit of Sinsmas, and that this job is no different than any other they have had in the past, but Blitz is stern with his decision and disregards her opinion. Moxie tries to comfort Millie, but she snaps at him for supporting Blitz's decision, but quickly apologizes as she says that she's not feeling herself today. Before the crew returns to the office, Stolas can't handle not seeing Octavia, and the realization of the magnitude of the decision he made back in Mastermind finally hits him, sending him into a blind rage as he goes to visit Octavia no matter the consequences. Once Blitz and the gang arrive back at the office, Octavia visits trying to return the antidepressant she found, but everyone is confused as they can't find Stolas, which leads to Octavia making an educated guess that he's back at his old mansion looking for her. As Stolas arrives to his old home, he confronts Androphis demanding to see his daughter, which only results in Androphis mocking him, leading to Stolas attacking him, beginning a fight between the two that Stolas can't win. Before Androphis kills Stolas, IMP arrives to save him, leading to a giant battle between Androphis, who conjures a Hydra, and the rest of IMP.
Dude, I haven't watched this fucking...
They are killed, Octavia arrives.
I used to fucking love Hell of a Boss, but I haven't watched this show since this episode when it released like a year ago because it was just that fucking bad. I haven't even watched any of the fucking shorts or anything. I can't bring myself to watch it. It's gotten so terrible. I can't understand how anybody could have let their show get to that point. It's crazy, dude. It's crazy.
And uses her powers to destroy the Hydra. Androphis threatens to tell Stella about Octavia's disobedience, but Blitz makes the point that in doing so, he would be admitting that he was defeated by a trio of imps and a hellhound, which would be a bad look. Androphis backs down, threatening to have his
Glad to know I wasn't the only one with that reaction. Yeah.
Who calls him out for choosing Blitz.
I mean, I already didn't like the direction that Hell of a Boss had been going in. I liked it in season 1, marginally. I thought it was, it had its problems, but it was pretty good. But the second that season 2 hit, I was like, oh, this is bad. I don't think that Hell of a Boss has had a good show or a good, I don't think that it's had a good, it hasn't had a good episode since season 1. In my humble opinion, but that's just me.
For her. Stolas tries to explain himself, but only makes himself look worse, as Octavia believes that she was the reason that Stolas needed to take the antidepressants, and leaves Stolas behind as she leaves to rejoin Stella and Androphis. Stolas
Which is also such a
devastated, and the crew
stupid
goes back to Blitz's
bullshit
apartment to celebrate
fucking
Christmas, but Millie is
It's such a bullshit fucking thing. She gets upset that he has to take antidepressants. That's the fucking takeaway. Not the fact that he basically denounced being her dad on public in front of people because he almost gave up his life for some fucking imp. She's like upset that he had to take antidepressants. I hate it. I hate it.
Dressed as she leaves the apartment to call Sally Mae, telling her that she's pregnant. Meanwhile, Stolas is out on the balcony as Blitz tries to comfort him about what happened with Octavia, but Stolas remains dejected. Luna calls Blitz back inside to celebrate, but before he does, he dances on the balcony with Stolas, and they are about to kiss, but instead, Blitz gives Stolas a hug that Stolas doesn't return, ending the episode. Hell of a Boss Season 2 has been no stranger to the term character assassination, be it Stryker in Western Energy or Moxie in Unhappy Campers. This show over the last 2 years has been struggling with keeping its characters consistent, and this episode doesn't only repeat that mistake, but does so to such a damning magnitude that I don't think I can take some of these characters seriously ever again. Stolas in this episode is not Stolas. He may look like Stolas, he may sound like Stolas, but the way he acts is not Stolas. Throughout the entire second season of Hell of a Boss, Stolas has had one primary focus: Blitz. He has been trying to prove so desperately to Blitz that he does love him and that he is not the condescending classist prince that Blitz thinks him to be. Those have been his two motivations: to prove he loves Blitz and to prove that he's not just stuck-up royalty. Sin's not only abandons these character motivations, but it completely destroys them. Remember how in Apology Tour Stolas said that Blitz thinks he's a prince who thinks he's better than him? Well, Sin's proves that Blitz was completely right. Blitz cooks breakfast for Stolas, only for him to call it off-putting and then monologues about how high-end his usual meals are. He insults Blitz's holiday by indirectly calling it fun only for people who can't afford nice things. He looks down on Blitz for spending his holiday at work, and he cries over not having money. Stolas is far from perfect throughout this series. He's had plenty of moments of insensitivity towards Blitz, but I don't think there has been an episode in all of Hell of a Boss where Stolas has acted so insufferably spoiled towards the person who he not only claims to love, but is making him food, taking him shopping, fighting on his behalf, and is the only reason Stolas isn't living on the streets. The way Stolas acts towards Blitz in this episode completely contradicts and invalidates his entire arc throughout season 2 of him trying to prove himself to be a better person, resulting in every episode where he cares for Blitz, where he tries to be understanding of Blitz, and where he claimed to love Blitz, becoming nothing more than a farce once he reveals who he truly is once he has Blitz.
Yeah, I thought that was strange too.
Stolas was throughout the series turned out to be true, resulting in the second most important arc of season 2 that took up so much runtime to all be for nothing. And that's only the half of it, as another core part of Stolas' development has been him falling in love with Blitz. And Sinsmith even proves that to be a lie. Remember when Blitz claimed not once, but twice throughout season 2 that Stolas' obsession with him was nothing more than a fetishistic fantasy?
I mean, Stolas is just a loud, thirsty bitch who loves feeling the thrill of getting dicked by the lower class. It's a novelty to him. Oh, come on, Stolas. You can't tell me this isn't a fantasy of yours.
Well, guess what phrase Stolas uses in this episode?
And I did it for what? These stupid, foolish fantasies!
Yes, you heard that right. Stolas just admitted, clear as day, that his romance with Blitz was nothing more than stupid, foolish fantasies. Now, I always give credit where credit is due, and I want to emphasize that Stolas' rage scene is probably one of the funniest non-sex related scenes in the whole series, but I can never fully enjoy it when he uses terminology that is so devastating to who Stolas is narratively and as a character. Now, I know some people might claim that Stolas said this in the heat of the moment and didn't actually mean it, but even if that is true, if I can't take what the characters in this show are saying seriously when they are being emotional, then why should I take what any character says seriously when they are showing emotion? There is no reason that Stolas' outrage should be made an exception to not be taken seriously, as opposed to when Stolas and Blitz argue in Full Moon, or when Blitz talks to Verostica in Apology Tour. If the writers don't expect me to take something a character says seriously during one of the most emotionally fragile points in their life, then don't write it in the first place. Anyway, as I have already established, Stolas has had two things going for him in Season 2. Him proving not to be a stuck-up prince, which is what he ends up becoming anyway, and his love for Blitz, which he himself called a fantasy. Since Miss ruined Stolas as a character, stripping him of all the development he has had over the entire season, reducing him into the very thing he claimed not to be, and what makes it worse that throughout all of it, he was enabled to act this way by another character who was characteristically assassinated just as bad as Stolas was.
Blitz?
When it comes to
Yeah.
his relationship with Stolas, Blitz's arc has been learning to trust him and to leave behind any predetermined notions he had of him just because
Blaze
he was
Princess,
royalty.
thanks for the follow.
He thought Stolas was just using him, looking down on him, treating him as an object for his own entertainment, and as we know, Blitz was wrong. Was. Past tense. Blitz was wrong before Since-Miss, but now Blitz has turned into the very thing he never wanted to be. A servant to Stolas. Hell of a Boss has always had this undertone of classism when it comes to Imp Kind, and this undertone has heavily influenced the way Blitz has viewed Stolas. There were of course other elements at play, with Blitz having abandonment issues and a guilty conscience, but if there has been one thing that Season 2 has really focused on when it comes to how Blitz views Stolas, it's the divide between these two when it comes to their social classes. Blitz fears becoming subservient to Stolas because doing so would clash with the very principles that led him to finding IMP in the first place. Blitz more than anything wants to be his own free man and to bow down to no one. That is his most important character trait that this entire series revolves around. This is why Blitz, a character who has been defined by his independence and refusal to be looked down upon throughout this entire series, becoming Stolas' lapdog, destroys Blitz as a character to the fundamental level. I understand that Blitz wanted to be loved, and I know that he wants companionship. But with everything we
I really
know
hope
about
that
Blitz, he
things
would never
work out,
tolerate the way
basically.
Stolas acts throughout this episode. As we have already discussed, the way Stolas acts and treats Blitz is everything that Blitz hates about royalty. The real Blitz
I think
would
somebody,
never,
I forgot to
ever
say,
tolerate
I think somebody asked earlier if I'll be streaming on Saturday. The answer is no. However, I might be on, if Joel ends up doing some Monhun on Saturday, I will probably be joining him. So, I will have the mods ping in the server if that ends up happening Saturday. I probably won't stream again until next Saturday on my birthday. And then after that, I might take a little bit of a break for a little while, get some things in order, though I need to pull the Discord. So if you want to be involved in a lot of the decisions that we're going to be making in the next couple of things, specifically the stuff that we've been deciding for the donothon, I would definitely join the Discord if you are of age to do so. You have to be 18 to stop by. Yeah, I'm hoping that we can hit our 4,000 goal, where we are a little bit less than 1,000 to that goal. So I think that we're it's no longer triple zeros. It's only 2 zeros now that we are far away from it. So I'm excited. But yeah, in the coming weeks, I will be polling the people on in the Discord about decisions, what Chapel Rowan cover you want me to do, what cover, the other cover, which is the chat chosen cover, the chat chosen scab, chat chosen spicy merch item, etc., etc., etc. So if you're not in the Discord already, I would definitely recommend popping into it, because I will at everybody and ask you guys what you guys are looking to get. So
the way Stolas treats him throughout this episode, and yet whenever I think about Blitz in this entry, the first image that comes to mind is Stolas insulting his cooking and then talking about how high-end his diet is, only for Blitz to be staring at him longingly. I could go on, but I think I have made my point. The way Vivian wrote Blitz in this episode is insulting. I don't care if she's the one who created this character. As a writer, you have the responsibility to respect your own continuity and the characters who you have been developing over the last 5 years. And if you fail to do so, you have not only failed as a writer, but you have failed the fans who watch and support your show. You see, when it came to Stryker and Moxie, they at least had the luxury of being side characters. But Blitz, he is the main character. The show's name is based on him. How do you misunderstand your main character to such an abhorrently bad degree? I wish I could be more positive after that, as a part of me feels as though I'm being unfair to Vivian, but then all I have to do is remember how she wrote Millie. Millie becoming pregnant sounds like something a vtuber hater would accuse her of writing as a way to insult her. Pregnancy arcs are almost never good. They are an emergency crutch that writers fall on when they don't know what to do with a female character. The number one complaint about Millie's character is that she is an accessory to Moxie and fails to live up to being her own character because everything she does in the series revolves around her relationship. And Millie being pregnant is writing-wise and literally a product of Moxie and Millie's relationship. We all know that once we get to season 3, Millie's pregnancy isn't going to be about her, it's going to be about Moxie. Even throughout this episode, when she finds out that she's pregnant, what is the first thing that's on her mind? It's how Moxie is going to react to her being pregnant. Millie just found out she's pregnant, and before even thinking about herself, before thinking about her family, her number one concern is Moxie. I have been staunchly against the notion that vtuber doesn't know how to write female characters, but there is a point where it's happened so often that it's less of a joke and more of a fact. I just want to pose the question, how does making Millie pregnant make her a better character in her own right? The prospect of motherhood can be extraordinarily nuanced, but it's very hard to be invested in a character becoming a mother when we still barely know anything about her. We have only gotten 2 episodes in this series that explore Millie as a character, both of which weren't written by Vivian, by the way, and we still don't know much about her relationship with her family or her life outside of IMP and being Moxie's wife. And if you have any doubt that in season 3 Millie's pregnancy won't be focused around Moxie, keep in mind this season finale didn't set up anything for Moxie other than Millie's pregnancy, and Crimson is still out there, and if I remember my mobster tropes correctly, they take a massive interest whenever they hear that there is going to be a new addition to the family
Oh my
lineage.
god, I hate this
Millie
fucking... For some reason, in Hell of a Boss, they have an organized crime syndicate. And the way that Moxie and Blitz met was in prison. In hell. So hell has a judicial system, a legal system, a penal code. They have police officers. Even though half of the time, all we ever see is people killing each other or having public sex or anything like that. Why? Moxie is from a crime family, and we don't even really know what they don't even know what I don't know what they like, what they peddle or anything, if they do anything at all, because I don't think it says what they do. It's just they sell crime. You know, I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty sure that's exactly what it is. Also, there's this scene in one of the episodes, like the mid-season finale, where these 2 sexy characters sing this like really sexy song. And because Fizzarali thinks that they're going to replace him, as they're singing their sexy song, he runs away crying. And it just fucking kills me that it's just like this like, ooh, ow, you want us so bad. Ooh, you want us so bad. We're so hot and so sexy and sexy. And we're so fucking attractive. And this guy he bursts into tears and runs away. It's, I don't know, man. It's really funny.
Candidate for the worst written female character in the show is once again Stella. Similar to nearly everyone else, the way Stella was handled in this episode was awful, but unlike everyone else, that's less of an exception and more of an expectation. Stella is a non-character. The only hope that there was more to this character all lied in how she interacts with Octavia, and Sinsmith proves that she doesn't care about her at all. That leaves us with an uninteresting, surface-level, irredeemably cruel character who has absolutely nothing going for her writing-wise, beyond her just being a bad person, which, in case anyone has forgotten, this show takes place in Hell. So she's probably just as bad as the majority of people in Hell.
I like these designs more than Has-Been. That is probably because the Has-Been characters are characters that vtuber made when she was a teenager, and she is too afraid to change anything. I wouldn't be surprised if there were complete other character designers that were working on Helluva Boss, because like Stella, I love this design. This design is very pretty. I think that this design is great. Verosica, I'm kind of whatever on. She's just very generic looking to me, but I really love how Stella looks, because she makes this like gigantic eyelashes thing that all of the fucking Helluva Boss and Has-Been Hotel characters have. She makes this giant eyelash thing work because she is like this bird lady. She still has the like shoehorned in red, but she looks really pretty. I really like her design. Her design is really well done and is completely wasted on this character because she is so fucking useless.
And she only looks as bad in contrast with the rest of the characters, who by Hell's standards are unusually nice. I truly was rooting for this character to be fleshed out, to be more than just a token bad guy, but like all of Helluva Boss's villains, she's just about as simple as can be, and as a result, I will feel nothing when she is eventually defeated. Accompanying Stella for the most boring villain in this show is Androphis, once again, and Sinsmith doesn't really give me any material to work with to say anything that I haven't already said about this character. I highly recommend you watch my Western Energy or Mastermind reviews to get a broader idea of what I think of this character, but to keep it short, Androphis is a mistake of a character who took the role Stella should have had in this show, and as a byproduct, both characters become boring because of that.
He also makes weird incest jokes towards her.
Is narratively meaningless, and as long as Stella exists, Androphis will always feel.
This design is also okay, but like, he's so strange. What a useless character. I don't understand why they have this character. Not only that, they have that random like Hispanic bird that just kind of appears, and like I was so fucking mad because I have bought Helluva Boss merch before. They have my email and they send me random things and they're like, haha, do you want this drop? And I'm like, no, Helluva Boss. Or it's like, hey, do you want this cool merch item? And I'm like, sure, Helluva Boss. And then they're like $80 and I'm like, no, Helluva Boss. It's like I got this email. I got this email of the Hispanic bird, of the like the fiery Hispanic bird. Yes, Fasago. He has been in one episode and he has exchanged absolutely no dialogue with any of the main characters. And he's gotten a merch drop, a bunch of other merch, but focused merch drop. I got an email that was like, do you want a part of Vasago's Day of the Dead merch drop? And I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you that you are monopolizing on this fucking holiday with this character who just kind of appeared at some point and is the token Hispanic, because as far as I remember, there are no other Latino characters in Helluva Boss that I could remember off the top of my head. He is the only one, and he's a Hellborn. He's a Goetia. He's like a cousin of Stolas or something. I don't know how it works, but he's like the opposite of Androphis. They're clearly written or designed to be opposites to the point where it's like there's probably going to be yaoi there, and it's more uninteresting, boring yaoi that nobody gives a shit about. And oh, thank you, someone. I appreciate it, someone. Thank you for the $30. I appreciate it. That's really sweet of you. That's really kind. Sorry, I'm ranting about Helluva Boss for an extended period of time. Do you guys still think that I'm funny? Let me think. What was I talking about? Anyway, they make this like Hispanic character whose whole role is to like hype Stolas up, as if we need any more people to hype Stolas up. And they're like, here, he hasn't appeared like and been given like an important role in the show yet, but if you want, you can buy Day of the Dead themed merch around him. And I know that Day of the Dead in Uruguay, Day of the Dead is more somber, but I know in Mexico, which is I think where he's supposed to be, um where he's supposed to be from, I guess, maybe. It's more of a celebration thing. Um and the theming that they had was all the sugar skulls and stuff. So I assume that he's supposed to be Mexican. And I think that his voice actor is Mexican. Vivian Madrano has clearly forgotten her roots. I mean, like, I don't really think that she's in charge of all of the merch drops. She's also from she's from here, but her family is from El Salvador, which is why Vaggie is supposedly from El Salvador, even though she's an angel. Mm. And I don't really know. I don't really know how it works. I don't really know how it works. I can't lie. I can't lie to you. I don't know how it works. Baggy has the coding, I guess. She doesn't have any coding. She has like a nose and she speaks in Spanish sometimes. I have a nose and I don't usually speak in Spanish when I'm frustrated. It doesn't mean that I'm not Hispanic. It means that I'm a normal person. I don't know. When my parents speak in Spanish, they don't speak in English and then start cursing in Spanish like half of the oh man. They greened me. Oh, I greened. It's green. It's a very stereotypical way of representing Hispanic people, and it's not like I'm the objective. I'm not the arbiter of Latino people, but I hate how they write Hispanic characters. I wonder if this will touch on it at all.
Like an unnecessary addition to the show. He is everything Stella should have been, but due to Stella having more personal stakes in their rivalry with Stolas, he will always feel like an assistant to Stella, who is less interesting than her, but takes a more active role in the series. Moving on, we have one last character to discuss, Octavia. Octavia is the only character who was handled well in this episode. She may not have had much screen time, but her calling out Stolas was probably the most emotionally complex moment Vivian has ever written in this show. I could have done without the inclusion of the antidepressants, but even then written...
Also, I hate this little outfit. This is supposed to be like a grown 40-year-old man, and he's wearing a stupid sweater with a fucking boob cutout. I hate it so much, dude.
In this show. I could have done without the inclusion of the antidepressants, but even then, it's so cathartic seeing her angry with Stolas for sacrificing his role as a father to save the life of someone who has treated Stolas horribly throughout the entire season. This also addresses the complaint that throughout all of Season 2, Stolas has never been in the wrong and is a misunderstood victim, but that is not the case here. In this instance, Stolas is in the wrong, and the only victim here is Octavia, and the way she treats Stolas is completely justified and deserved. There is a tang of bittersweetness to this moment though, as Stolas losing Octavia has set up an arc for him in Season 3, and after how overabundant this character has been, I truly want to see as little of him as possible, and for the show to go back to focusing more on its premise, but now we are going to have to see more Stolas melodrama, with Octavia being his fixation instead of Blitz. The way Sinsmith handled its characters in this entry was so bad that it made me considerably hate this show as a whole more. If it was just a filler episode like Unhappy Campers, I would be more forgiving, but this was the season finale. It is the most important episode of the season, and the way the characters are written doesn't even feel like fan fiction, because even fan fiction understands these characters better than the series creator did. Stolas and Blitz feel like an alternate reality parody version of themselves who betray their series-long motivations and beliefs, and Drolfus's existence makes the show worse. Everything that could have been interesting about Stella has been abandoned, leaving her as a one-note caricature who has no role in the series. I am now fully convinced that Millie was a mistake that should have never been written into the series and had her role taken over by Luna. Moxie doesn't do much worth mentioning, Luna has one notable scene that I will discuss later, and Octavia, the saving grace of the characters in this episode, is very hard to appreciate because in the back of my mind, I can't help but feel like she is going to be mishandled in season 3 because
Probably.
I know Vivian doesn't know how to write moral complexity. Alright, after all that, I think we are overdue for some positivity because believe it or not, despite everything, there are some good moments within Sinsmas. I really liked the slice of life feel the beginning of this episode had with Blitz and Stolas. Although I think a lot of the drama these two have had over the season was criminally swept under the rug by both these characters, making a season-long arc feel like it never had a proper conclusion, at the same time, I have been past the point of being sick of that arc, and seeing them just casually talk while eating breakfast or going about their daily lives while some chill pop music plays in the background was just pure low-intensity fun, which, as this show has gone on to become more and more melodramatic, is an aspect of Helluva Boss that I didn't realize I missed so much until these scenes occurred. Following this, Sinsmas continues to deliver on the everyday slice of life elements when we get to see the biggest highlight from Moxie and Millie, where they are play fighting. Not only is it admittedly really adorable, but this might be some of the most organic chemistry we have seen between them throughout this entire show. Although I like Moxie and Millie, they have the very common issue where they are written to always be fawning over each other, and while that isn't necessarily bad writing, it's not all that engaging for any reason other than it being wholesome, because despite us being 2 seasons in the show, we still don't really know why they love each other, and we never see them actually have any fun with each other that doesn't have a flirtatious overtone. It's because of how rarely we see these two just enjoying their time together without them putting such a heavy emphasis on their relationship that their relationship can feel pretty shallow at times, but seeing them play fighting and just having fun together was probably the first moment since Lululand where I could truly believe that these two would make a good couple in a way that didn't feel forced, and although I'm not going to say this singular episode redeemed an entire 2 seasons of their relationship being fairly underdeveloped, it is a small victory for Helluva Boss, and at this point, I am willing to take whatever I can get. The song of the episode, I Will Be Okay, sung by Octavia, is a fine song, I suppose. I was more impressed by the visuals than the actual song itself, and I do love how it's such a twisted parallel to Stolas' You Will Be Okay from Lululand that takes the moral of that song and applies it against Stolas. Still, the song itself isn't anything special, unless you're an Octavia fan, but I might as well admit that the pre-chorus is extremely catchy, and I wish it had become the refrain. Now, as we shift back into the problems with this episode, I think the final fight is a good place to start, as seemingly all season finales have to have a mandatory climactic fight scene, and Helluva Boss is not an exception. But before we get to that, we have to talk about what happens right before it. Stolas beating up Androlphus. Yes, this scene was funny. Yes, this scene was cathartic, but at what cost? Androlphus has been fighting an uphill battle this entire season to become a real threat, and right before the final confrontation, we see Stolas, a character who has no combat abilities whatsoever, beating up the primary antagonist of the season for a cheap laugh. This moment represents everything that went wrong with Stryker back in Western Energy, and Sinsmas is repeating that exact same mistake. I already didn't take Androlphus seriously as a character in previous episodes, and this moment proved me right to do so because if the writers aren't going to take the primary villain seriously, why would anyone take the entire fight against that villain seriously? Under normal circumstances, I would have been more excited for this final fight, but with the antagonist being Androlphus and this being Helluva Boss Season 2, I am glad I listened to my instincts because this final fight lives up to the expectations that only Helluva Boss Season 2 could set. To begin, there's no real reason to be invested in this fight. The fight choreography isn't impressive, and due to the antagonist being painfully uninteresting and treated like a joke, there is no tension. It also doesn't help that outside of Blitz, the rest of IMP don't really do anything. All Moxie does is throw Blitz a sword, Luna turns into a new wolf form, which, let's all be honest, the only reason this happens is for the exact same reason Luna was the only member of IMP to get a human disguise. It's to sell merch. There's no reason for Luna to have this form, as we have already seen her go full quadruped back in Western Energy without adapting this form. In fact, this new form is more of a hindrance to her abilities more than anything else, as at least when she's in her normal form, she can switch from quadruped to biped without having to take the time to transform, and she could still use her hands to grab things and use weapons, whereas her new form turns her hands into paws. There is literally no functional reason whatsoever for Luna to use this.
What did they do to her?
There is literally no...
They're not even looking at each other. And she has like random fucking eyes on her cheek. Oh my god, what are you looking at, girl? Look, what are you looking at, Luna? Where are you looking?
Functional reason whatsoever for Luna to use this new form, and comes across as nothing more than merchandise bait and cheap shock value. Lastly, we have Millie, and like, do I even need to say it? If you thought Moxie's utilization in this scene was boring, and if you thought Luna's transformation was stupid, well, Millie is the worst of both worlds. Literally, the first thing that happens in this fight is Millie gets the full Moon Festival treatment where she gets knocked out of action and falls into an armory. Now, I think the first reasonable thought that came to everyone's minds on their first viewing is, oh god, what is Millie going to do with an entire armory at her disposal? And then Sinsmith begins to live up to that expectation by having Millie try using guns, and then what does she do for the rest of the fight? Now that she is fully armed and ready to wreak havoc on Androlphus?
Fuck all.
She fires a single rocket that comes closer to hitting Moxie instead of Androlphus, and that's it. That's all that Millie, the most capable fighter in the main cast, does throughout the entire final battle of the season. Okay, yeah, let's just tell it how it is. This fight sucks. There's little reason to care because Androlphus is a boring character, Blitz kinda just gets tossed around a lot. Luna's transformation was shoved in just for the sake of something new happening to artificially generate hype. Millie does nothing. We get this scene.
You've just risked your life to save mine.
Well, so did you.
Get Millie out of there. I know. Get her out of there.
Fiction, and the fight ends with
my poor wife.
Her powers we have never seen before, which are apparently strong enough to instantly overpower Androlphus, who, mind you, is a Marquis of Hell. The only redeeming quality about this fight is the music that is playing throughout it, which does succeed in adding an air of epicness to the battle, but even then it doesn't even come close to salvaging Sinsmith's climax. But despite how bad the final battle of Sinsmith was, it doesn't come close to claiming the title for the worst scene in this episode. The worst scene of this episode is so offensively bad.
It's the one with
the climax had seem tame and forgettable in comparison. And it all
about the lady?
With the introduction of the client,
yes,
who I am just going to refer to as Karen. Now, when people die and go to hell, it is because they were bad people when they were alive. But when writing a series that takes place in hell, it's nearly impossible to avoid ethical dilemmas, which are a large appeal of hell as a setting in fiction. And Karen is a character I absolutely despise, not because of her actual character, but because of what she represents and how this show frames good and bad people, which is the most important ethical dilemma when you are writing a series revolving around hell. Karen is the typical person you would find in hell. She's rude.
This doesn't sound like Wendigoon at all. Also, fucking, you want to know something really annoying about Vivzy Pop is that she compared her, she thinks that her depiction of Lucifer in Has Been Hotel as a nice guy or as a victim of circumstance or whatever is better than like the depiction in Paradise Lost, or is at least more unique, even though that is kind of exactly what's going on in Paradise Lost. You know, they're like, oh, he's a fucking, the way that Vivzy was fucking saying it. Oh, I can't remember how exactly she was saying. Oh god, I can't remember. And I'm not on Blue Sky, so I can't find it off the cuff, but Viv. Lucifer. I can't fucking find it. I can't find it. I wish I could. I was watching Death Becomes Her yesterday. It was really funny. Oh my god. Guys, I need you to untag me from the thread, okay? Okay, here, I think I found it. Also, from what Vivian is saying, this is from a screenshot. While Lucifer is by all accounts the devil from the Bible, that doesn't mean he is really the devil in Hazbin Hotel. At least by my own personal definition, because I do feel like the concept of the devil is a bad guy. When approaching Lucifer, I wanted to lean into the fallen angel side of him. He wasn't a bad guy. He was a dreamer who fell in love and defied an unjust system. He isn't a tyrannical evil ruler. He is a cosmic being trapped in what is considered his greatest mistake. He was beautiful and prideful. And Sam Haft said... But what I love about this choice is that it makes Lucifer someone for whom hell is a true punishment. Not the cliche Milton better to reign in hell than to serve in heaven depiction. His crown comes with matching handcuffs. He called Milton's portrayal cliche. That's what it was. I couldn't remember off the top of the head, but he called the Milton fucking he called it cliche. Whatever. It's fine. No matter.
Selfish, petty, and discriminatory. The idea of Blitz and the rest of IMP working for people like this should have always been expected, and could have created a reoccurring ethical dilemma instead of this show just cherry-picking the most wholesome of Hell's residents to portray IMP working for. It is worth keeping in mind that the very first official episode of this series began with IMP taking an identical job for Miss Mayberry, except the difference here is that Mayberry was a murderer, making her a far worse person than Karen is. But because Hell of a Boss is so scared of creating any ethical nuance, this show favors portraying characters in a positive light based on their personalities instead of their actions, which robs this show of any ethical or moral exploration. And this all leads to what may be the worst moment in all of Hell of a Boss. The Blitz sparing the couple scene is the ultimate devaluation of the very foundation this show was built on, and I don't think I have
hated that scene, dude. I hated that scene
since Moxie got tased back in X's and Ooze. I could forgive it if it was just Blitz who didn't want to kill the couple, as that would show his relationship with Stolas has changed him and would create a rift between him and the rest of IMP, but Moxie, a character who is celebrating Sinsmith by embracing wrath and violence to be against this job, and Millie being the voice of reason and being 100% in the right, having her opinion undermined because she's pregnant, was so unbelievably infuriating that I actually got upset and had to pause the episode the first time I watched Sinsmith to calm myself down. Again, going back to what I said about Karen, she has a horrible personality, but she hasn't done any actions that are truly bad, while her husband cheated on her, and he's the one that is framed as deserving to be happy. Portraying a cheater who is living a happy life with the person who he cheated on his late wife with, and then took his late wife's kids when she was gone as sympathetic, is so unbelievably morally twisted in a way that comes off as more disturbing than anything else. Now, I want to make it clear, I actually don't mind there being morally heinous elements in this show. In fact, I wish Hell of a Boss leaned more into how awful the main characters are, but where it crosses the line is when the show is genuinely trying to portray something like this as ethically justifiable. And yes, I am aware of the parallels in this situation when you compare and contrast the cheater to Stolas and Karen to Stella. That is the point. This plotline is the human world equivalent to the entire Stolitz drama. But as you connect the dots, it only further makes you realize how horribly Stella has been written, as although she is cruel like Karen, it is completely unfair for Vivian to take characters like Blitz, Stolas, and Verosica, who are all different shades of horrible people, and give them nuance and redeeming characteristics while not giving Stella any. Just like how Karen is framed as an all-around terrible person, while her husband, who cheated on his wife, who he has kids with, gets...
Yes, she mentions, I think she mentions that they had kids. I can't remember. I haven't watched the episode since the first time I saw it, but I hated this so much. I hated this so much, dude. This is like the worst writing decision that I've ever seen Hell of a Boss make. It's so fucking god awful, dude. It's so bad. It's so fucking bad. It's so fucking bad. Ugh. Because it, like, to me, I think what they were trying to do is they were trying to be like, oh, see, look, it's like our thing, but, you know, on a human level. And all it does is make you realize how absolutely fucking terrible all of the characters are. All of the writing is. It's so... Oh, God. It's so counterproductive to what they were clearly trying to do. And, like, I cannot believe that they actually got people to fucking actually write and animate and talk about this bullshit. I hate it, dude. I hate it. Rah! Rah! All right, give me just one moment. I'm gonna go grab my food. I'll keep this playing. Why not?
off scot-free and is portrayed as the innocent one. And this may just be me being a theorist here, but I find it very symbolistic that Blitz at this moment thinks about his future with Stolas instead of doing his job, just like how Hell of a Boss as a show now prioritizes Blitz and Stolas' romance over its original premise of IMP doing their job. Meanwhile, there's Millie, a character who has basically nothing going for her in this series, could have in this moment noticed that Blitz's newfound sympathy after getting into a relationship with Stolas is jeopardizing his responsibilities as the boss of IMP, setting up a conflict between her and Blitz in season 3, but instead, all we get is Millie being disregarded and her being fine with it because she's having mood swings due to her pregnancy. I don't know what's worse, the fact that Sinsmith is both metaphorically and literally throwing away the premise of this series all for the sake of Stolitz, the episode intentionally manipulating the viewers so they perceive the cheater who takes his dead wife's children against her will as an innocent person, or that there was an opportunity to create an interesting arc for Millie in season 3 and it was thrown away for no reason. Lastly, there is the ending dance scene, which I just really can't bring myself to care about. I was exhausted by Stolas and Blitz's relationship before Sinsmith, and now with the way Blitz and Stolas have been written, there is no reason to care as any consequences in regards to this relationship get conveniently forgotten, or the characters themselves get changed to serve the ship. The ship is this show's #1 priority now, and if Apology Tour Mastermind Moxie and Millie Asmodeus and Fizzaroli in this episode have proven anything, it's that Vivian is bad at writing relationships and the drama accompanying them. So yeah, I don't care about the dance scene. It's nothing more than contrived fan service, and if it isn't, I still don't care because Hell of a Boss hasn't given me a reason to care. If anything, with how badly this ship has been written, I am better off not being invested because I know from experience that I will just end up being disappointed. If there's anything to take away from this series' entire second season and Stolitz, it's that this show doesn't deserve the benefit of the doubt, and all praise it deserves has to be earned in each individual episode in its own right, and not by promising that the events of this show are leading up to something that will make all the mistakes and contrivances this show has worth it in the end. And that is what Sinsmith above all else represents. This episode is the grand payoff we get to an entire season that was so
There's more tiramisu cake
written that it's embarrassing for a fan to even admit that they like this show.
Is the last slice, so.
And now that we have reached the end of this season, I can confidently say that all the mockery and controversy this season has gotten over the years is well deserved. All Since Miss is the final nail in the coffin. It's proof that every problem season 2 had was not worth it in the end. All the excessive sex jokes, sitcom level melodrama, pointless characters, rushed character arcs, character assassinations, and a narrative that barely follows the premise this show advertised itself to have that made it popular in the first place. 2 years of all of that just so we could have a boring fight scene, a terribly written moral dilemma, the beginning of a pregnancy arc that I don't think anyone wanted, and the complete destruction of who Blitz is as a character, accompanied by a total regression of all the development Stolas has had throughout this series, all in the name of pushing an amateurishly written romance plot that completely disrespects the characters involved and not only makes it difficult to take Vivian Madrano as a writer seriously, but also makes taking the show seriously feel like a chore with no payoff. Of this nearly 30-minute finale, I would say that only about 6.5 minutes of it is worth your time. That being the opening 5 minutes of the episode and the 1.5 minute Octavia versus Stolas scene. But everything else feels shallow, forced, and aimless, with a level of quality that I could only imagine would be disappointing to anyone who isn't obsessed with the Stolitz drama. Since Miss is by no means the worst episode in this series, but this is the season finale. The expectations and standards should be higher. And as far as a finale goes, one of the few consistent things about it is that, like most of the second season, is that it wastes your time, reduces the overall quality of the series, and further proves that Hell of a Boss, a series once full of promise, interesting characters, and was truly fun and entertaining, is no longer a show worth being invested in.
It's true. It simply isn't.
Treat me like one of your little butler imps!
But it is protein, I suppose.
Fun is free, but we can afford nice things.
It was a really bad episode. It's been a year, so I almost forgot, but holy shit. Sorry, I'm crunching. I'm crunching. More tiramisu cake? Yeah, it's the last one though. Can't find the one that I was looking for. Sorry, I'm looking around for something else to watch. I don't want to keep subjecting you guys to Hell of a Boss bullshit. Hell of a boss daughter or digital circus son. Neither, thank you. Hmm. Hell of abortion. Mm. Have you guys ever watched the Violi, the Analyzing Evil?
Hello, everyone.
I really fucking love that guy. Joe Goldberg from You. There's one on Joe Goldberg from You.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
And welcome to the 244th episode of Analyzing Evil, featuring Joe Goldberg from You. Ever since this show came to a close a few months ago, I've seen non-stop requests for this character to be covered. Something that my wife had...
The show was really good up until season 4. Season 4 is just okay. Season 5 is terrible. Season 5 is terrible. Fucking Joe is literally bested by some random chick from the same fucking season. We've only she's like lying, but she's lying again, but she's also lying about the lie about the lie. Oh my god, I hate her so much. I hated season 5. Ugh, they ruined my shit, dude. They ruined my shit.
been pushing for since she finished the series as well. And now that I've seen the show for myself, I can see why. Joe is, to put it lightly, horrifying. A man who's a diabolical yet all too real depiction of the type of men who terrorize countless women all across the world every day. And as someone who accurately echoes that real-world terror, he's understandably been lauded as one of the most superb, intricate, and despicable villains we've ever seen in popular media. And in this video, we're going to talk about all the reasons why that is. However, I should let you know that though this story was adapted from a series of novels by Caroline Kepnes, there's still another novel in this series that hasn't been released yet. And the show also deviates from the story found there quite a bit. So we won't be talking about Joe as he appears in the books in this video, just so you're aware. But let me know if you'd like to see a video on the book version of Joe once they've concluded by leaving a comment down below.
He's worse in the book.
Now,
The
without
book is
further
terrible.
ado, let's begin.
Well, the book isn't terrible, but book Joe is terrible.
At the very end of this series, a defeated Joe Goldberg
What did they do to your
never stood a
hair?
chance given all that he was exposed to in his youth. And well, there's some truth to that statement, for Joe Goldberg's early life was nothing short of a tragedy. Born September 19, 1988, and raised in New York City by his mother Sandy Goldberg, Joe had a troubled childhood due to his exposure to the abusive and volatile relationship his mother had with his mostly absentee father, Rafael Pissarro, as well as the abuse he suffered at his father's hand, which included putting cigarettes out in his son's armpits.
Okay. I love Joe. He's one of my favorite characters ever. Because he's terrible. I need to preface this by saying I am not one of those freaks that is like, oh my god, I love serial killers, but I love Joe. I love Joe. He's my favorite, like, terrible character ever because he's also funny. He acts like an actual person and not just like a hate sink, you know? He's not just a character that is full of. He's not just a guy that kills willy-nilly. He's an actual person that believes he's doing well or that he's doing right by the people that he's targeting, by the people that he's stalking, and I think it's so fucking interesting. So yes, I'm gonna be very shouty about how Joe is represented, especially if I haven't seen it before. if I start going on really long rambles about like, because this was like one of my hyperfixations for the longest time is this fucking show. I apologize. I don't think I've ever talked about this show on stream, but I fucking love it.
Now that's already terrible enough, and Joe would have suffered some adverse effects to his personality and mental health if his life had continued on this course. However, whatever may have resulted had he been forced to endure years of exposure to this type of behavior from his parents, would have in all likelihood paled in comparison to what happened to Joe before such an upbringing could be realized. As I mentioned a moment ago, the relationship between Sandy and Raphael was abusive and dysfunctional, with Sandy working at times as a prostitute and frequently stepping out on Raphael, and Raphael regularly abusing his wife in turn after bouts of substance abuse. Now, when Sandy was raising Joe, she was negligent and harmful to him in that she would abandon Joe while she went to sleep with other men, and taught him that lying and keeping secrets is something you do for the ones you love. But she didn't abuse him, and she treated her son rather lovingly whenever she was around him, which of course led to Joe viewing his mother as his protector, savior, caregiver, and the only truly good thing in his life during the time he was with her. A shining light in Joe's otherwise dark and dismal childhood, but a shining light that would unfortunately contribute to Joe's entire life, being defined by darkness. After suffering Raphael's abuse for some time, and finally having enough of it, Sandy decided that it was time to end Raphael's destruction of her and her son's lives after she had Joe lie for her about her most recent infidelity, and she reassured Joe that one day she would kill him. I don't doubt there was some truth to that statement, as most people in Sandy's situation would entertain thoughts of their abuser's death, and it's very possible that she may have killed Raphael had things continued the way they had been, especially when you consider she bought a gun and hid it in her closet, which she chose to show to Joe to emphasize that she actually would at some point. But whether or not that's true doesn't matter, because the real impact of her declaration here was the effect that it had on her son. Joe, a boy who feared his father and clung to his mother as a goddess, was given confirmation from that goddess's lips that the way to protect the both of them.
I think he should have specified that she didn't abuse Joe physically. Yes, she was a terrible person. She was a terrible mom. She absolutely abused him.
Was to kill his father, a seed planted in his young mind.
He better mention the thing.
From a childish attempt to accomplish just that, or a plan to do so in a more sophisticated way. As chance would have it, though, a stroke of dreadful fate would see Joe murdering his father with that gun his mother had hidden, choosing to do so after he couldn't stand watching him abuse her any longer while he was hiding in there during one of their arguments. Everything Joe had been exposed to led to this moment. His father's abuse, his mother's love, her promise to him that they'd be safe if only his father perished, and his desire to make that a reality. And from here, things only got worse for Joe. After he killed his father, Joe's mother decided that she was unfit to raise her son, and that the both of them needed a fresh start, sending Joe to live at a group home for boys. While this might have been a fine idea in theory considering that Sandy wasn't exactly Mother of the Year, this was one of the worst possible ways Sandy could have dealt with her and her son's issues. We can assume that Raphael's murder was covered up by Sandy somehow, and while you might think that was a good thing because it kept Joe and his mother out of trouble, all covering up his murder did was ensure that Joe had no real opportunity to deal with what he just experienced in a healthy way. Joe was a boy who had dealt with years of trauma, a boy who had just killed his father, and what he needed after all of that was someone to talk to that could help him work through all the issues that resulted from both. And while his mother certainly would have gotten in some trouble for this, trouble that could have possibly been lessened significantly should she have gone through the proper legal channels and explained the situation as best she and her lawyers could, her choice to take this path ensured that Joe would never get the help he needed, with her abandonment of him only compounding the trauma he already had through her absence, as well as the experiences he had at his new group home, where Joe was relentlessly bullied by the other boys for expressing that his mother would eventually come back for him. To make matters worse, Joe ended up forming a bond with a nurse at the home who was in a similar situation with an abusive boyfriend as his mother was, a woman who reinforced him lashing out his bullies as positive, much like his mother did when she taught him to behave in less than admirable ways when he was under her care.
Oh my god, this fucking nurse, in the episode that we see her, he's absolutely right that she was encouraging it, because there's a scene where Joe is watching one of his bullies, who is of course a child since he's in a group home. He's watching one of his bullies like fiddle with something at the top of the stairs, and he's like very clearly thinking about shoving him down the stairs to hurt or possibly kill him, because he's gotten used to, or he has been taught that killing people is a fine and dandy solution to your problems. And this nurse bitch, I hate her too. She, like, later on, she says, "I saw you staring at that kid. If you pushed him, I wouldn't have said anything." So, like, she basically tells him, if you had killed or harmed that guy, if you had harmed that child, I wouldn't have said anything because the kid's a bully. But he's a kid. He's a kid in a group home. It's just
much like his mother did when she taught him to behave in less than admirable ways when he was under her care. And after she never returned to work one day, Joe blamed himself for not acting sooner to protect her. After finding his mom sometime later by looking through his file and receiving confirmation that she wasn't going to be taking him back, Joe would eventually come under the care of one Ivan Mooney, a former Soviet.
Oh my
prison
God.
guard, and
He
thoroughly
didn't
damaged- Joe would
he didn't clarify. Joe, okay, so Joe finds his mom's address. Maybe he'll clarify later, but I have to say this. Joe finds his mom's address and he goes to find and talk to her just to find out that she has made a new family. She has a new son. And when he's like, "Well, what about me?" She's like, "I just fucked up way too much with you." I don't remember exactly what she said, but it was like, it basically translated to, "You're too broken, you know? You're too broken, you're too fucked up. I fucked up with you too much, so I just started with a new kid instead." And the kid is like, it's just like Joe 2.0 because his name's even like Jacob or something. It's just it just makes me so mad. It makes me so mad. It makes me so mad. I hate that bitch so much. I understand, but also I hate her.
Come under the care of one Ivan Mooney, a former Soviet prison guard and thoroughly damaged man in his own right, who would abuse Joe further in order to contain the monster that dwelled inside him and make him into the man he believed he needed to become.
Oh yeah, Mr. Mooney is like Joe's Harry, like how, like what Harry is to Dexter. Joe, Mr. Mooney is to Joe. Who's Joe? Joe is the main character of a show called You. He is a serial murderer, stalker, and etc. who basically we're setting up his backstory here as somebody who was taught from a young age that murder is okay. I mean, it's more detailed than that, but you know what I mean.
In his signature cage for days at a time, and teaching him lessons like some people deserve to die, and that having darkness inside oneself is alright, so long as you know how to control it and hide the aftermath well enough. Now earlier I mentioned Joe's statement that he never had a chance.
Why is he
had some truth to it.
bald?
And the truthful part of that statement
Unbald
is that
my
Joe in
man
his
right
youth
now.
never had a chance to prevent or deal with the adverse effects that his trauma had on his psyche on his own. When we're young, our lives are fully in the hands of those that are supposed to care for us. We receive some degree of autonomy as we age, especially in our teenage years. But even then, we're still essentially children who have little to no experience in anything. And so it's up to those that do to guide us in the proper direction. Joe had no such person who was capable of doing so. His mother abandoned him. His boys' home only served as a holding place where he could experience bullying. And Mr. Mooney was a psychopath who had no business guiding a young, troubled life into adulthood. Not once in Joe's youth did he have a chance to unpack his trauma and find healthy ways to deal with it. He only had the opportunity to make it worse as he was placed in terrible situation after terrible situation. Where the truth of Joe's statement falters is in his adulthood. Once he had reached maturity, it was more than possible for Joe to seek out relief for the anguish he had suffered and continued to suffer through therapeutic means, whether that be with a friend, partner, individual or group therapy, or even through a religious organization. Even though that's true, in reality, it was close to impossible for Joe to seek out help as an adult. Mr. Mooney had taught him that his dark side was a part of him, and he also taught him how to deal with it, so that was all taken care of. And after all he wanted to do was live a normal life and find someone to love who would love him in turn. So why would he need to? Yes, he had suffered some horrid experiences in his youth, but those were behind him. He was free to live his life the way he wished to, so there was no need to seek help. That's probably pretty close to what Joe might have thought whenever he entertained getting help for his issues. A notion that's made all the more evident by the fact that when Joe did go to therapy with Dr. Nikki, he only did so to further his own aims and learned next to nothing about himself because he didn't care to, which admittedly is the only reason he went to see him in the first place. But regardless, he still had the chance to learn something from him and didn't even consider it for a second. And just how impactful working through the things he was exposed to might have been is shown to us when Joe breaks down in the middle of his interview with a journalist in season 5 when he's explaining what happened to him when he was younger, which clearly displays for us that no matter how much Joe might have felt he had conquered his trauma, he certainly hadn't. So with all that in mind, I would say yes, in many ways, Joe didn't have a chance to stop his eventual evolution into a monster. But what I've just offered you is in no way an excuse for what he would end up becoming. Rather, it only answers why and how he became that monster. and watching him steadily become more and more monstrous as this series progresses is quite the sight to behold. And as a starting point on our journey to discover the intricacies of Joe's character, let's talk about his personality. Joe's personality is entirely dominated by his own twisted idea of what love is and his obsession with it. He is a lover of literature and a man who's taken up his mentor's mission of preserving rare books. But outside of that, everything about who Joe is on a daily basis is centered towards providing his latest obsession with everything they could desire from him, and that includes molding his personality in order to get them to fall in love with him in turn. Along with his obsessive nature comes a savior complex, as Joe isn't just looking to find someone to fall in love with, he's looking for someone to save, a woman who has been beaten down by society that needs a valiant protector like him to come to their rescue. An aspect of his person that works in tandem with the obsessive part of him that makes him willing to go far further for his obsessions than your typical obsessive would. That being said, his savior complex also applied to children and other people who he deemed to be in need of saving. But whenever he encounters someone innocent he feels needs to be saved, more often than not, he ends up ruining their lives in some way as he does with the women he targets, like Paco and Ellie. To make matters worse, the way in which Joe approaches his obsessions and what he thinks about others indicates that he's likely suffering from two distinct personality disorders that have some overlap in their symptoms: narcissistic personality disorder, or NPD, and antisocial personality disorder, or ASPD. Now, with any disorders like these, a person doesn't necessarily need to have all of their symptoms in order to be diagnosed with them, and such is the case with Joe, but he does have a whole lot of them. And it's through these symptoms that we find the more repugnant and evil aspects of Joe's persona and the actions that result from them. So I think it's best that we take a look at the symptoms of both disorders that Joe suffers from and connect them to his actions to better understand his character. And as always, I'll be drawing the symptoms of each disorder from the Mayo Clinic's website, links to which you can find down in the description. If we start with NPD, we find that the first symptom listed here is a central component of Joe's personality, having an unreasonably high sense of self-importance and requiring constant, excessive admiration. Joe is a man who frequently professes his desire to be seen for who he is, a man who he believes is the perfect romantic partner just waiting to be recognized, and loved for that perfect man that he is, a man who's willing to do anything necessary, and I mean anything, to make his object of obsession feel as loved as they possibly can be. The next few symptoms listed tie into this one, and those symptoms are feeling like you deserve special privileges and treatment, expectations of being recognized as superior, even without achievements, making achievements and talents seem bigger than they are, and a preoccupation with fantasies about success, power, brilliance, beauty, or the perfect mate. Joe doesn't brag about himself or his achievements too much, but when he is given the opportunity to do so, he typically will, especially when he places himself in circumstances where he's displeased his partner and tries to remedy their anger with him by reminding them how wonderful he is and how much he's done for them. All of which makes Joe believe that he's entitled to special treatment by virtue of his stellar and selfless character. And, well, fantasies about having the perfect mate are the only things running through Joe's head both before he acquires a girlfriend and after. Now, something Joe does quite effortlessly in this series that initially might seem like your average frustration with people and their behavior is his constant beratement of the people around him, particularly those who are close to his obsession. It seemed innocent to me at first because we are constantly shown Joe's thoughts, and I know that we're all a tad guilty of insulting someone in our heads when they displease us in some way. But with Joe, it's pretty constant, and there's few people in this series that Joe genuinely thinks positively of, outside of his chosen person. Behaviors that are indicative of two more symptoms of NPD, believing yourself to be superior to others, and only spending time with or feeling understood by equally special people, and being critical of and looking down on people they feel are not important. Taking advantage of others to get what you want is the next symptom, and I don't think I need to really dive into this one too much, as with nearly every action he takes, that's what Joe does. The next symptom, though, having an inability to recognize the needs and feelings of others, is very interesting as far as Joe's character is concerned. Joe prides himself on being the man who takes care of his woman in ways no other man can. He dotes on them incessantly, providing them with food, entertainment, financial and emotional support, and as much physical affection as they can handle. However, he doesn't do these things to specifically make them feel happy. He does these things to make them feel happy so they'll fall in love with him and make him happy in turn. For as much as Joe believes that his actions, illicit or otherwise, are done in service to the well-being of his soulmate, in reality, they are all taken for the purpose of conning them into viewing him as the perfect man who they can't help but love. But because Joe is so full of himself, he is completely incapable of recognizing this fact. And though he doesn't recognize it when this happens, it's when his partners inevitably become disappointed or angered with his behavior that this symptom really shines through. Because it's never, I'm sorry that I hurt you this way, or encroached into your life in a way you didn't wish. It's always, how dare you rebuke my affections, after all that I've done for you, and to make you like me. And the other symptoms of this disorder that Joe suffers from tie into this one fairly well. Those being a penchant for becoming impatient or angry when you don't receive special recognition or treatment, having major problems interacting with others, and easily feeling slighted, reacting with rage or contempt, and trying to belittle other people to make themselves appear superior, having difficulty managing your emotions and behavior, feeling depressed and moody because you fall short of perfection, and having secret feelings of insecurity, shame, humiliation, and fear of being exposed as a failure. All of which are made readily available to us when Joe attempts to worm his way into people's lives, and especially when things start to go wrong for Joe, which is when he tends to be the most volatile.
I miss this
Another
show so
aspect of
much.
NPD that isn't listed here, but is very much prevalent to Joe's character, is a propensity towards hypocrisy, something that could go along with a narcissist's penchant for lying, but in Joe's case, is something separate from it. What I mean by hypocrisy is Joe's blatant disregard for his own flaws, and his tendency to fault others for having those same flaws. Like when he calls Beck a monster for cheating, and accuses her of painting him to be a monster, when he very much is. Or with his entire relationship with Love after he learns her true character, admonishing her in his thoughts for being a psycho, when he himself is her mirror image, in nearly every way. Another aspect of narcissism that Joe displays
Oh yeah,
as well
Joe falls
are
in love
his
with this one
wandering
chick in season 2, and it turns out that she's like exactly like him, like to a T, to the point that she like kills people as well. She killed somebody that like hurt her brother or whatever the fuck. She's like obsessed with him similarly as he was obsessed with her. And when he finds that out, he hates it. He can't fucking stand it. He hates that she's not like the perfect lady that he thought that she was. And the second that he finds that out, he isn't in love with her anymore. And I think it's so fucking good. Oh god, fuck me. I love the show so much.
eyes, so to speak. In their relationships with people, narcissists are always trying to get what they want out of someone. And as soon as they stop pleasing them in some way, they'll start looking elsewhere for someone who can, which is something we see Joe doing multiple times throughout this series, when his partners begin to fail him in some way. Now, those are the symptoms of NPD that Joe displays throughout this series.
Also, I don't necessarily agree with the idea of Joe being a narcissist. I mean, like, he kind of is, in the sense that he is an asshole, and he is very confident in himself, but I don't really want to. He has like cartoony fake disease. He doesn't have a real mental illness because he's a facsimile of a real person. I don't think at any point that he has like. I mean, I think that NPD is kind of similar. At the same time, I feel like I don't know. It's kind of hard to put. You can have narcissistic traits without being an actual narcissist. Yeah, I don't think that he's narcissistic. I don't think that he has NPD because he definitely has the ability to ground himself and acknowledge the fact in certain situations, not in everything. When it comes to like other people and like the girls that he's really into, no. But I don't think that he's a narcissist. I don't think that he's a narcissist at all. I think that he definitely has narcissistic tendencies that come from being a crazy man who thinks that women are entitled to him because he's nice. But I don't think that he has narcissistic personality disorder. I don't think that he has any measurable actual like mental illness. He might have shades of multiple personality disorder, or DID, dissociative personality disorder. That's what it's actually called now. My bad. And there, that might be it. But even then, he only has that for one season, and it's like one of the worst written seasons. I still think it's a fun season, but a lot of people didn't really react to it very well. I just thought it was kind of cool because it was kind of a Jekyll and Mr. Hyde situation. But it's the only season that he has that. So Joe's mental illnesses are whatever serves the writers at the moment. He clearly has PTSD just by virtue of being in the situations that he's been in. But I don't think that he has any measurable real life person. He has specialist girl disorder. It's true, he does. He has baby girl disorder, but in the way that like we need to string him up and kill him. You know what, Flames? I know that you don't know this because we ended up not finishing the last season. 10K sketch. Yeah, yesterday we reached the goal of all of the in the donathon. One of the goals was all of the channel point redeems are half off for the rest of the year, and I might make them half off for January as well, just because there isn't much left the rest of this year. Yeah, I'm not taking sketches now though because I'm busy, and I still have to do yours. What did the thingy that I was? Oh, it's over here. But yeah, I love Joe. I think that he's very fun. I think that trying to assign a real life mental diagnosis to him is not helpful, but that's kind of what this person does. That's what this YouTuber does. So, you know. You were talking about season 1? Oh, no. I was talking about season 5. Season 5 sucks ass. And I was looking up like what was going on, and he gets his dick chopped off. Unironically, he gets his dick chopped off. Netflix executives were like, what is like the most on the nose thing that we could possibly do? He gets his dick chopped off. His dick is chopped off on accident. It's accidentally chopped off. Like forever? Yeah, I think so. Not to mention the new main character shows up out of nowhere. Does he get it reattached? I don't think so. I mean, like, it's not like they're gonna show us that, but you do know that he got his dick chopped off. He like, not only that, but the main character that is like the person that causes his downfall, she like is apparently like, I guess she can't be set on fire. She's like fire retardant or something, because like she goes into a burning building and like survives, and she saves, I think, Joe and Joe's like ex-wife, and she's just fine. She goes into a fucking building that is on fire, a burning bookstore, because of course they burn the bookstore. If you're gonna watch this show, do not watch season 5. Maybe watch season 4. Don't watch season 5. Don't bother. It sucked ass. It's terrible. I dick rode this show for years and years and years and years and years. I made all my friends watch it. I made everybody that I know watch it. I made my parents watch it. I made everybody watch it. I did not finish season 5 because it was that bad. It was that bad. I think that season 1 is okay, but boring. Season 2 is the best. Season 3 is pretty good too. Season 4 is kind of meh, and season 5 is terrible. Season 4 is fun because of the gimmick, but it's not necessarily like a good, like, if we're talking about objective writing quality, it is not great. But it's fun. Season 5 is not fun. Season 5 is just bad.
Which is more than enough evidence to claim that he suffers from this disorder. And as far as ASPD goes, well, he suffers from every single one of these symptoms. Those being ignoring right and wrong, telling lies to take advantage of others, not being sensitive to or respectful of others, using charm.
He also doesn't ignore right and wrong. I can't, I gotta hold on there, because he does have a sense of right and wrong. He absolutely has a sense of right and wrong. I don't think that Joe is a sociopath or a psychopath or whatever. I think he's just an asshole. He does have a sense of right and wrong, because for a very long time, he does not want to, he does not want to kill people. He thinks that that's like below him. And then as time goes on, especially in the last season, they kind of lose that. They're like, oh yeah, he's always been this like terrible person who wants to kill. He needs to kill. He's a killing machine. And it's like, well, no, he's not. But he does have a strong sense of justice. He has a sense of right and wrong. Like I said, I like this person. I like this YouTuber a lot. I didn't see that they had done a thing on Joe Goldberg, so me yapping about it, you guys are gonna have to bear with me on this, because I fucking love this show. I fucking love this show because it's so bad. I love this show because it is bad. Ugh.
Wit to manipulate others for personal gain or pleasure, having a sense of superiority, and being extremely opinionated, having problems with the law, including criminal behavior, being hostile, aggressive, violent, or threatening to others, feeling no guilt about harming others, doing dangerous things with no regard for the safety of self or others, about harming others.
He does not. He absolutely feels guilt about harming others. That is another thing that happens pretty consistently throughout the entire show. Is that there is kind, like I said earlier, there is kind of like a Jekyll and Hyde thing going on with Joe. He absolutely feels guilt about harming others. He absolutely feels terrible, especially when the people are girls. One of his biggest moral codes is that he really hates violence against women, and out of like all of his victims, because I think it's like 4 of them out of the 4 seasons of bullshit. There are 4 women that he kills because he doesn't like to kill women, which is again him having a sense of his own moral code. And if he does have to hurt a woman, he feels extremely bad about it. He doesn't feel great about hurting men either, but he definitely has a guilty conscience. Like, he absolutely does. It's implied that he killed his mom, but that plot thread is dropped because I guess they switched writers at some point and they forgot. It was a thing in season 2 for a little bit. No, season 2, that they mentioned kind of off the cuff. But yeah, I don't think that that's correct. He does definitely have guilt about harming others. He is absolutely haunted by the people that he has killed before, and he is haunted by some of the girls that he kills as well. He definitely has a guilty conscience. That's not true.
Doing dangerous things with no regard for the safety of self or others.
That is also not true. He absolutely gives the regard for his safety of self. I feel like that is contradictory to his narcissism that he's claiming that he has, because Joe is incredibly he is very insistent on people and things being safe, especially himself. Whenever he gets his shit kicked in, he's not exactly happy about it.
And being irresponsible and failing to fulfill work or financial responsibilities. As I said, Joe displays every single one of these symptoms in one way or another throughout this story. He cares little for right or wrong, so long as whatever he's
That's not true.
doing suits his goals.
That's not true. He absolutely cares about right and wrong.
And he has no regard.
It's just that his right and wrong is not our right and wrong. You know what I mean?
Whatsoever for any laws if they hinder his goals. He will lie.
That's also not true.
Cheat, steal, kill, and manipulate others into doing what he wants them to do, which he accomplishes using intimidation or charm, depending on the situation. As for when we frequently see him questioning whether or not he or his actions are right or wrong, you have to consider that Joe Goldberg thoroughly believes himself to be a good human being who has been placed in some unfortunate situations through no fault of his own. And in order to make it out of those situations, he creates these convoluted justifications meant to service his own ego and his own feelings on the matter at the expense of others.
But that is his moral code. Like, just because it's not a correct moral code doesn't mean that it isn't one. He has a sense of right and wrong. It's just that that sense of right and wrong is skewed by his own experiences. And I could be entirely wrong. I don't know. I'm also very biased because I like the character. And I'm obsessed with his writing, or at least the writing in the first couple of seasons. So
entertain thoughts of whether or not what he's doing is right. Those thoughts are always centered around his poor me attitude in those situations.
That is
he
pretty
cares
true.
little for the thoughts and feelings of others.
Not always, but it is very true. A lot of his concerns are centered on himself. He is very self-centered, but I don't think he is narcissistic.
So long as his needs are met, and as far as putting himself in danger and failing to fulfill obligations goes. Joe will often rush into a situation ill-prepared, suffer the consequences, and neglect his work or relationships in order to do what he feels he needs to do.
That is also not true. This situation that he's portraying here, Joe initially, this is when he was being written by people on Lifetime. Oh my god, I sound so nerd. Sorry. This thing that he's talking about here, this is from season 1. In season 1, they were still following the book, but by the time season 2 came out, there was not really much of a book to follow, so they just kind of started doing their own thing. This is about as close to the book as he gets. What he is describing is a lot more in line with at least the first book, because the first book's the only one that I've read or listened to. It's a lot more in line with Book Joe. This situation specifically, Joe is going to go and meet his at the time girlfriend because she was whisked away to somewhere else by her friend, and he wanted to basically keep an eye on her, and he was planning it out. But as he gets there, he gets into a really bad car accident to the point where you're pretty sure that he has a concussion. And so all logic and reasoning kind of goes out the window for him because he is well, for lack of a better word, he is handicapped by the fucking concussion. His judgment is impaired. Everything about him is impaired because he was in a car accident and immediately got back into the car and continued going on. And this is like one of the only times that something like this happens. It's one of the only times that he is just like, yeah, whatever, I'm gonna keep going. I'm just gonna fucking go on. Which is why I say Kenny Z boy, thank you so much for the follow. Which is why I'm saying that he doesn't not he absolutely cares about his own well-being. It's just that this one time he gets his head he fall big smack head, concussion, and it impairs his judgment even more than his judgment already is impaired, which is significantly because he's fucking Joe Goldberg. But I don't think that this is a really good example.
The consequences, and neglect his work or relationships in order to do what he feels he needs to do.
Sometimes
now,
true,
the
yeah.
one thing you might be thinking doesn't apply to Joe is not feeling any remorse or guilt, because Joe does express how sorry he feels for certain characters throughout this story, even the ones that he's harmed. His expressions of guilt and remorse often revolve around the following questions. Why did you make me do this? And how could you have brought me to the point where I had to put you down? The only guilt and remorse Joe feels is for himself and what could have been had the people he's
Also not true. I mean, he definitely feels guilt and remorse for himself, but this is like, it's narrowing it a lot, significantly more. This person that he's talking to right here.
Why did you make me do this? And how could you
Not
have
that.
brought me to the...
Oh, no, not this. Oh, this is from season 5. This is from season 5. No wonder. This is somebody else. In the mid seasons is what I'm mostly judging off of, because he does kind of go off the deep end in season 4. He is so guilty about taking somebody and putting them in his cage. Because he knows that she has like a little sister that she needs to take care of, that he is willing to let her go. And obviously he has to set things up so he can escape. He is going to basically, this is before he figures out that his wifey is fucking insane. He is like, I don't want to have to do this because I don't want to have to leave you, and blah 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 blah. At a certain point he's like, well, maybe I can still, like, he's trying to finagle it in a way where everybody wins, you know, constantly, which is why I think that he does have a sense of justice and a sense of moral right and wrong. It's just that he prioritizes himself usually. And he prioritizes himself, and he prioritizes a situation where he thinks everybody will be happy. But he is in a situation where he thinks that he is constantly in situations where he's like, okay, I feel bad. I'm going to do this so I can get away and you can go back to your regular life, blah, 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 blah. I think that he definitely has a guilty conscience. This show is You on Netflix. That's what it's called. It's called You. Show that I am obsessed with. And I'm just yapping about. because I think that some things that this guy is saying in the video is true and some of it isn't. I don't even know if any of this is interesting to anybody watching right now, but here we are.
Point where I had to put you down. The only guilt and remorse Joe feels is for himself and what could have been had the people he's killed only done what he wanted them to do and been who he wanted them to be. Something that's evident not just by his words whenever he reminisces about what he's done, but by the fact that even after expressing remorse or guilt, he continues to harm people anyway. Even when he does express some form of guilt that does seem genuine, like with Delilah's and Beck's murders,
Yeah.
his thoughts still gravitate to himself as he asks himself, am I the kind of person who would do something like this? With his sympathy for them being secondary to his doubts about his own character. Something that's completely thrown out the window when he finally embraces the fact that he does indeed enjoy killing towards the end of Season 4. Another aspect of his character that might seem contradictory to a diagnosis of ASPD is the empathy he seems to display for people like Paco and Ellie. However, he's not necessarily helping these kids out of the kindness of his heart, but because he sees himself in them and thus resonates with them and their stories, giving Joe the opportunity to do for them what he wished someone had done for him when he was younger.
Well, yeah, that is
disguised as
empathy.
that likely wouldn't have been displayed for any child that Joe didn't see some of himself in, something that you can also apply to his love for his son. All that being said, people with ASPD and NPD aren't monoliths, and they aren't necessarily incapable of empathizing, discerning right from wrong, or feeling remorse or guilt. Some are, but a lot of people who suffer from these disorders just have a much harder time with both, not a complete inability to do so, which would explain why he's capable of showing great love for his son and remorse for tragedies that he didn't wish to occur, like Delilah's death and the deaths of most of his partners. And because Joe is a man who believes himself to be a good person, but clearly isn't, he struggles with these darker aspects of his true self constantly, something that's made evident by his creation of and battle with his Reese Montrose persona through trauma and stress-induced dissociative identity disorder. This period in Joe's life is rather interesting, as it would seem that due to the stress put on his psyche by Marianne's rejection of him after he had assumed she would see him as the good person he believed himself to be, Joe's mind went into a tailspin and latched onto a man who had a similar story to his, but who had made himself into a far better person than he. And it was only through ridding himself of this aspect of his personality through the attempt to take his life, and his subsequent acceptance of it as a part of himself, that Joe finally started to come to terms with the fact that he was not just some man who was prone to experience misfortune in his life, but one who created misfortune and loved doing so. Now, as you can see, there is some overlap between the two disorders, but the symptoms of both are distinct enough to warrant two separate diagnoses. But what do these things make Joe? Well, the terms psychopath and sociopath, while generally considered to be outdated, can be used as terms to describe people who suffer from ASPD in different ways. And since Joe does, would it be appropriate to give him one of these two labels? I think not. Joe clearly suffers from ASPD. However, his personality and actions don't really fall solidly into either camp, as the primary difference between the two is impulsivity, or a general lack of it, with sociopaths tending to be much less organized in their criminal endeavors and prone to wild and unhinged behavior, and psychopaths being generally more calculated and composed. Because Joe is both, being quite resourceful and strategic, while also behaving in ways that are reckless and impulsive, I'd say the best way to label him is as a malignant narcissist who suffers from ASPD, which sounds more than appropriate. Now, this is essentially who Joe is, and his personality is shown to us not just in his actions, but in the way he conducts himself as well. As though Joe is quite alluring and charming, especially when he's speaking, from nearly the first moment I saw him, I had always felt there was something off about him. Go figure. For context, though I recently watched this show to completion, I had seen bits and pieces of it since it came out whenever my wife was watching it, and I have a very distinct memory of the first time I watched this show for longer than a few minutes. As about 5 minutes into watching Joe work his magic on Beck in the first season, I offered my wife a very eloquent and poignant observation. This guy is a fucking freak. When I said that, she turned to me and said that she found him charming and passionate, which of course he is, as those are the primary traps he uses to ensnare his prey into his loving embrace. But when I truly took a look at him for the first time, I could see nothing more than a man who had dead eyes and an icy cold intensity about him. One whose words and actions seemed to be rooted in the mimicry of the words and feelings he'd seen other people display, but words and feelings that weren't genuine and that he wasn't even feeling in the slightest. As nearly every move he makes, and every word that comes out of his mouth, feels either forced or disingenuous in some way. Well, as it turns out, I was right, and the aforementioned disorders along with his savior complex and obsessive nature are a big part of that. However, these components of a person's personality don't necessarily make them evil. Plenty of people around the world have these disorders, and there are plenty of people who can get a bit obsessive and who strive to save those they believe need saving. But Joe Goldberg is without a doubt an evil man. A man who never wished to become evil and didn't think himself to be evil, yes, but an evil man nonetheless. And though you might think it's his obsession with the women he targets that is the root of all his evil, it's actually something similar, yet different altogether. His idolization of them. When Joe was younger, he had put his mother up on a pedestal. She was the only good thing in his world, and the only person who loved him unconditionally, for a time at least. And that love, a mother's love, is a feeling that's hard to match, let alone beat. And Joe is constantly trying to replicate the once unconditional love his mother felt for him by latching onto the various women that he idolizes. Most people will say that they love their partners unconditionally, and that only becomes more true as time goes on. But even the greatest of loves aren't perfect. There will be days where you and your partner disagree with one another, and even argue, but you take the bad with the good, because nobody is perfect. But most people don't have to deal with a stalker whose obsession with them has driven them to manipulating their lives and hurting those closest to them in order to create a relationship with them, which is exactly what Joe does. And because he does this, he always ends up getting the reaction you'd expect someone to have when they discover what he's done to them. And when his partners naturally begin to despise him as they learn more and more of the truth, Joe begins to fall apart as the woman he thought was perfect and who he thought loved him just as intensely as he loved her proves not to be and doesn't. Some people are looking for someone who can love them in the way they think they deserve. That's you. A quote from Dr. Nikki about Joe that sums up quite well who Joe is and what he's looking for throughout this story. This is why every single relationship we see Joe forming in this series, while all being different, all end in the same way, with murder, or attempted murder in the case of Marianne, Kate, and Louise.
He has a
With
very
his
strange
relationships with Bob and
voice.
Kate,
I can't tell
Joe
if I
passed
like
the
it or
point of
not.
no return not just because they started to displease him, but because he began to obsess over another when their relationship started to crumble, which is all part of the same cycle that is the madness of Joe Goldberg and his incessant desire to be loved by someone.
Oh my god, hi! Toxic Soul, holy shit! Hi, thank you so much for the raid. Oh my goodness, I love your art. Your art is so fucking cool. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. I fucking love your art. Your art is so fucking cool, dude. Your art is so fucking cool, dude. TikTok explainer voice, that's definitely what he has. That's definitely what he has. I put my watercolor away for a second because I was just doing, I'm doing like requests. I love your model, you're so cool. Oh my god, thank you. I appreciate it, dude. I appreciate it. Thank you. What's up? My name's Atlas. I'm doing a donathon thing. This angle's throwing me for a loop. Yeah, I know. I don't have any room on my desk. I have a very small desk. But I am doing some what's this thing called? I'm doing some fucking colored pencil drawings. And I am doing a donathon to raise money for my 3D model. So a lot of these are requests that people are asking, that people have asked me to do. This is one of the watercolor ones. I also did watercolor here a little bit. And yeah, I've just been vibing. I don't know how to draw, but well, I do know how to draw. I don't know how to draw. I don't know how to use paint. That's my problem. Oh yeah, I do have a scorpion tattoo. It's true. I got this because of Trevor Phillips from GTA 5. I also have this tattoo. I also have a bunch of fucking shit stuck to me. Fuck me. I have this tattoo. I have this, which is the Vorpal blade from Alice Madness Returns. And I've got a snake because I like snakes. I need more tattoos, but I haven't gotten around to getting more. I can never decide on what I'm gonna get. But yeah, I hope that you had, when you hyperfixate so hard, you get a tattoo, literally. Literally. I have another tattoo up on my shoulder, but I can't show that one. But yeah, if you, I hope that you had a good stream. If you got a raid and run, I totally get it. Definitely take care of yourself. If you want to stick around, we're just watching videos, shooting the shit, hanging out. What else do? I draw, I talk about my OCs, I play games, I sing, and other bullshit like that. So, you know, hang out. You want to join the Discord? We have a Discord. You want to, I don't know, let me jerk you off a little bit, just, you know, stand in line. We've got a line that wraps around the corner. And That's it. I can't lie to you. All I be doing is a bunch of bullshit. If you do exclamation point socials, you can find my socials. That's another thing that happens pretty often. I'm constantly shit posting on Twitter. Half of Twitter has me blocked because I have hard opinions on things. But that's okay. You know, they can't handle a bad bitch. Toxic, I have been following you on and off since the DeviantArt days. So this is a very full circle moment to me. This is very, very crazy. It's been a long time. Yes, yes. OG Toxic fan is true. I've always I remember when I was younger. I don't know if I have any of it, but I would look at your art and I would try to replicate it, and I'd be like, how do they do this? I turn how old do I turn next week? Right, my birthday's next week. I forgot to mention that too. I turn 24 next week, and I remember doing that like 10 or so years ago, being like, "Oh, I wonder how Toxic does this." 24, yeah, that number that's not as funny as 25. But yeah, so like that Toxic Soul rated you popped up, and I was like, "What? Are we sure? Are we sure?" But yeah, nice to have you. Like I said, if you gotta raid and run, I totally get it. Definitely take care of yourself. If you would like to hang out with us while we watch a bunch of bullshit, or like I literally just said, I'm fucking repeating myself at this point now. And yeah, it's basically, oh my god, honestly. Wait, where'd the thing that I was just working on go? Where did I put it? Oh, it's over here. It's over here. Fuck me. Fuck me, bruh. Fuck me, bruh.
Who he feels is perfect, and who loves him perfectly. But what made Joe so good at doing what he did? Was it because he was the most masterful criminal and manipulator to ever exist?
No.
A man who was capable
It's
of
because
molding
he
any
be
situation he was
eating
in
them women
exactly
out.
the way he needed it to go in order for his goals to be realized. No, not by a long shot. Don't get me wrong. Joe was good at being the stalker and white knight that
Love
he was.
this already. I do.
Otherwise, he
Oh,
wouldn't have
fuck.
gotten very far with any of the women he targeted. But even though that's true, it's more often the case that he was an incredibly lucky criminal, more so than he was a mastermind.
More so than he
There are
was
so
a
many instances in
mastermind.
this series where Joe makes some sort of poor, impulsive decision when he's
'Cause
attempting
he's
to do
the
what he does best. But he was usually saved by the
worst.
proverbial bell whenever these things happened, and was able to continue his dark path. Moments like his stitching a key into his arm when he's battling with Kate towards the end of this series
Oh
is an
yeah, that's so
example of his
bullshit.
criminal genius. But then on the flip side, you have things like his imprisonment of the man he's impersonating in Season 2, Will Bettelheim, and his maiming at the hands of Jasper, a man who the real Will owed money to, and the murder of Marianne's ex-husband, Ryan, who nearly did Joe in when he was attempting to kill him in a parking garage. Something that Joe solved by murdering him messily, by pushing him over the edge of said garage, and then making it look like he was mugged. A significant deviation from his original plan that could have easily seen him getting caught. His efforts to manipulate people was generally pretty good as well, but Joe often slipped up in ways that forced him to think on the fly, which nearly got him into trouble. And as much as he used his charm to get what he wanted from others, he was also susceptible to such charms as well, especially from his object of obsession, as we can see when Beck successfully tricks him into believing she loves him when he has her imprisoned, and he lets her out, only to be immediately placed in the
Wait,
cage
you're
in
right. I
turn.
just checked your clips.
So
Are
if
you
it's not
dead
his
ass?
overwhelming
Oh my
intellect and
god.
skill that caused him to be so effective in his
Oh my god,
endeavors,
twin.
then what was it? Well, like everything with Joe, his success in this story ties back into his obsessive nature. I sort of
My
alluded
friends
to
say
this
that I have
while
a
ago with
cackle.
my comment about recognizing Joe as a freak from the get-go.
Chat
But when
also
you
says that
observe
I have
Joe
a
from
cackle.
distance, he's not really anything to write home about. Yeah, he is handsome, but he's not the most handsome guy out there. And in fact,
He's hot as
quite creepy if you pay
fuck.
attention to him for more than a few seconds. But oh man,
It's true.
when you're a person he's chosen and you interact with him for more than a few seconds, that's a
Is that the
whole
Vile
different
Eye?
story.
Yes, it is.
When Joe has decided that you're the one for him, you are now the only thing in the entire world that matters to him. From that moment on, every second of every day, all Joe is thinking about is you. How best to serve you.
Ooh, it's the
and
name
how
of the
best to
show.
make your life wonderful, no matter what it takes. So when he
Guys, I
finally
want to draw
finds the
Irene
chance to
so
speak
bad.
with
I
you,
can't lie.
all of these things become immediately apparent.
I'm trying not to
The
draw
way his
Irene right
eyes
now,
focus
but
solely on
I
you,
can't help
the
it.
way he hangs on to and listens to every word you say, connecting with you
It's
in ways you
calling to me
couldn't
like the
possibly
Green Goblin
imagine
mask.
before meeting him. But most importantly, how he sees you, sees right down into your soul, and resonates with the brightest and darkest parts of your person to make you feel as if this man knows and loves you more than you even know and love yourself. Women all over the
What if you
world
don't love
are
yourself,
conditioned
though?
from the moment they can understand speech to look out for and settle for nothing less than a knight in shining armor or their Prince Charming, the perfect man who worships and protects them with a love that could shield them from anything the world can throw at them. And Joe's obsession is easily disguised as the kind of tender love and care that most, if not all, women are looking to find in a partner.
Joe's
And his
tits are big to
intensity
hold all
is
his
hard not to fall in
psychosis.
love with.
Dude, it's
In a
true.
world filled with terrible
Sometimes like the problem with me watching the show is that sometimes like Joe is on screen and it's like everybody's like, oh my god, this asshole, he's such a terrible person. Oh my god, fuck this guy. But like and I have that monologue in my head, but also like half of my brain is saying that and the other half of my brain is like you know, I just like he's just so boob. He's just so boobs. It's just like King, I know that they're heavy. Give them to me.
Doing terrible things. It's mesmerizing to find one that seems to be perfect. A man who knows just what to say whenever you need guidance, and who's there to hold you whenever your heart yearns for a reprieve from the darkness.
Your meat
and
started
still
talking to
within,
you.
but a
There
world
is
that
no
seems to
point
bring
in my
you
life where my
down on a
meat
daily
hasn't
basis.
been talking to
He
me.
makes it seem as if the entire world revolves around you.
Sometimes I'm at the store and I'm like, hey man, do you want paper or plastic? And they're like, it's a hard decision. Hard decision. Dunno.
Else matters but you, and the man who could give you everything you've ever dreamed of, and more. But behind all that supposed love is a fabrication. For it's not as if he innately knows you. He knows you because he's been stalking you. Because he's become an interloper in your life. He's latched
No.
onto you like a parasite. A man who is in
No.
reality a monster. A vindictive, spiteful, mean-spirited, and rage-filled monster who's just waiting to ruin you and everyone and everything that you hold dear. Yes, he would do anything for you, but really, he would do anything for himself. He'd lie, cheat,
Oh, that fuck ass
steal,
hat.
and hurt anyone necessary to bring you closer to him.
Him and his
most
fuck ass
importantly,
hat.
He would kill those that he believes bring you harm, whether they truthfully do or not. So he might create a world where you are now his everything, in ways you would have never wished to be. And once you prove not to be everything that he imagined you'd be, then you too will meet your end. Over the course of this story, 23 people lost their lives as Joe attempted to find his perfect match, and many more along the way had their lives irreparably altered due to his actions, whether that be the many loved ones of the people who he murdered, or the ones who thankfully escaped his grasp, relatively unscathed. And once Joe had finally found himself in a cage that could hold the beast that he was, we find a man living as he always had, without shame, a whole lot of self-pity, and the idea that he wasn't to blame.
Thinking about
for
that?
all
Thinking
he
about what?
did. It's unfair, putting all of this on me. Aren't we all just products of our environment? Hurt people, hurt people. I never stood a chance. Why am I in a cage when these crazies write me all the depraved things they want me to do to them? Maybe we have a problem as a society. Maybe we should fix what's broken in us. Maybe the problem isn't me. Maybe it's you. Those are the last words that we ever hear from Joe Goldberg. And as I explained earlier in
Why
this
are you
video, there is some
bald?
truth to them. Joe, in many ways, was also a victim who had little hope of getting the help he needed to become any semblance of a functioning, normal human being. And yes, hurt people do hurt people. In some cases, like Joe's, it's close to impossible for a person to keep the monster that others forced inside of them at bay. For others, it's possible to fight those demons and quiet their voices enough so they can live their lives unburdened by all the darkness that helped make them who they are. But you know what's the easiest way to prevent men like Joe Goldberg from becoming a monster like the one we're shown in this story?
Kill them.
Ensuring that love and empathy are always the first things on our mind
That too.
when interacting with people, especially our children, and eliminating any possibility for abuse and neglect to be forced upon them by our actions. There would be no Joe Goldberg without the negligence of a mother and the abuse of a father. There would be no Joe Goldberg without the cruelty of one's peers and the sad conditions of institutions meant to care for the wayward and vulnerable. There would be no Joe Goldberg if there weren't people like Ivan Mooney enhancing the evil in those under their care instead of making efforts to keep it at bay. But these things did happen, and the result is all too predictable. That being said, again, what happened to Joe is not an excuse for what he's done. It's an explanation. And it's through that explanation that we can understand how people like him are created and how to prevent the creation of them in the future. For though Joe once was a victim, by the time this story begins, he is a victim no more. And when people like this do appear, and they do things that Joe did, there is no better label for them than to call them evil. Evil people who take the lives of others to satisfy their own desires, without regard for anyone's thoughts or feelings but their own. Blights on society that more than deserve the punishment they earn for the atrocities they commit. And though everything that Joe did in this series is horrifying, there is nothing more horrifying about Joe than the fact that he, out of countless killers like him that have been presented to us in fiction, is someone who I could easily see being real. A man whose presence in this fictional version of our own world reflects the actions of some of the real monsters that have already soaked so much pain in our world, and the ones out
I mean,
there
he's
still
pretty
lurking in the
clearly a
shadows
Ted
who seek to do
Bundy
much the same.
XP.
Because that is unfortunately true, it's unfortunate that there was some more truth to Joe's final words in this series. That being his statement that maybe it's you who's to blame for who he is, and what he's done. Now I want to be clear, it is never, ever, ever the victim's fault. Save for perhaps the less than innocent individuals we find Joe interacting with in this story, like Jasper and Tom Lockwood. Not a single one of Joe's victims deserved what Joe did to them, especially not the women he entered into relationships with. That being said, the world is an incredibly dangerous place for women. A lot of women don't walk outside at night, in fear of getting attacked by those who prowl the streets, looking to take advantage of them. Most girls I know who have gone out on dates will text a friend the address of their date's home, just in case the unthinkable were to happen. Parking garages are notorious for being places where great harm can come to a woman if they aren't careful. And while it is unfair that women have to walk in this world looking over their shoulder because there are so many animals wearing human skin amongst us who look to prey on them when they're in situations like these, and many others, it's unfortunately the reality we live in. So as much as I deplore the idea that all women out there should be as vigilant as they are when moving through the world, I cannot emphasize enough that vigilance in all aspects of your life is something that should be of the utmost importance to you, especially when you're building a relationship with someone, a person who you invite into your life that is then granted access to an infinite number of ways to harm you. Love is often blind, and it's difficult to see the faults in a person's character when your heart is fluttering. But I beg you, if a man is otherwise an angel, but becomes violent on occasion, take a moment to evaluate whether or not that's something that could lead to great harm for you or someone you care about in the future. People tell lies.
A bit late for watercolor raid. Hey man, welcome in.
Don't just buy the excuses they give you when you catch them, or take them at their word when they promise to be better. As much as I don't want you to have to question everything in your relationship, if it's something that leads to you being happy, safe, and healthy, then unfortunately, you should. And the reason I even felt the need to say all of this to you is not to blame you, not to tell you that you've done anything wrong, or that there is something wrong with you, but because I'm concerned for you and your well-being. Because I want each and every woman who may be watching this video to live to be 120 and die of natural causes, if at all possible. And for that to happen, you must be vigilant, no matter how unfair that might be. This is even more true for those of you, who might be most of you statistically, who have suffered through some sort of abuse or trauma in your life. For like moths to a flame, men like Joe Goldberg have a keen eye for those who are hurting in this world, and they are excellent at healing some of the pains you felt all your life in the beginning, so they might cause you ever more pain as they latch onto your soul.
What about
As was
women
the
like
case for
Joe
every woman
Goldberg?
who Joe set his sights on in this story. Women whose families had abandoned
I am a Twitter
or
user.
harmed
I'm
them,
very
and
intelligent.
who had suffered through the abuses of terrible partners, who had caused them so much pain, but who were ensnared in the web of a demonic spider, whose love-soaked venom only left them far worse off than he had found them. But none of these women are at fault. They could have been more vigilant, yes, but their absence of vigilance is not their fault. It's Joe's fault for being the man he was, and luring in those so desperately in need of truly being loved and seen for the beautiful people they are, and warping love, the most wonderful thing in this world, into something insidious and terrifying. A child who once deserved pity and sympathy for all they experienced, but a man who deserves none after becoming the beast he became. A beast that shall always and forever be remembered as a dark stain on the lives of so many, many people, and a creature made of pure evil.
He's so bald.
Thank
So
you
is the
all for
vile
tuning
eye,
in to this
actually.
episode of Analyzing
Poor
It.
guy. Thank you for tuning in. Okay, you guys made me too aware of his TikTok voice, so I can't watch him anymore. Did you hear the news about the wiggle pins? I did not. What's going on? Oh, the US orders were canceled? Oh, that sucks. That sucks. You still can get them when they release, but oh man, that sucks. Poor Leah. I'm going through some hardship with merch following the tariff situation after what had been my most successful campaign up to date. Recently, I did receive better news, so even if I still have to increase my shipping prices, they're at least cheaper than the initial increase I had to adjust right after the decree. That's personal stuff, so I don't want to say that. Let me see. Question mark. I don't see it. You got an email today? Hold on, let me check my email. Do you ever feel like a plastic bag drifting through the wind, wanting to start again? Do you ever feel so paper thin, like a house of cards, one blow from caving in? Do you ever feel already buried deep, 6 feet under screams and no one seems to hear a thing? Do you know that there's still a chance for you? 'Cause there's a spark in you. Huh. You just gotta ignite the light and let it shine. Just on the night. Yeah, no, I didn't get anything. I didn't get anything from. I got something that says it's on the way. On the way to the wrong address, though. No, never mind. Yeah, I have an on the way order. I don't know. Man, that's the correct address, actually. I don't know why it said the wrong one. But, show me my graphic where my package is. Vous avez besoin d'other. I don't know, but I haven't gotten a refund email or anything like that, so I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, brother. I am unsure. I also got that email? Huh. Wirt. I would just wait until the pins go up on sale on the website for realsies, and then try to order them because I don't know what's going on. Ooh, lost or banned episodes of kid shows. Yes, blame it on George. Yes, yes, my king.
Wayside School.
Oh my god, I loved Wayside School.
Wayside School is a series of children's books written by Louis Satcher. The popularity of the books led to many adaptations, including a 2005 TV movie that spun off into an animated series, simply named Wayside. However, 20 years before the animated series, a live-action adaptation aired on ABC, which has since become lost media. Various references confirm the existence of the special, the most notable being a tweet by J. Smith Cameron. In the tweet, she shares 3 images from the special, showing a businessman stuck in Miss Butterworth's class. Later, a YouTube upload from 2014 was discovered, containing a 4-minute clip from the special. This
Don't forget to do exclamation point dono if you want to dono. Don't forget, we're still trying to do this fucking donathon thing. I'm still gonna start, I'm still gonna try and push it because I'm full of bullshit. Oh my god, fuck. Ugh. I'm still, the popular ARG sensation searching for a world that does not exist. You know what? That sounds interesting. Hold on.
Whatever you do at the crossroads, don't turn left.
Okay.
This is the first line in a book that Avery claims he did not write.
Avery?
2 weeks ago, a YouTube channel
Avery?
called Avery the Mayo
My
uploaded
guy?
a YouTube video titled Weird Book I Did Not Write, where he shows us a mine that supposedly he never built. Inside the mine is a chest that Avery did not place, and inside the chest is a book that Avery did not write. Inside the book is a very strange message. Whatever you do at the crossroads, don't turn left. Don't be fooled, it's listening. You can't outsmart it, it's listening to me. It's watching me. It isn't from this world.
Makima is
Crossroads,
listening.
Don't turn left. At the crossroads, don't turn left.
Let me guess. At the crossroads, he is going to turn left.
Turn left. At the crossroads, don't turn left. Over and over, followed by a sequence of numbers. And that's it. It seems impossible that a whole mine just appears in your world without your knowledge, but Avery explains in the description of the video that the laptop he's playing on is from a storage locker. It already had Minecraft installed, and this world already existed, but when Avery first loaded it up, it was just a normal world. He only now discovered this mine a few hundred blocks from his house. So, in that case, what is this book? The contents are strange, and it's not evident what they refer to. If anything, they just sound like some crazy rambling, but the numbers at the end are clearly some sort of code, so maybe we can solve it and figure out what this book is talking about. Except we can't. The numbers go higher than 26, so it's not any alphabetical code. There are 4 sections, not 3, so it isn't coordinates. And in fact, there's not a single cipher that comes up as a good match for this code. If it is a code, it's unlike any code I've ever seen, and I wasn't able to decipher it. So, is that it? A strange one-off YouTube video and a dead end? Not quite, because for 2 frames at the very end of the video, Avery's inventory flashes a random pattern of blocks, and this time there is a code, because taking the first letter of the name of every block and capitalizing it if there is more than one, you get a string that perfectly matches the length of a Google Drive link. that when you enter takes you to a folder. And this is where the true mystery begins.
Can't watch this shit
The
anymore?
mystery
Why?
of a
Is it scaly?
Minecraft world that doesn't exist. Opening the video named Footage 1, we can see a player in the exact same spot
No, it pissed
Avery
you off?
was in the last video, except now he has way
Why?
more items than he had last time. Presumably this is from his house, and he's come to use this mine in survival as part of this world. The book is now gone from the chest, but it could be that Avery just burned it because it creeped him out, or it's just this book in his inventory. Regardless, Avery lines up with the other strip mine and begins to start a new one into the wall, but when he does, he finds this. Nothing weird, it's just a cave, and Avery walks in to begin exploring until he stops and sees this. It's hard to make out, but as he walks closer, we can see what it is: moss and grass. This is immediately a red flag because this kind of terrain does not generate in caves.
Oh.
Avery checks underneath it, but there's nothing else either. And when he runs back to grab his torches, he notices yet another patch of moss in the corner of the cave. Again, not natural, but not leading anywhere either. It's only when he heads back down the cave does he see it. A tree. Avery approaches the clump of greenery, and there it is. A tree unlike any other oak tree in the entire—
Here's some biddies anarchy. Hope stream has been going well.
Thank you. It's been going pretty well, yeah. Thank you, Finland Van Gogh, for the 200 gay biddies. I appreciate it, dude.
game. Whatever this is, it isn't normal. Avery backtracks a bit, and we get a better look at this shrub, for lack of a better word. And after some hesitation and circling around it, Avery decides to try—
It's all the same shit. He'll over-explain something I think doesn't matter, but then skip over interesting shit. He'll cover really fucking bad and boring ARGs. I gotta click off an hour-long video, like 20 minutes in, because it's going nowhere. Minecraft ARG shit is oversaturated. Yeah, I don't know anything about this kind of content, because I'm not very big in Minecraft stuff. But, I can see how that would get tiring. I do like ARG stuff, but a lot of it is kind of the same. Oh wow, the pinned comment is Avery Large Mayo. Yay.
mining the tree. And he does, with no problem. It looks just like a normal tree, except normal trees don't generate underground. And it's not the only one. As Avery goes deeper and deeper into the cave, he passes larger and larger patches of greenery, coming across more shrubs and even more trees, and even more moss. He pauses to talk at one point, but instead of commenting on the trees, he brings up something else. It's weird, we've only seen stone. And I guess he's right, the walls of this cave don't have any diorite, granite, andesite, or ores, but come on, there's a bigger elephant in the room here. At some point though, Avery's wish gets granted and the cave turns into terracotta, tuff, and deep slate. The greenery gets larger and larger, with the trees growing bigger and bigger. Until finally, Avery reaches the end.
Whoa, cool.
Avery stops for several long seconds, just taking everything in. The room is a giant cave of green with strange—
Putting Avery's name in a piece of media is like jingling keys to make Atlas pay attention. Shut up.
unnaturally large trees forming a staircase on the back wall. The floor is covered in a massive field of moss, scattered with the strange trees we saw earlier. Avery slowly heads down the cavern wall, being careful not to take too much damage while maneuvering his way to the bottom. He looks around in awe as he explores the chamber, and from closer up, we can see a tunnel right between the massive tree gates. Avery searches around the trees for a few minutes, seemingly mesmerized by the build, and we can see that these gates are made of trees stacked on trees stacked on trees, made of spruce, mud, and oak. But the question here is obvious. What is this place? This kind of terrain obviously
It's cool as
doesn't
shit, bruh.
generate naturally, so who made it and how does it just appear in Avery's world? Well, if there's any answer to that question, it's through this tunnel, because finally Avery decides to stop sightseeing and heads down the tunnel at the center of the room. Avery walks through the mud brick tunnel, turning to glance behind him every few steps, but of course, nothing is there. The world is set to single player. At least, it seems that way. Until this happens. Something is wrong. It's almost impossible to notice, but at the far edge of the tunnel, the first pair of torches have
Okay, I see what you mean. I see what you mean, because this is the second time in the same video that he set up something like this. But we're alone, or aren't we? It's hard to see, but in the pixel at the end of the screen, there is one half a pixel of a user's name tag. And you can see Herobrine throwing it back in a circle, which is not supposed to happen. Herobrine is only supposed to throw it back in a rhombus. Let's keep watching and find out what's going on.
suddenly been wiped out. Avery stares for a few seconds and continues walking. Another pair of torches is gone. I'm not scared of torches turning off. And then another.
I can't even.
What kind of practical joke this is.
I can't even fucking see it. I can't even fucking see it. I can't even fucking see it. What am I supposed to be scared of?
But I already heard you in the.
Oh, that's cool.
I'm not scared of a game.
Oh, fucking Christ.
I don't know why I just jumped down. I wasn't scared. But I felt compelled. I've never felt like that in my life.
You've never felt compelled to do anything?
What is
No wonder you're at home making Minecraft ARGs and not at a job!
In a matter of seconds. This doesn't just happen on a normal world, but Avery did say he found this world on a computer he got from a storage locker. So maybe this is just a world that the old owner of this computer created, and it's just some strange adventure horror map. Case closed. Except it's not, because the video files aren't the only thing in this Google Drive folder. If you remember, there's also this PDF, and opening it, we see this. My exploration into a strange tunnel I found in my Minecraft world. I've been playing this world for a while and just discovered this. This is my documentation of the search. Notably, when I installed Minecraft, this world came pre-created. Always thought that was a little strange, but I'm not really sure. This seems okay enough.
What does
but remember
ARG
what
stand for?
Avery said
ARG stands for alternate reality game.
earlier. He found this computer in a storage locker with Minecraft installed. Not he installed Minecraft and this world was there. Admittedly, it's a pretty small difference, but still, why the conflicting stories? Something you may have also noticed that I can't explain is why Avery's name is now censored. He wasn't censored in the previous videos, but now he's both hidden his name and changed his skin, almost like he's hiding from something. But there's still a lot more of this footage, and if you want to figure out what's happening in this world, why it exists, and what it has to do with Avery, we have to
Game.
keep watching
Okay, I guess
as
augmented
Avery runs
reality
from
classes.
whatever it is that's hiding in this world. Avery
Ooh,
says
the
he
scary
has to
pixel.
leave, even if he doesn't exactly know why, and the only way to go is down. Avery takes a leap into the giant pool of water before him and swims down into a junction of tunnels. After some hesitation, he burrows himself in the left wall for air before swimming down the left tunnel. He continues to navigate through the dark water, the tunnel getting narrower and narrower, with no end in sight.
How are you getting harassed by a ghost in a game? Haha, just close the fucking game, bro.
Room with just enough space at the top to get a bit of air. When Avery descends again, we can see tunnel openings sprawling across the walls. Avery scans around. There's no
I should stop hating because I'm actually going to keep watching these once stream's over.
And then he hears it.
I do it out of a place of love, I promise.
The same sound as when the whispers played previously. Avery rushes to dig into the wall, and as he blocks himself in, we can hear the whispers again.
Whoosh, 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 whoosh.
Quieter, but still there, as if they're passing by him. When the coast is clear, Avery digs out. But now what? He has no choice
Chicken
but
butt.
to gamble on a tunnel and hope it's correct. He scans the walls again, no obvious sign of which one to pick. So finally, he rolls the dice. The tunnel leads to another junction, and again, after a slight hesitation, Avery goes left.
Hi.
The tunnel continues.
Wait, I thought he wasn't supposed to go left.
And narrower. And narrower.
Oh my god, the thing that I said was going to happen happened.
Until finally...
Baked potato.
he finds himself in the oasis.
It's like potato chips. I can't stop eating it.
Avery looks around the room, strangely almost peaceful. He's in the middle of a square pond.
It's a
flanked on
fucking
all sides
Minecraft
by the
game.
same uncanny trees. He stares off at the water for a second before towering.
They're
up
not
and getting
uncanny
a good
trees, they're
look
just
around,
regular trees. It's
testing the
Minecraft.
trees as far as the eye can see. For a moment, he pauses. Before something snaps, and he crafts a boat to get to the center of the lake. Without hesitation, he dives down into the tunnel and plugs up the hole. He makes another trip for good measure, plugging it even further. If this thing comes through here again, it has to break that. But I need to explore. He sails back to the edge of the lake.
Herobrine making me lip piss my pants.
Avery chops a few trees and crafts a hopper with the spare iron in his inventory. His plan is simple. Set a trap for the thing following him. But wait, did I miss something? Because how does he know that something is following him? Sure, those torches turned off, and yeah, we heard those noises before, but there's actually an even stronger piece of evidence I haven't mentioned. Remember when Avery said this? I already heard you in the cave. Well, it took me a second to figure out what exactly he meant, but then I heard this. It's almost impossible to make out, but on a few separate instances, while Avery was walking in that original cave, he would randomly pause for a second or two, and now we know why. He was listening. Every time he paused, for just a brief moment, you could hear footsteps on the stone behind him. stopping just a fraction of a second too late to be quiet. But okay, if something is somehow really following Avery in a single-player world, how can he stop it, or at least get it to reveal itself? Well, that's exactly what he's doing right now. Like he said, he needs time to look around and explore this world, but while he's gone, anything can just swim through the hole and replace the blocks to make it look like nothing happened. But if Avery turns down his render distance and puts items in this hopper, if he then goes far enough away and unloads the chunk, the only way for the hopper to be empty when he returns is if something loaded the chunk while he was gone.
I'm sorry, I'm not a nerd. I don't know what those words mean.
Whatever was following him would be exposed. The trap is set. Now it's time to explore. Avery walks through the trees, avoiding the lake so as to not load the chunk. Every inch of this place looks exactly the same. The same gray floor, the same strange trees. Everywhere he looks, there's nothing. Until, just in the corner of the screen, there's a sign. But it's hard to spot, and Avery doesn't seem to see it, and he keeps walking. Then he pauses. Interesting. That's the third sign we've seen so far. What? Where? Third sign? I've only seen this one, but it turns out he's right. Going back and re-watching the footage, just barely hidden in the corners of the screen are two other signs Avery crossed earlier in the recording, though he gave no indication at the time that he noticed them. Avery goes back to all three signs. All of them are blank, so I don't know what to make of it, but Avery seems to be satisfied, and he explains why. These signs all seem to point to one place. Both of these angled ones point in the same direction. And he's right. If you line up a coordinate grid with the location and rotation of the signs, you get this. So he's right, all of them point a certain way, and if you trace out their intersection, it hits one specific point. He also pulls off this brilliant move, which you rarely see from these protagonists, by turning the difficulty to peaceful because he ran out of food. Absolutely genius. But with that said, he returns to the lake to check on his contraption. And nothing showed up. Items are still flowing out of the hopper, which would be impossible if anything had loaded the chunk. Avery tells us exactly this. Nothing came through. Not to mention, the blocks are still in the same position Avery placed them to plug the hole. Now that he's shaken off whatever was following him, Avery sails back, presumably to find the intersection points of the signs. But before he does that, he opens up chat and says this. Something is here. What? How? Why
What?
is Avery saying
How?
that? Why isn't he sending it in chat? What did he see? I don't know if it can hear me.
What?
But I'm not taking any chances.
How?
The grass block. When Avery left the chunk, he didn't just set one trap for the enemy.
Is that
He
guy
set
from Space,
two.
Texas?
Without mentioning anything to us, he placed a grass block next to a block of dirt. In Minecraft, grass can't spread if the chunk isn't loaded. The only way that this block is now grass is if something other than Avery loaded this chunk. I'm not scared, but my gut says to keep moving. Maybe I am scared.
Don't worry, Avery. You can just turn off the TV. You just turn off the fucking game. It's Minecraft. It's just Minecraft, man. Go and play CSGO.
The other sign was pointed head on.
Why is that music playing? Why are we having a musical break?
Avery walks through a tunnel.
Okay.
A tunnel which quickly turns into a maze. And slowly but surely, dead end
Audio jungle. Audio jungle. Audio jungle. Audio jungle. It's an audio jungle. It's an audio jungle. It's audio jungle. I ran out of breath for audio jungle.
Smart enough to set a trap and smart enough to set a backup. But whatever this thing is that's following him, it's smart too. Smart enough to block up the tunnel it entered from. Smart enough to refill the hopper with items after loading the chunk. Smart enough to hide its presence. This world seems to be guiding Avery somewhere. The whispers in this tunnel coercing him to enter the cave. The signs pointing to the secret entrance under the tree. Whatever this
Oh, it's from a
world
royalty-free music site? Okay, never mind then.
But to what?
Royalty-free music.
Isn't alone. And finally, Avery exits the maze into another giant room with what looks like a cipher above a door, with 3 levers right in front of it. Avery stares up at it, says he'll need a pen and paper, and blocks up the tunnel where he came from. The footage ends with him staring up at the code, deep in thought. From what I can see, the code atop the doorway looks something like this. It doesn't immediately remind me of anything, and plugging it into a cipher decoder gives me no ideas either. Running each of the candidate ciphers just gives gibberish every single time. Whatever this code is, there's unfortunately no way that I, or Avery, can solve it. The second half of the footage picks up with 17 minutes of just staring at the wall. And then... he gets it. Okay, I guess it was solvable. Avery says it's a good poem, but doesn't actually reveal what it said, only that it uses cipher stacking, a technique where 2 ciphers are layered one on top of the other to make a code almost undecipherable. How Avery actually solved it with a pen and paper is beyond me, but the puzzle isn't over yet. There's still this gate, which Avery suspects is some sort of combination.
Bro, you're
But
wasted
instead of a
on
pen and
fucking
paper,
Minecraft
the solution
ARG.
this
They
time
need you in the
is
Pentagon, bro.
more, how do I put this? Efficient. And with that, he's... Wait. Who's Durlord 3? For the first time in this footage, Avery's sensor bar lingers for just a second too short, and we get a glimpse of the name. This isn't Avery's name. This isn't Avery's skin. Maybe the reason that we got 2 different stories about where this world came from is because the player we've been watching this entire time isn't Avery at all. But if that's the case, then who is this? The world
Irene.
at the beginning is clearly the same one that Avery was playing on. So what's going on here? If it is Avery on an alt account, why the conflicting stories in the description and the document? And if it's not Avery, then who is this other person, and why are they claiming that this is their world they found? I genuinely just don't know, but the only way to find out is to keep watching, as Durlord walks through the tunnel after the puzzle and finds himself in the village.
Wow, the village. Did you hear that, Trevor? The village. Ooh, a beautiful village. Whoa, is a weeping angel.
It's empty.
I can see that, genius.
This village is strange. It's clearly abandoned, if the cobwebs and literal holes in the roof didn't make that obvious, and all the chests and containers have nothing inside of them. There's also an interesting amount of yellow in the carpets, beds, and flooring, but wherever Durlord looks, he can't find anything of interest. No lead on where to go or what to do from here. The fountain and statue in the town center is by far the most eye-catching decoration here, but like we can see, it too is empty. There's no path to take from there. So, is this the final area then? The final answer to what's been going on with this world and what's been following him? I'm not sure, and clearly Durlord isn't either, since he keeps looking around for anything out of the ordinary, anything that might give him a clue of where to look next.
Oh, it's like a little castle. Or a little house or something. I can't tell. It's hard to see. Oh, it's a little house. You're wrecking their shit, bro. Stop it. just griefing. Trevor is giving Phoenix Riot. Yeah, I know. I default to the Phoenix Riot whenever I don't know what to give him.
I hate it here. These idiots are insufferable. They think that devotion will save them. Rest assured, it will not. Not that it will do them any good to believe that anyway. The ones who realized it pretend they didn't. But it doesn't help that there are some of them who truly believe they'll be saved. The king is coming, Maya. If anything, I wager that their king is already here. It's watching me write this. I don't particularly
The
care.
king.
I just want this to be done with.
You keep the bookstore open. You keep the bookstore open, or I will summon the king in yellow into your left ear.
I don't know why anyone is surprised to find that out. This is exactly what they were hoping for. I'm going. I'm leaving this here in the rare case someone finds it. If you have found
Bro, you're in a Minecraft game.
I implore you, turn back, disconnect, forget about this world. It's not for you. If you've come here, you must be curious. I know you must want to continue onwards. So I know that this is a heavy ask, but please, do not go any further. For your own good, do not.
I hear you do that. What does that do? Secret tunnel. Oh, no, no, no. Don't turn left. Don't turn left, bro. Do not turn left. Don't turn left. No, 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 no. Don't do it. Yes. No. No, 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 no. Yes. Also a valid choice. It said not to turn left. Don't turn. No, 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 no. What are you doing? What are you doing? It said don't turn left. Oh, shit. Hi. Moya C, thank you so much for the raid. I have to raid and run. Okay, bye. Have a good rest of your night. How's my donation going so far? Are you at the stretch goals yet? No, not yet. I'm so hungry. Go food. Go eat food. Go quickly. I'll take care of the kids. I'll take care of the kids that you just dropped off at daycare. Children, give me your money. Sorry, we're watching a Minecraft ARG thing. I've been making fun of it the whole time. But like at the beginning it said don't fucking turn left and he just turned left. I mean, like, I guess he hacked it and turned right, but that's not necessarily what that means. Anyway, what's up? My name's Atlas Anarchy. I'm a paper VTuber. I hang out. I be pussy popping sometimes. I don't know, you know, we out here. And I'm doing a donathon for a 3D model. We are about 3,100 right now. We're at 3,100, I believe. And it's been a fun last few hours. If you want to donate, any donation helps. It'll be anything from like $1 to like $3 to nothing. Just sitting here and hanging out with me will help, because I've got issues. I've got a lot of issues, and next week we're gonna have kind of like our last hurrah for the donathon, because next week is my birthday. My birthday, yay! I'm turning 24. But yeah, if you want to hang out, if you want to chill with us, we just watch videos and draw. And yeah, that's basically all we're doing. Honestly, I can't lie. That's all we're doing. That's all we've been doing. I've been feeling music today. I've been feeling draw. I mean, listen to this thing. I still be listening to your cover. It should be next week. I'm gonna tentatively say that on my birthday I will be releasing the next, or I will be premiering the next cover. I think, yeah, next cover, which is an Ozzy Osbourne song. But anyway, if you want to stick around, help out next Friday. It's not next Friday, it's next Saturday. If you want to stick around, help out, you know, vibe with me, let's go, you know? If you want to give me $3, that also helps. Sorry, I have the 4 meme on my other monitor over here. And otherwise, if you got a raid and run, I get it. You know, take care of yourselves. And yeah, we vibing. What are you doing? You stupid man. Looking at comfort memes to make it through stream, like a Spanish explorer looks at a painting of their family. What do you mean? What do you need a comfort meme to hang out during the stream? Am I not enough of a comfort to you? You're the one with the 4 meme on your monitor? It's because I was referencing it for today's donathon picture. Ah. Victory screech. The 4 meme is not comforting me. It's just sitting there, mocking me. Beast Boy, how many Titans are there? Wait. Dude, what is happening behind the censor bar? Hear Brian having hot gay sex? Uh-oh, doesn't seem so. Or maybe Avery's homophobic. Love is love, bro. Okay, hold on. Why did my mother send me a TikTok?
Whatever you do at the crossroads, don't turn left. Don't be fooled. It's listening. You can't outsmart it. It's listening to me.
You read anything about the King in Yellow? I know a very base amount of the King in Yellow.
Don't turn left. At the crossroads, don't turn left. At the crossroads, don't turn left. At the crossroads, don't turn left. And the footage ends. Right there. Durlord was the person who wrote the book in Avery's world. How? It shouldn't even be possible that the tunnel led him back to that mine. Durlord found this world on his computer, and Avery found Durlord's old laptop in the storage locker and has been playing on it ever since. But what is this world? What was following Durlord in this footage? And most importantly, what was behind those gates? I didn't put that censor bar there. That was in the original footage. Whatever is behind that black square was enough to drive probably the smartest protagonist I've ever seen into running for his life. Something that a whole
Smartest
village of people was
protagonist?
trying
Okay.
to summon. Something that this entire world has been hiding. A king? What does that even mean? I don't know what to tell you, but I can tell you one thing. The code at the end of the book, now with this footage, we can solve it. Each number corresponds to one slot in Durlord's inventory. 1 here and 36 here. Take the first letter of each item, or whatever number is indicated after the dash. From that, we can get this. Run Avery. It's here. Durlord was giving one last warning, hoping that whatever was following him wouldn't see. But how? How would he possibly know that Avery would find this world? There's no way for him to know who Avery even is. Whatever he saw behind those doors, whatever he knows about this world now, we may never understand. But one thing is certain. Whatever was coming for him is coming for Avery next. This isn't over.
Bruh, it's Minecraft. No, I don't think that you need to part 2 this. I think that we're good with what we've got. Okay, well that was certainly Oh, Sagan Hawks.
For the longest time, Five Nights at Freddy's has been at the center of an acute divide, a split between what we might call the old school fans and the new fans. It doesn't really have to do with when they became fans. Many who've been following the series since the beginning are still fans of the new games, and many who only discovered the series recently are partial to the earlier entries. No, this divide pertains to what era of the games one prefers, where new school fans still play, follow, theorize, and generally participate as active fans of the new games and media. Old school fans are still mostly hooked on the older click team era of the series, usually 1-2 Pizzeria Simulator, who have largely fallen off of the new games and stories, and are often either critical of or completely uninterested in anything post-Ultimate Custom Night, who pine for the days of staticky cameras in CD pizzerias and the uncanny deep eye socket stares of rundown animatronics, in contrast to the sci-fi, maybe more cartoony version of the games we have now. I would mostly consider myself the latter, but what I think we old school fans often miss is that the series couldn't have just stayed the same forever. If there were going to be more games after Ultimate Custom Night, they would have to evolve. There's only so many ways you can sit in one spot and close doors, and I think it makes perfect sense that a developer would want to try and branch out and try new things. So the question, in my view, isn't about how FNAF should have stayed the same, but how it could have evolved without losing.
If you remind me about the Forest video early tomorrow, we can watch it tomorrow.
The leap into a modern horror game without losing that identity. Today, I'd like to discuss exactly that. As a fan since the very first Markiplier Let's Play, who even so many years later still thinks about those older games nearly every day, I want to talk about a different direction. Pitch a hypothetical game that I've roughly designed, which could have taken us from the Click Team era after Ultimate Custom Night into the evolving modern horror landscape in a way that I think would have preserved what had drawn me to the series in the first place over a decade ago, going in depth from the gameplay design to the visuals and sound, using examples from other horror games and media to redesign FNAF from the ground up, from a new perspective. I've taken to
Stand there and let me correct it. I wanna.
It's been a while since I've made a video dedicated to this series, so join me as I spend another 5 nights at Freddy's. It feels a little weird to be back talking about FNAF, but I made a Patreon video similar to this one not too long ago. I'm actually borrowing pieces of that script for this video, and then I just couldn't get out of my head. Now, I should say from the beginning here, I haven't actually developed and created a working fan game here. I'm looking at this video more as an excuse for me to talk about and analyze the horror game design of a bunch of games I love, which is using the shell of this video game concept pitch, somewhat inspired by the Unwithered Truths video about a FNAF reboot concept. It's a little bit of a departure from my regular videos, but I love horror and game design, so I figured why not. I also kind of needed a buffer video to try and get my October 2025 projects finished. Anyway, in order to explain this FNAF game concept I have, we first are going to have to look back to where FNAF began and how it's evolved. Five Nights at Freddy's was never stagnant. With each entry, we were introduced to new mechanics, but also new visuals, sounds, and vibes. And every new game was another brick added to the whole of what Five Nights at Freddy's was. Looking back to what FNAF was, what it felt like before the second game feels different than after the second game. And the same goes for after the third and fourth and the book, and so on. Each new entry built on
people
and
who actually
changed
read
the
the fucking
context of
books.
the previous. The story went from a relatively contained series of dark mysteries hidden in Easter eggs to a tangled knot of lore. The visuals went from dark, decrepit, and uncanny to sleek and sci-fi. What the series as a whole was changed, and so it makes sense to me that there's a cohort of the fandom which, more than just prefers the older games, feels a little, for lack of a better term, bitter about how the series changed, because it can almost feel like it's retroactively changing the entries we enjoyed. Now, in the end, I think this is just a matter of taste. There is nothing inherently better about liking one version of the games or another, but from a personal perspective, I do sometimes feel like, man, what were we missing out on? What could it have been like if the series had continued down the path the first game set for it? And all of this is without even touching on the gameplay. As time has gone on and we look back at Five Nights at Freddy's legacy having so much to do with its mascot characters and convoluted lore, it's easy to forget the piece of the series that was arguably the most iconic and groundbreaking element for the first few years.
Oh, we're using colored pencils
the
now.
Gameplay. The appeal of the game was its completely unique mechanics. A fast-paced resource management game where you are stuck in place with limited power and encroaching enemies. It flipped the survival horror genre on its head completely, and yes, I think FNAF is squarely a survival horror game, replacing the movement and hiding and ammo with a juggling of intersecting enemy attack patterns and limited use of your slowly draining resources, which allow you to survive and fend the terrors off. The arcadey, quick-on-your-feet gameplay was not just a passing thought, a vessel to feed us lore and spooky characters, it was one of the major defining factors of the series, maybe even the most important one. Spending 5 nights replaying the same
FNAF
core
at
loop as it gets more
Freddy's.
difficult and introduces new threats and mechanics. It's what made the game stand out, and what made it so terrifying. It was iconic. But as the series evolved, that core gameplay loop fell away. The games began to focus more and more on the story elements, and after Five Nights at Freddy's 4, started to almost completely do away with it. I love Sister Location, but its gameplay was very different. A linear progression through essentially different mini-games. Even something like Pizzeria Simulator. I love the Tycoon gameplay, and the salvage sections are incredibly atmospheric and tense, but nobody would put the night-based gameplay of that entry as particularly memorable or great, at least in my experience. Again, I have to stress, this isn't a dig at any of these games, but I think in some ways they did start to feel a bit more like a series of disconnected minigames used to unlock lore. And then comes Ultimate Custom Night. Though at the time it felt like perhaps a finale to the whole series, in retrospect it feels more like a send-off to the gameplay of the series. Here's as many ideas as I can think of. Here's the ultimate experience of night-based resource management. We're moving on from that now. And since then, we really have. And personally, though lots of old school fans have discussed that the direction of the lore, storytelling, and aesthetics are at the root of their disconnect or falling out of love with the series, I think the gameplay changing is also kind of a major factor. I don't think I even really noticed it, to be honest, but in retrospect, it just makes a lot of sense. I don't even dislike the gameplay of Security Breach or the more mini-gamey games in the later Click Team era, but I definitely wasn't really excited about the intricacies of the mechanics like I was with FNAF 1 to 4. There was something special to that feeling of challenge, of increasing horror. Playing the game with your friends, trying to beat each night and see who could do it first. They were fun to learn and master, and were super replayable. But again, of course, the series had to eventually evolve. So how would you take that step into a fully 3D, free-roam, modern horror game, but keep this core gameplay alive? Well, for the first part of my pitch, we're going to have to look at another influential 2010 survival horror series which turned the genre on its head by limiting the player even further. Amnesia. So this entire video came about because I recently played through the newest game in the Amnesia series, The Bunker. It quickly became one of my favorite games of the past few years, and most relevant to this video, I began to make some connections between the original FNAF and The Bunker. So for those who don't know, let me just quickly give a rundown of the bunker's gameplay. Essentially, Amnesia the Bunker is an escape room game. You're trapped in the tunnels of a World War I bunker with a creature stalking through the halls with you. Mostly, it gets around through these smaller Roman tunnels in the walls, as it dislikes the light. Otherwise, though, this monster is incredibly powerful, and is only really stunned or angered by the limited gunfire and grenades you can gear up with. In order to keep this creature at bay while you wander the bunker in search of your way out, you have to keep the lights on. In order to do that, you have to keep a generator running, with fuel you can find throughout the bunker, with the generator room acting as a kind of safe haven, with a save point, storage chest, and 2 locking doors. You keep an eye on the generator's fuel level with a stopwatch, which gives you an idea of how long you have to explore semi-safely. The lights will keep the monster in its tunnels for the most part, except if it hears a loud sound or some other ruckus. There's a lot of other nuance to the game, but the gist of it is that you slowly unlock more parts of the bunker as you complete the tasks you need to escape, which will take you further and further from the safety of the generator. And the progression is incredibly free. It is designed very much as a kind of light, immersive sim experience, and emphasizes to the player that any of the many obstacles you run into can be tackled a number of different ways, and utilizes its dynamic physics system incredibly well. And what's so great about this game's dynamics is how it works with the rest of the game's survival horror design. Your inventory slots are limited, and how you decide to tackle the tripwires and locked doors and other obstacles are essentially a series of risk-reward decisions. Spend the extra time searching for a way around this blocked wooden door, or bash it down at risk of drawing out the monster. Shoot off the lock, wasting ammo, or use precious time to find the key. Should I just jump over these tripwires or set them off intentionally? Explore in the dark or wind up your flashlight, risking being heard. With everything from the power mechanics to the classic survival horror resource management to the juggling of risk-reward decisions, I couldn't help but feel like this game offered up perfect adaptations and evolutions of the core game mechanics FNAF is known for. Our center generator
Atlas
room
was eating
is
an apple.
kind of a stand-in for The Office.
Yeah,
you could easily imagine a version of this game where you have to, for instance, use cameras here to track where it might be
Dude, my
safe to go or
sharpener just
whatnot.
blew
The
its
generator
load.
running out of power and the stopwatch tracking it is perhaps one of the most elegant, easy to understand, but incredibly scary resource management mechanics I've seen in a game. Keeping your eye on that clock as you rush to make enough progress and move a little bit forwards, trying to make the calculations in your head if you have enough time to make it back. And then when the lights go out, subbing in the environment becoming exponentially more dangerous and difficult to navigate instead of just straight up death adds this whole other layer to the experience, while still keeping that core feeling of don't let the lights turn out or they're after you. So this is where the majority of my gameplay inspiration for FNAF Escape is coming from. The core mechanic of the generator and refueling and tracking via the watch is so perfect, it feels made for a FNAF adaptation. In fact, some modders have already gone ahead and added Freddy to the game. And to be honest, there are a lot of other aesthetic and design elements that really reminded me of FNAF in one way or another that I discussed in my video on Patreon, so I do think there's still some value to watching that video, even if you've seen this one. And seeing as this is a sort of pipe dream game hypothetical, I don't really feel too bad essentially making the basis of the game a ripoff of the bunker. So, you are trapped within the dingy halls of the abandoned Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, with the classic cast Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy posing as the main threats, and you have to escape. The bulk of the gameplay loop here is similar to the bunker, keeping an eye on the generator and being sure to keep it fueled. The generator is located by the office, a safe room of sorts, where you can close your doors, though these still require power much like in FNAF 1, and check on your cameras. Aside from keeping track of the animatronics and having a map of the environment, the cameras also allow you to do certain actions remotely, like turning on and off certain lights. However, for each camera, you need to physically activate it to use it in the office, meaning you slowly unlock more cameras as you explore. And speaking of the lights, unlike the bunker, your power consumption is highly dependent on what you have turned on in the pizzeria, just like FNAF 1. Keep track of which parts of the pizzeria you've left lights on in, because if you don't need to be there, you're just wasting power. This is a mechanic that I intuitively thought was already in the bunker, but when I looked it up, that wasn't the case. But I think it adds an extra layer of tension and things to keep track of that would be interesting. Now let's talk animatronics. I want to take a page from the bunker and FNAF 2 and keep them mostly hidden in the vents when they're moving around. This allows us to keep the mystique of the original FNAF games, hiding their movements, but also keeping them off your back when the lights are on. Though I think them occasionally popping out in certain areas would add some unpredictability and make the cameras more useful. Bonnie and Chica, much like FNAF 1, work very similarly, like the creature in the bunker, mostly hiding in the vents, and if they're alerted via loud sounds or ruckus, they'll come out after you. The lights flicker upon their arrival, making it harder to see, and you'll need to run and hide to avoid them. Eventually, they will return to the vents, but if they see you, it's almost certainly game over. You only really have one defense besides the doors, your flashlight. Your flashlight is your other main resource, needing to stay stocked on batteries. The rest of this flashlight mechanic is largely inspired by another game, Slender the Arrival. There's a sequence in that game that's always been super memorable to me, where you are being pursued by a proxy of Slender Man as you turn on different generators. Your only line of defense is shining a focused beam of light in the proxy's eyes, delaying them for a moment as you run away. The same would happen here, the flashlight being capable of focusing into a brighter, narrower beam and shined into the eyes of the animatronics, causing a brief malfunction, giving you just enough time to get away. The problem
I'm
is,
pretty sure
this
most of
uses your
Slender's
battery
sequels are fan
incredibly
sequels.
fast, and can only really be done on one of the animatronics at a time. In a pinch, though, it'll work. Meanwhile, Foxy sits dormant in his cove, and functions pretty similar to both Foxy in FNAF 1 and 4, slowly peeking out of his cove, running straight for you if he makes it all the way out. You'll either need to be in the office with the doors closed, or come around every once in a while to close the curtains back up. This gives you yet another countdown to juggle, which reminds me a lot of the horror of FNAF 4, which to this day is still the game in the series that scared me the most. The tension of knowing you have 5 different things slowly encroaching and trying to prioritize which fire to put out first can be incredibly tense and scary with the right atmosphere. Finally, there's Freddy. For the most part, Freddy only comes out when the lights go out. In the dark, the other animatronics also become more aggressive, but Freddy knows where you are. Always. Kind of similar to Mr. X from Resident Evil, Freddy is basically always following you once the lights go out, and with no doors to protect you, you are always in danger. On the topic of Resident Evil, I do want to take some inspiration from some more classic survival horror games like Resident Evil. The bunker already does a good job with inventory management feeling very restricted, causing you to have to make tough decisions about what items to bring and leave behind. But I think we could take it even further with the type of inventory management we find in hardcore survival games and classic survival horror alike, where the size of the items actually matter. Sure, maybe a key or a flashlight only take up 1 slot, but something big like a gas canister? That's gonna take 2 or 4. Lastly, we come down to the mechanic the game is named after, Five Nights at Freddy's. I've been thinking a lot about if we could or should salvage that idea of spending 5 nights here, and I think I've worked something out. Taking a smidge of inspiration from both my favorite game to bring up as an anecdote, Nancy Drew Message in a Haunted Mansion, and another horror escape game, Granny, I've worked out a concept to turn this 5 nights formula on its head. I've brought up many times on this channel that the sections of Message in a Haunted Mansion that always scared me the most as a kid was when you had to search through the other characters' rooms for clues before they'd return from whatever they were doing, knowing you had to complete some task with the pressure of time looming over you. Is there a way to continue to incorporate that into this formula? Well, that's where I raise you a Granny. Despite being sort of a meme game, I do think Granny appears to be a pretty competently made escape horror game, and one of the mechanics that interested me about it was that you only have 5 tries to escape. Essentially, you can only be caught so many times. But the way they frame this is having 5 nights to escape. Now, I'm not saying we take that mechanic directly, but take some inspiration from how they frame it. In FNAF Escape, those 5 nights are no longer a quota to overcome, they are your time limit to escape. You are stuck and have only 5 nights to find your way out of this pizzeria, with each night acting as a checkpoint in your progress. Now, story-wise, that may seem a little confusing. How is someone stuck there for 5 nights but not working to escape during the day? How do you subsist for 5 days trapped in a pizzeria? Well, it may be a bit of a stretch, but I think I've justified it enough in the story section, which we'll get to later. But if you're not fond of that, I do think you could do something similar with an hour-based system that you have until sunrise to escape. Either way, I think this turns the concept on its head in a fun way. Instead of excitedly waiting for the clock to turn to 6 a.m., you dread it, knowing it means you're 1 hour closer to failure, even death. Where the bunker at least lets you do things at your own pace, this would encourage the fast pace of gameplay we're used to in a FNAF game. And I think this opens things up to a kind of fun competitive edge of speedrunning, how quickly you can beat the game, and trying to get better at that with different strategies, just like how old FNAF games inspired a level of improvement and learning the mechanics deeply to get better at the game. I think it would be best balanced if the average player has about a 60 to 75% chance of escaping on the final night, and you'd have to really be skilled to beat it before then. And to add to the replayability, much like the bunker, you would have certain things like obstacle placements and codes be unique each run, and there's always custom night and New Game Plus. You could have no checkpoints mode, all sorts of customization options and challenges like a nightmare mode, as were so iconic in the Click Team era. For a lot of the specifics, I think it would require actually playtesting and building a full map, which to be quite honest, I do not have the time for at the moment. But I think the core concept of the gameplay here is at the very least worth considering, keeping FNAF a survival horror resource management game while extending out into the free roam horror game world. But gameplay alone does not a FNAF game make. The atmosphere, aesthetics, storytelling, and even marketing are all equally important elements. So next, let's talk about that. Patreon.com/SavinHawks is where you can support me. If you like the videos, over there it's only $2 for
Oh, hold on, I'm
you get
fixing
all
my
the
headphones.
content, behind the scenes, commentary tracks.
Or-
I bet you can tell that this was a set and I wasn't really in Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. There's gonna be behind the scenes about this video. There's behind the scenes about previous videos. Q&A, $5 questions.
Okay, gay boy.
Videos in your first FNAF game. To retread ground a bit here, the difference between the first FNAF game and the newer entries in their aesthetics, visual style, and atmosphere is pretty stark. I have to admit that I've liked some of the designs I've seen in Secret of the Mimic, but even that doesn't quite match up to the genuinely eerie and supernatural atmosphere of the first game. The lighting and use of darkness, oppressive and ghostly sound design, the unsettling renders and look of the animatronics. I've said it before and I'll say it again, Five Nights at Freddy's increasingly sci-fi direction really began to pull away many of the elements that made the original game so genuinely frightening. And though FNAF was never really hyper-realistic, the more recent intentional art direction choices to make the series more cartoonish have really removed, for me, any sense of dread from the visuals alone. It feels as if the series is following in the footsteps of the modern mascot horror games it itself helped create. Again, I'm not trying to be a hater here, it's just a direction that personally is not to my tastes. So for the visual, sound, and atmospheric design, I think we'll largely pull from the original couple of FNAF games directly, because there really is something just so unique about their design and feel, making some adjustments to evolve and continue them. To start, the element I think that's most important we bring over from the older games is what I'd call its Easter egg horror. The first FNAF game is at its best when what you are experiencing feels completely unpredictable. The hallucinations, changing posters, and writing on the walls, characters who used to sit still suddenly jittering paranormally and emitting choked breaths, Freddy's laughter echoing through the halls, and all of the other inexplicable creaks and music and sounds which serve to make the pizzeria feel genuinely haunted. The core of this, I think, is having unpredictable things occur which have no direct gameplay effect. Because once you can understand something in the game as a mechanic, its fear factor begins to dissipate, especially on subsequent playthroughs where you know how to react to it and tuck it away in the gameplay strategy part of your brain. But when something horrifying happens, and you are given no tools to handle it, no rules for which it will follow, it becomes an apparition, a truly haunting experience. And by never telling the player whether that sound or imagery is relevant or not, they can only sit in the anxiety, wondering what to do, unsure of which of the horrors they're subjected to they actually have to attend to for their survival. It's what YouTuber Scruffy calls red herrings in their video about FNAF sound design, which is one of the best videos on YouTube in my opinion, and the very thing that inspired me to make my original FNAF retrospective series, which subsequently blew my channel up and let me do this as a full-time gig. So thanks, Scruffy. Anyway, this Easter egg red herring horror is something that I think FNAF 1 does better than maybe any of the other games. Sure, there are
Yeah, I've been having a good day for.
We're
Kind of slowing down a little bit when it comes to donations, but that is to be expected.
By contrast, nearly every night of the first game, you will be assailed with haunting sounds, hallucinations of horrific faces, jarring rare screens, and eerie messages. I don't think we quite realize how important these were to the game's success. I mean, can you imagine the game without them? The bulk of the gameplay is unchanged, the unique mechanics and premise still work perfectly well, but would it have been even close to as scary? Would the atmosphere have been as tense? Would it have been so memorable? I don't think so, anyway. All of this together creates a very particular experience, which I think doesn't quite...
So here we are, after years of waiting the full first season.
Imagine the game without
Has been Hotel.
The gameplay is unchanged. The unique mechanics and premise still work perfectly well, but would it have been even close to as scary? Would the atmosphere have been as tense? Would it have been so memorable? I don't think so, anyway. All of this together creates a very particular experience, which I think doesn't quite get brought up enough when talking about this game. Five Nights at Freddy's often feels like playing a real-life creepypasta, and it's not even necessarily subtle about this. The hyper-realistic eyes of Freddy's hallucinatory face, Freddy's poster ripping his own head off, and the peak of the creepypasta-ness, Golden Freddy, a rarely appearing character who literally crashes your game after overtaking your screen with a distorted screech and a still image of a face that doesn't work like any of the other characters in the game. These elements all exist outside the normal gameplay of the game, so even though you know you're already playing a horror game, it feels like the game itself might be haunted, that there are things happening that aren't supposed to, that are there for you, the player. And I have to imagine that was intentional to some extent to tap directly into the currently popular internet horror zeitgeist at the time. FNAF 2's death minigames worked in a similar way, I think, at least upon first experiencing them. You didn't find an arcade machine and then start playing, they just appeared out of nowhere. There are other examples, aside from just the original FNAF games, that I think pull off a similar feeling. I found certain things the 2020 Treasure Island fan game did to be particularly effective, having rare events which create, wait, what do I do about this moments for the player. My favorite probably being the Minnie Mouse who floats across the screen. And there's a game completely unrelated to FNAF that pulls off something similar too, Voices of the Void. There's something about the quiet sound design and how completely alone you feel as you complete menial tasks in this massive map, all while knowing that at some point, something could be out there, something could come around at any moment. It feels really eerie. It's maybe a little too laid back at times for the intensity of a FNAF game, but the way it makes the player pay attention to every little sound effect or movement is so perfectly spooky. It creates this paranoia, which I think works perfectly.
Yeah,
so
Flames
that
really
is
likes that
part
game.
one to the recipe for creating the right atmosphere for FNAF Escape, stuffing it chock full of rare events which exist outside the gameplay. There is no real mechanical element to these. They are simply
Ramathal, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, guys. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, Raiders. Hello, Raiders. Hello, Raiders. Hello, Raiders. How are you? I hope that you had a good stream. I hope that you had a lovely stream. Welcome in. My name's Atlas Anarchy, and we are just hanging out, watercoloring, having a grand old time, and saving some money for a donathon. We're trying to get money for a 3D model, which I'm very excited about. Hello, Atlas. Hello, Atlas. Hi. How was your stream? Though, if you have to raid and run, I don't mind. Take care of yourself. You know, prioritize yourself. I've never used watercolor. Well, I've practiced with watercolor before, but I've never used it like legitimately. So it's a learning experience. We're also watching Sagan Hawks videos. I think I'm gonna keep putting on Sagan Hawks videos until the end of the stream. I'm not gonna lie.
Things which you are not expecting that make the place feel haunted. We could do this with sound design, pulling from the original FNAF and using garbled and horrifying vocal sound effects, or random stingers which seem to imply something may be right behind you, even when nothing is. We could also do this in the classic FNAF way of adding hallucinations and changing things on the walls, sometimes subtle and sometimes more noticeable. Taking advantage of some of our new free roam mechanics, we could mess with the player and environment more directly, blowing light bulbs or inverting the player's controls for just a second to make them feel they've lost control. On that note, an important piece in this design, I think, is to put some of these things on the border of feeling like the game itself is broken. The original Five Nights at Treasure Island demo from 2014 scared the hell out of me as a kid because of how janky it was, so embracing that would be perfect. And let's throw some shadow animatronics, glowing eyes in the dark, and of course Golden Freddy in there too. Now, we've been looking a lot to the past so far with some of this aesthetic design, so I want to look a little more forward now. With the step into a modern game engine, I don't think we should necessarily be looking to become more cartoonish. We should be looking to the real-life inspirations for the series to increase the horror. Specifically, the animatronic design and animation. The basic premise of FNAF's horror since the beginning has been the uncanny valley feeling conjured by real-life animatronic characters. But really, since maybe the second or third game, the focus on recreating the actual look of real animatronics has fallen away. Though again, Secret of the Mimic does this a little bit more. They've become more and more robots instead of animatronics. They became more expressive and advanced, which in my view is the very antithesis of what made the original game scary. It was one of my biggest gripes with the FNAF movie, even though I did really enjoy it. The Jim Henson Creature Shop is simply too good at making characters feel alive and expressive, which, you know, is normally the point. But the thing that makes these pizza chain automatons frightening is that they're bad at being expressive. If you take a page out of the book of real animatronic designs, and not just the rubber face showbiz pizza ones everyone uses to redesign them, I think you could keep the original look and expand on the horror of the original. And this goes for the art design and the animation too. A realization hit me like a truck about why animatronics are so unsettling while I was at Rainforest Cafe recently. Don't ask. I sat there looking at the gorillas and suddenly it hit me. These things look like taxidermy. That's why they're so creepy. They look like dead animals, puppeteered grotesquely for our entertainment, like a poorly marionetted voodoo doll, twisting and bending bone and tendon, dead-eyed creatures possessed by an invisible force. They're activating our primal fear of the dead and feel paranormal by their very
I'm locked
nature,
in this video,
like
bro.
that sword fight at the end of Stardust. And after coming to this realization, I remembered that one of the posters in the very first game explicitly likens the animatronics to reanimated carcasses. This was the point from the very beginning, and yet it feels as if it's been somewhat forgotten. In a perfect world, I think we'd come back to that design-wise. I just don't think I'm a good enough 3D modeler or animator to truly capture that at the moment. I also wanted to quickly point out some specific points of inspiration I've been thinking about recently. First is this video of Billy Bob of Showbiz Pizza, who appears to have been overclocked or something. The jittering movements, the sudden stops and starts, the shaking from the sheer force of their own pneumatics, it's super creepy. Secondly, I think one of the hardest things to do well is the animatronic walking animations. There's a reason we saw almost none of that through most of the Click Team era. I stumbled upon this video by James Bruton creating a human-sized version of those wind-up walking toys, which he then outfitted with a Springtrap suit. But I think there's something really cool and spooky about the way this thing walks that feels like it fits in the realistic jankiness of classic animatronics. Like if you were going to
Please
develop
zoom,
walking
show me her.
animatronics in the 80s or 90s, this is how they would do it. I don't know. I like it a lot. The final piece to this aesthetic puzzle is related to the point about realism, in that it is both about making what we see more unnerving and allowing us to suspend our disbelief. It's about what we see, but more importantly,
oh god, 1 more minute now, Flames out.
Things that the original FNAF games did was hide the animatronics behind layers of darkness and camera static, where we only catch brief glimpses of movement. I think that when we start to see the animatronics move too much, they begin to feel too organic. They become monsters instead of haunted objects. Seeing something appear and disappear, move when you're not looking, to me feels more like a haunting, like the chairs in Poltergeist. Something you can't see manipulating the world around you. Those brief flashes of movement are the culmination to the building tension. Foxy running down the hall, the jump scare once they finally reached your office or the lights have all gone out. This principle has been used to great effect in other media too, like the rolling giant from Kane Pixel's The Oldest View. One of the scariest moments from that video is when we hear the sudden rolling of the wheels and the camera whips around to look just as the giant stops, still rocking subtly from the inertia. It's the things we don't see or only catch a glimpse of that makes it feel as if they're coming from an unseen place, a paranormal place, some force beyond the veil. That's why we would keep the animatronics in the vents for the most part. And when they are out and about, the lights are off or flicker, hiding the movement until the peak of the encounter. That's something that the bunker also does to great effect. The monster's presence is punctuated by dust and flickering lights, letting the sound design and shadows do much of the heavy lifting as you hide. So that would be the guiding forces for non-mechanical horror design. The sounds, scares, and influences that I think would evolve the horror those first few games perfected. But despite my seeming dismissal of the lore throughout this video, the storytelling that Five Nights at Freddy's developed is undoubtedly one of its greatest accomplishments, one of the things that kept it in the minds of so many long after they were jump scared and closed out of the game. So in this next section, I want to discuss both the storytelling techniques we'd be pulling from and pitch my rough concept for the premise and lore we would explore in FNAF Escape. Five Nights at Freddy's infamously convoluted story has been at the forefront of its reputation for a while now, one of the few things even non-fans know about it. A tale in which almost no questions are ever answered directly, and key story elements are hidden deep within the pages of semi-canon short stories, 3 off-colored pixels of an Atari minigame, or the number of toes an animatronic has. Understandably, the series has leaned more and more into this as time has gone on, becoming a key component of its identity. However, what I find so interesting is how much of this was seemingly incidental, and how small and contained that first game was, even the first 3 to be honest. So many of the tiny pieces that seem so important to the story now seem to me to have been one-off lines and jokes which the community latched onto. The bite of 87, upon reflection, seems so obviously to have been just a one-liner joke, in line with the rest of the game's dark humor, like saying, the string cheese incident of 2004. It's comically violent yet casual. The biggest reveal of the first game was basically what we now understand as its most basic premise. The suits are haunted by the ghosts of these missing children, their bodies stuffed in the animatronic suits. Really, the biggest secret that seems to have been intentionally laid out as a real mystery is Golden Freddy and what the term "it's me" is referring to. And to the game's credit, it is a genius work of mystery crafting. This stuff definitely wasn't unintentional, But the fans went so hard on tackling the game as a mystery to solve that the series really had no choice but to branch into crazy directions. Purple Guy goes from a shadowy serial killer to a mad scientist. Fazbear Entertainment goes from seedy pizzeria to global trillion-dollar entertainment conglomerate. The ghosts go from a few lost souls to a spreadsheet of casualties viewed on a dotted timeline. It became a math equation in a fantasy setting, the most complicated word problem you've ever had to solve. For me, it lost a lot of its grounded human elements, the visceral, feeling part. Where FNAF peaked in this more human element, I think, was Five Nights at Freddy's The Silver Eyes. Perhaps one of my favorite things to come out of the series, and was definitely my favorite of its storytelling. Without going too far into the spoilers, the story follows a group of childhood friends who reunite for the memorial service of one of their friends who went missing as a child, one of the missing children from Freddy's. And the group returns, now long abandoned, to the pizzeria from their childhoods, and horrors ensue. But there's so much attention and focus on their relationships, their traumas and unresolved issues, and how personally felt the grief of losing their friend was and is to them. And then there's William Afton. God, it was so nice to have a version of the Purple Guy who is genuinely unsettling and grounded, feels like a horrifying killer instead of a goofy mad scientist. I think expanding here, the human pieces, could be really untapped potential for the series, a direction to expand the storytelling as it became more apparent that the lore was so important. And I mean, think about it. Some of the most memorable moments from even the game storylines come from this emotional side. The ending monologue of Pizzeria Sim, the empty heads and piano at the end of FNAF 3, the Bite of 87 in FNAF 4. There is a lot of potential here, and it doesn't necessarily have to mean we cut out the mysteries and theory crafting, which is obviously a core piece that I love. I think the two can coexist, and there's a theory I have as to how FNAF does its storytelling that I think will help us understand this. There's probably a pre-existing literary term for this, but I've been calling it the foreground story and the background story. Essentially, the foreground story is the very clear plot and premise, the things told to you that you can't miss. In FNAF 1, that would be that you're a security guard working the night shift, the things that Phone Guy tells you, the animatronics are after you. You get a paycheck and are then later fired at the end of the week. The background story is the stuff happening in the margins. The fact that there was a serial killer and 5 children went missing, that this place is haunted, the mystery of Golden Freddy and the phrase, "It's me." In FNAF 2 and 3, it would be the story of being the night guard juxtaposed to the story told in the minigames. And these elements obviously mix together and influence each other. It's not a hard line, but the way in which these elements of the story are told are different. So I posit that we explore the more human and emotional side further, expand on it within the foreground story, and continue the mysteries in the background, incorporating and influencing each other. My idea for FNAF Escape goes like this. Many years after Freddy Fazbear's Pizza was shut down and abandoned, the derelict pizzeria has now become a hotspot for urban legends and of particular interest to the local teenagers. A common form of legend tripping for high schoolers is to spend the night in the supposedly haunted pizza place. Our player is one such teenager, peer pressured into taking the plunge as it might be their only chance. At the end of the week, the building is being demolished. Breaking in through a window, the player discovers something horrifying. All of the exits have been locked, and the window they came in through has become mysteriously shuttered. If they're still inside in 5 days, they'll find themselves as another piece of mangled rubble. So they have to escape. And as you may have guessed, the animatronics get a bit quirky at night. So why don't they just hide out and make their escape in the daylight? Well, as the sun comes up, around the same time the animatronics shut off, something strange happens to our protagonist. Their vision is clouded with the faces of the animatronics and voices saying, "Stay with us." And they pass out involuntarily, finding themselves reawakening in the office, having slept through the day. Mysterious. Now again, this is the bit where if you find this to be a little bit of a reach, you could set this as being the night before the demolition and make it an hour-based system. But I think this concept of being told to stay by the animatronics opens up a whole interesting line of storytelling in the background, a whole new set of mysteries. The most obvious explanation is that the animatronics are using their supernatural powers to keep you there, not wanting you to escape. But there's a lot of angles we could take this as we begin to learn more about our main character. Perhaps this person has a deeper connection to Freddy's than we thought, and the reason they were hesitant and had to be bullied into this is because they have a link to the missing children's incident. Maybe they were a kid who got away, now being pulled in by the kids who didn't. Or maybe they had a sibling or close friend who was a victim, who is now trying to bring the two of them back together. All of this could be worked out with ever going into the explicit foreground story per se. We could work this out through theory crafting about the messages we see appear on the walls or what the drawings depict, using the background story mysteries to further the emotional connection and human storytelling, while allowing the community to theory craft and puzzle solve. And then I could raise you one more. An even deeper theory one could work out with this story, one that may seem a little ridiculous until you realize it's been a mainstay of the series for years now. What if our player isn't human? What if they pass out at the same time as the animatronics shut off when within the pizzeria because they're a robot too? Now, for those of you who've read the books, you might start to see how paralleled this story is, but hey, I think the original trilogy of books, despite how flawed they are some of the best storytelling this series has done. And it's not like the series has shied away from incorporating elements and parallel stories from the books. And though we would be developing these background mysteries at the same time, that's not to say we aren't continuing the traditions of the game's foreground story. This time with mysterious phone calls from the past of the pizzeria coming in through your cell phone, helping you understand how to make your way out and deal with the animatronics, along with the environmental storytelling helping to guide you. And I think setting the environment and characters as a little bit back to basics would have actually been a great move as the series moved out of the Click Team era. We would have had enough novelty with the complete shakeup of the gameplay, and it would allow the series to expand from here on instead of starting from an already crazy place. And this way it could act as a sort of proving ground for this new era of the series. Anyway, those are some of my storytelling ideas for FNAF Escape. And though I'm not like super attached to the particulars or anything, I do think this direction of keeping things more grounded and human would be a nice change of pace. With that said, that's about all I have to say about the game design itself. But I do have one more quick thing to talk about. Once the game is done and finished, its rollout can be just as important, and FNAF is known for the way it advertises and builds hype before a release. We can't forget the marketing. The hype and build up to a game's release was one of the best parts of being a fan of Five Nights at Freddy's.
True.
Half the time we'd spend theory crafting and watching videos about the series was before the game was ever released, just taking in the teasers and waiting for the coveted trailer drop, analyzing the website source code, the metadata of the images, and of course, guys, look what happens when you up the brightness and contrast. And the teasers themselves were always really striking pieces of art in and of themselves. Withered Freddy bathed in red light, tipping his hat, looking equal parts cool and creepy, or Nightmare Foxy's glowing eyes and razor metal tongue, or the very first time we ever saw Springtrap barely illuminated in the darkness. I think they were really onto something with this format, both hiding mysteries within the teasers themselves, but also building a unique aesthetic to the release of each game. The FNAF 2 teasers had their own look, and so did FNAF 3 and 4 and Sister Location. I think for FNAF Escape, we'd want to continue that, building a unique visual look to the teasers, hiding little breadcrumbs in the darkness behind the animatronics. And of course, we'd culminate with one of those final trailers.
Cool.
So there it is. Truth be told, however much I like this hypothetical FNAF game that I've been cooking up, mostly I'm just glad to have had an excuse to talk about some of the thoughts I've had about FNAF since I released my last retrospective on the games years ago now. Believe it or not, even after however many hours and hours of talking about this series in the past, I still slowly accumulate new thoughts and perspectives about these games over months and months. I know this video was kind of wildly different, and I don't expect I'll make another in this style unless I'm actually straight up working on a real video game, but I had fun. So let me know what you thought in the comments. Also, stream Five Nights Song anywhere you listen to music. It'll be under my name, Sagan Hawks. It's a goofy little homage to classic FNAF fandom music from back in the day. We tried to make it like the platonic ideal of a FNAF song. Stream Calamity Girl's music, who wrote the song with me and did most of the production work. Always Getting Up in My Face is an absolute banger that I've been listening to recently from her. I've also got some very special things cooking up for October and the Halloween season, so stay tuned. And I'll see you all next time.
First night seems fine, a little creepy but benign, but by night 5, I'm fighting for my life. Claustrophobic office walls close in tight. Oh me, oh me, oh my, 5 missing souls lost so long ago, but I feel their auras with me. Every passing hour they grow, voice crackles through the phone. Everything will be fine. I'm gonna stay alive for only 5 more nights.
Wait, his 5 nights are fire? Let's see. Fire Nights at Freddy's. Wow, you got him. I don't know what this is. I just picked a random one. It's only an hour long.
Horror games are often lauded as the most immersive, most terrifying medium for an audience to experience the genre. No longer relegated to an outside observer, we are placed directly in the hair-raising scenarios and given complete control. Our decisions have consequences, and that creaking footstep came from behind us. That monster is chasing after us. But that's not really true, is it? In the end, the player is still protected by another barrier of safety. Those piercing red eyes don't really see you,
Jesus.
They see the character in the game. Nothing can follow us out into the real world. The reality is, as long as we've been playing, we've always been safe. But what happens when the game really does see you? When the horror it employs isn't just polygonal monsters, but the game itself is your antagonist, not the character, you. When it breaks the rules, tricking and sabotaging you
They are
using the
behind
mechanics of the game itself
us.
to terrorize
They are
you.
among
When it lifts the virtual veil of the
us.
construct of the video game and reaches out for you.
Is this about an actual game or a hypothetical one?
Lost in Vivo is one of my favorite horror games of all time, ever
Lost
since I
in
first
Vivo.
played it in 2019. Created by prolific developer Akuma Kira, the game is more than just a skillful and spooky homage to early survival horror. It's a unique transmutation of the genre, which commits fully to breaking the veil of separation between the game and the player. Something which many horror games will poke at once or twice, that Lost in Vivo makes a regular matter of its game mechanics, terrorizing the player both within and outside the environment of the game. To be clear, what I mean by this distinction is the difference between the game world and the real world. Things like monsters or story moments are things that exist within the world of the game, and is where most horror games employ their scares. Things in the real world might be the menus of the game, on-screen hints and text, and the game's internal files, or even just you sitting in front of your computer controlling the character. Stuff which exists outside of the canon of the game. That barrier between the artifice of the game world and the real world is most often described as something like the fourth wall, and games like Lost in Vivo delight in breaking it. And there are some others in this genre, such as the influential pixel horror I'm Scared or psychological horror dating sim Doki Doki Literature Club, but Lost in Vivo, despite its niche success, has remained relatively under the radar, and I think it occupies a unique position as both a meta horror gem and a fully cohesive traditional survival horror experience. I last discussed this game in a terrible video half a decade ago, which I just could not let be my final word on this project. So today, I'd like to take a much more in-depth look at Lost in Vivo and examine how it marries both its reality-bending meta elements and more traditional horror gameplay and narrative to immersively and comprehensively explore its themes of trauma, mental illness, and overcoming adversity. So, let's get lost. So, how are you feeling? Do you feel these sessions are still helping? You could try something a little more direct.
I'm wet.
We could start in vivo exposure therapy.
Ugh.
And the game begins. We're walking our dog down a neighborhood street at dusk. I'll return in more detail to the seeming therapy session that preludes the gameplay, specifically the term in vivo exposure therapy, but for now, we can only really note that this character seems to be dealing with some as of yet unspecified mental health issues. Not uncommon for a horror game protagonist. Nope. As we walk, it begins to rain. Gently at first, but becoming more torrential as we continue on. Along the way, there are these little bits of world building that don't paint a particularly pretty picture.
I'm painting a pretty picture.
Poster for Jane Expiravit, last seen February 14th, 2007, and a tabloidy newspaper with the headline, Secret Government
Pinesby, thanks for the follow.
Dr. B leaks the info. Shocking illegal experiments, or man gone insane. All information that is quickly washed from our mind as the rain floods the streets and washes our dog down an open storm drain. Rushing to a nearby manhole, we descend into the tunnels beneath the road in search of our dog. I have to find her. Now the game really begins. We wander the maze-like network of tunnels in search of our lost pup, navigating by whistling and listening for the direction of her distant barks. Following the sound through the tunnels and into a series of maintenance halls, we get our first bit of protection. A sledgehammer. Well, this does make me feel a little safer. Within these various concrete rooms, we find sleeping bags and rotting meat-filled television sets, as well as notes left by whoever it is that set up shop down here. There's not much on TV nowadays, so I thought I'd make my own show. Some horrid, putrid thing kept coming by to watch, so I would just pretend to be asleep till it passed, but I think it knows I'm awake. I think it's watching me, not the show on the TV. My eyes are useless. All they do now is sting and show me stuff that can't be real. If that rancid thing wants them, then I say, let it have them. I would really prefer not to run into this putrid thing that takes eyeballs, so let's find this dog as fast as possible. Fuck, man. I've played this game before, I knew it was coming, and it still scared the shit out of me. The man in the hoodie is missing his eyes, seemingly the author of the notes. I suppose I should feel relieved that he's not a threat anymore, but all I can think about now is whatever it is that took his eyes down here. Our search comes to an end in this hallway, where we find our dog, happy and healthy. I guess that's the end. Oh shit, I guess it couldn't be that easy. As our dog is dragged by some invisible force into a hole too small for us to follow, we are once again separated, wandering deeper into this subterranean labyrinth. The music at this point, and at various points throughout the game, is absolutely heart-pumping. Despite seeing no visual evidence that I'm being chased, the music makes me feel like there's something right on my heels, driving me forward without a moment's rest. The way it fades in and out in volume gives the feeling that something is approaching fast, getting right behind you, then lagging back, only to creep up again moments later. Incredible sound design. Eventually, we find ourselves at an unnerving threshold, an opening just barely wide enough to crawl through, with the words, "All hope abandoned, ye who enter here." Of course, a reference to the message written above the gates of hell in Dante's Inferno. Also nearby, we find an oar with the name Charon engraved into the wood. This in reference to the ferryman of the river Styx of Greek myth. The message is pretty clear. We're, in for some crazy shit. At the other end of the tunnel, we reach a rusty pit decorated with candles, giving the impression of an almost ritualistic abyss. Dropping inside, we find ourselves in yet another series of tunnels, caked with rust. Throughout, there are cages situated on either side, some empty and some not. Giant bugs, masses of limbs and flesh. Are these the experiments we read about in the tabloid? It's near here we find a damaged but working Ruger Mark II. It can jam at times, but something's better than nothing. Turning a corner, a shape appears from the fog, the silhouette of our dog. But as we approach, is that really you? Suddenly, we're in a peaceful, almost shrine-like room, an angelic statue peering down before an altar. Here, we can save the game. Though it's tempting to stay in a safe place like this, our journey must continue eventually. Leaving the comfort of the save room, the brick drain tunnels lead us up and out into an underground subway station, and it's here we reach the second part of our journey. Ads and artworks adorn the walls of the station, but most noticeable are the wide assortment of bleak weight loss ads. Feels almost dystopian. When we arrive at one of the platforms, the train is just beginning to pull away, and from inside, our dog barks, accompanied by a robed figure with glowing yellow eyes. With the doors firmly shut, we're left with no other option but to watch as our dog slips through our fingers yet again. Who is this thieving pet napper? Oddly, they almost seem to resemble the statue in the save room. I'm sure that's no coincidence. Finding a room where we can access the Metro's computer system, we open it for the next train, hop on, and continue our pursuit. Inside the compartment, someone has left a note behind. February 14th,
Hey, look, me.
2007. I don't want to go. I just want to stay on this train. I want to stay in the dark where no one can see me. February 14th, 2007. Isn't that the last seen date on Jane Experovit's missing poster? I wonder if we'll run into her down here. There's a scream, a crash, and a sound like bones cracking from underneath the train.
She's probably fine.
The cars slow, then come to a stop, powering down. Looks like we'll have to continue on foot from here and see if we can get this train going again. Luckily, we find another station not far down the tracks. It's also here we find our first tape player, which we can use to play something we already have in our inventory. Lost Tape 1. The lost tapes are short playable departures which we can find throughout the game in various places. On the tape, we find ourselves in a rusted metal room filled with dogs and cages and kennels. The sounds of howling and whining animals permeate the air. Our dog is here, locked in one of these cages. Using bolt cutters to break her out, we run for the door before the tape ends. According to the wiki, this is the only tape in the game which is fully canon to the mainline story of the game, though their source for this is no longer available. Exactly what this tape represents isn't entirely clear to me at the moment. Is this where we first found our dog? Is this a warning or nightmare as to where she's headed if we don't rescue her in time? For now, this
Sunny the
brief
Lion,
glimpse
thank you
is
so much
all
for
we
the
know.
raid. Welcome in. Welcome in.
Inside a maintenance office, we find notes left by whoever used to run the station. Apparently, the place is underfunded, falling apart, and the best thing you can do is send any incoming trains right along to the next station.
Hello.
We do get a small bit of advice, seemingly left for their successor in this position. If the power goes out on the tracks, you have to reboot the whole system. In order to do that, go to each section and turn off the breaker boxes. Then come back here and restart the system. I've barely been able to keep the power on, so that's about all the advice besides quitting I can give. So, there's our goal. We have to make our way to each of the 3 breakers around the station, flip them off, and
Hello,
finally
how was your
reset the
stream?
master switch back here. Can't be that hard, right? As we make our way forward, we continue to find pages left by Jane Experivit. February 14th, 2007. I want to make a decision. I want control back in my life. I want to matter. Everybody just makes choices for me. Maybe I'll find some place where I can be happy. Someplace dark without people to remind me how ugly I am. I'm sorry. I guess she ran away and passed through here. As a brief side note, I want to point out a subtle but really effective piece of game design in this area. The doors to the various other parts of the station all look pretty similar, and it's easy to get turned around. The platform near the office with the master switch is sort of the main home base you'll be returning to throughout this segment.
Ah,
of the game,
Chad,
as
look
this
how
is where
pretty
our
it
save room
looks.
is.
What
And
the
you might
hell?
notice that there's this broken
I
buzzing
did this.
escalator right here. The creaking sound it emits makes it really easy to identify which
the
door
fuck?
leads back to the save room and master
accidentally mixed
switch,
my green and my
acting
pink.
as a diegetic marker to keep
Cosmo
you
and Wanda,
oriented. The
no.
game does a good job generally of keeping you oriented in relation to your closest save room, but I think this is one of the more interesting ways it does this. Anyway, now this section isn't explicitly linear, so we'll just follow how my playthrough went, which, like, yeah, it's my video. For breaker 1 of 3, after finding a lockpicking set, we have to push through this turnstile, effectively blocking us from turning back. The only way back now is through. There's 2 doors to choose from, but I peek into the one that's unlocked first. Hate that. Let's try the other one. So we pick the lock, and hey, there's the breaker. That was easy. Oh yeah, and each time we reset a breaker, we have to make our way out of that part of the station
NS
in the
Nuss
dark.
Nutcorp. Thanks for the follow. Welcome in.
Oh shit, I forgot we can't get out this way. Instead, we are forced to go through the scary door and loop back around through these dark concrete halls. And we are being pursued. A strange, mangled figure hunts us through this place, floating through walls unimpeded. We can briefly slow its advances with our weapons, causing it to transform into a body bag, but this is only temporary, as it will return from the walls soon after. To make a bad situation worse, we run into a series of locked doors which we have to pick at a painstakingly slow pace. Finally making it out the other side, we escape. For now.
Oh my god. I legitimately was, like, shaking in my seat at that last bit. Oh my god.
This chase sequence is so simple, but so well designed. The lockpicking set at first seems like a strange choice of item. Mechanically, wouldn't a key work just the same for the door here? But its use is completely transformed once we get into the chase itself, ratcheting up the tension as we are forced to stop dead in our tracks and wait to undo the lock as a monster is breathing down our neck. Then add the fact that it has a chance to fail, slowing you down even further. It works as a perfect additional stressor, along with giving the sequence a bit more mechanical nuance than just run down the hallway. Anyway, let's get back and save. Breaker 2 of 3 is actually fairly simple. Hit the switch and run back. Not much else to it. But we can find some relevant information along the way. Another note from Jane in the bathroom, reading November 15th, 2006, 5 months before she went missing. I don't know what to do. I'm not happy. I'm so ugly, and everyone treats me like I'm not even real. They're so pretty and perfect, and they all have friends, but I'm just here. We also find a baby changing station covered in blood. What happened here? Additionally, there's another note
I don't know
left
if
by
I
the
want to know,
ex-employee.
honestly.
It was a slow day when it happened. Only 2 trains even stopped here, and I didn't see her until it was too late. I heard her sobbing as she walked down the tracks. I wanted to run and save her, but I could hear the train. I just waited and listened. She must have regretted it at the last moment, because I heard her scream. I can't stop her. She passes through the walls. All I can do is wait and listen. I don't think it's a stretch to assume that's Jane, and that what we heard on the train arriving here was an echo of what is described in this note. We flip the switch and run back, Jane chasing us all the way, just like before. For the final breaker, we have to make a bit more of a detour. We have to walk down the tracks of another platform, passing through the cabin of another stopped train. It's here that we can pick up a shotgun. Finally, some real firepower. A
Riot Police issue shotgun, it only fires rock salt rounds, so I don't think it'll do much damage. Well, damn. That being said, at close range, this is pretty damn effective, and a welcomed addition. Passing through the train, we enter into another maze of utility tunnels. The door to the breaker is locked, but we can gear up on more ammo, snag another lost tape from here, and another set of lockpicks. This whole area is a little confusing to navigate, and it's easy to get turned around, so I make sure to memorize an escape route before flipping the breaker. Just as before, when the lights turn out, Jane begins her pursuit. And on our way out, some of the doors have become locked, so it's back to frantically picking these things. Jane follows us all the way out through the train onto the platform until we finally reach the safety of the station's lounge. Oof. Before we hit the master switch, let's take a look at that lost tape we found. We find ourselves in what looks like a decaying, rusted hospital. Red auras emanate from some of the beds with various distorted, confused, even pleading messages. I am not sick. Why am I here? Something's wrong with them. We come upon more rusty cages, which also contain these auras. Let me out. From here, we enter a large pipe in the wall, then fall into a massive open room with giant, twisted, floating figures everywhere. The tape distorts, then ends. Now again, seemingly after the first tape, the rest are not particularly important to the main story of the game, but they are absolutely worth playing, and they add a lot to the atmosphere of playing the main game. Anyway, let's get that train started and out of here. Flipping the master switch, everything seems fine. Alright then, let's go.
What in the hell is that?
Jesus. I guess I should have guessed. Still, I think it's a pretty genius move to change her sound effect here. At this point, you're used to and expecting the music and accompanying sound effects from the previous chase sequences. So hearing this new thing sets off an entirely different part of your lizard brain. Anyway, our train arrives at the station and it didn't look that rusty before, did it? The doors open directly in front of a pair of shoes that weren't there before, with a yellow ribbon tied to them. A yellow ribbon like this can represent, among other things, suicide awareness. Boarding the train, we find another note left by Jane from the December before she disappeared. He makes me feel so much better sometimes, but I worry that I'm not good enough. He wants me to lose weight, and I'm really trying, but it's so difficult. I look in the mirror, and nothing's changed. Jesus. It's on this train ride, the game gives us a little more of a taste in how it plans to fuck with us from here on out. Hello? What the? And so we arrive at our next stop, Grand Bolim Avenue. Very subtle thematic naming. From here, we really have two obstacles. One door forward is blocked by some kind of puzzle with
What saw trap would you put Irene in?
heads.
I don't know.
Another is covered in some kind of thick slime.
I
Luckily
don't
for
know.
us, there's a conveniently placed jug of acid just beside it. Let's just haul this thing
probably
over
get
to
off
the
on it, the
slime-covered
weirdo.
floor and...
Hold on, I'm gonna try and put more water in my fucking...
Well, there's our first game over. Restarting in the spawn room, let's take another look at this puzzle. Oh, the room has now filled with these horrific mirrors which ambush us as we enter and take quite a lot of bullets before they go down. And over by the slime door, we find our own body dissolved into a pile of flesh. But it seems that splash of acid from us falling was enough to melt the slime on the door too. So that's nice. This, to me, is the first instance of Lost in Vivo really showing its hand in just how much it's willing to bend the rules and fake you out for its scares and mechanics. This death was inevitable and actually necessary for you to progress, and you literally end up finding your own body. From this point onwards, you have no idea what to expect. Case in point, this next section. Through the slime door, we can hunt down a series of notes which give us the hints needed to solve the rotating heads puzzle, all poems describing different people meeting their ends by their own hand. To get
It'd
to
have to
them,
be one of those
however,
multiplayer
we
traps
must
where
once
Trevor has to
again
die.
navigate a series of dark train tunnels
if we wanted
on
to
foot
not have her
with
get off on it,
trains
then
stopped
yes.
within them. At least, what seem like trains, until...
The way that thing just sped up is crazy. Right at the end. Got my heart going.
And now we can't even trust the inanimate objects anymore. Also in this area we find an old kitchen knife, which can be used as a faster melee alternative to the sledgehammer, with the caveat that it has a lower damage and lower effective range. Still, good to have. There's also another note from Jane. I don't know what to write. I'm not sure if it's good or bad. I don't know if it makes me happy or sad. I think we're going to have a child. Making our way back to the headroom and unlocking the door with the hints we were given, we make our way to what is probably the most iconic puzzle of the entire game, and a culmination to this entire section of the game. But first, we reach another save room, with a note outside.
All he talks about is how ugly I've become, how ugly I'm going to be. He tells me he's leaving. I feel so sick. He hates me now, and I have all this responsibility, all because of this parasite inside me. I didn't think this would happen. I just did what I was told. I wanted him to be happy with me.
Entering the save room, we get the message, "Save erased?" Wait, save erased? What the hell? And I can't even get back inside the save room to reset it. I guess I better hope I can make it to the next one without dying. Shit. And now we're back at the very beginning, with the therapist text. At least, that's what it seems at first. This time, the conversation is different.
So, how are you feeling? Like everyone hates me, and I hate myself? Your sense of self-worth is too influenced by body shape and weight. You don't judge others so harshly. You have worth, you have beauty, but you're unable to see it. Your vision of yourself is distorted. Then how should I fix it? If I can't fix my body, then how do I fix my vision of myself? We're working together to fix it, but I will also write you a refill of your fluoxetine.
Huh. So the game is fucking with us once again. This appears to be Jane's conversation with the therapist, maybe even the very same therapist our character sees. Additionally, relevant but not surprising, fluoxetine is prescribed at times as treatment for,
I have
you
fluoxetine.
guessed it, bulimia nervosa. Respawning, we are safe and sound right where we left off. This is definitely one of the game's most effective tricks, and I especially love how long it lets you sit in that dread of thinking your progress is gone. Of course, you're on guard at first, knowing it might be trying to pull a fast one on you, but once that text from the beginning of the game comes up, there really is that panic, like, oh shit, is it really going to make me start all the way over? There's also a bit of thematic relevance here, I think, as we kind of shift perspectives from our character to Jane through this save erase. Now, don't get me wrong, we are definitely still the same player character from here on. We haven't changed literally. But through this next puzzle, we'll see how this character almost acts as a surrogate for a part of Jane's story for a brief period. You'll see. Let's just move forward. Through the next door, instead
Trevor
of a
would lose
giant
Saw
unkillable
because he would talk
monster,
through all the
we find a
instructions.
room with
He'd
two
be like,
exits.
you know who I am,
To
who are
one
you, what's
side, there's
happening,
a
while
photo
Jake Shaw
of an
tells
eerie,
him he knows
distorted
exactly
face,
who he is,
and the
why he's
other,
there,
a
and
more
what's happening.
cartoonish, quote-unquote, pretty woman's face.
I
Whenever we
think
pick a door,
Irene
we
would
go through a
would
hallway
fare
that
okay
loops us
in
all the way back
Saw.
around to the same room. And if you've made the
I
wrong
think if
choice of
any
door,
of my
you're
OCs
attacked by
would fare
worms as
okay
you
in
walk
Saw, it
through.
probably would
As you
be
might have already
Irene.
worked out, the correct answer is through the distorted faces door. Each time we choose this distorted face, it unwinds, becomes more clear until it's Jane, as she really was. In some way, we are working through the very mental struggles Jane experienced herself, comparing herself to an unreal expectation or image and viewing herself in a distorted, just as unreal way. Through our work on this puzzle, we begin to shift that view into one that more closely matches reality. Something which, albeit in a simplified way, seems to be attempting to parallel the therapeutic exercises one might actually go through for a distorted body image.
Although I should preface here, I'm not an expert in any of this stuff, so take everything I say with a grain of salt. In any case, we're not out of the woods yet. Down this next hallway, we hit yet another dilemma. A room containing an apple, a toilet, and a door. Just walking straight through the door is wrong, looping us back and again throwing enemies at us. But when we eat the apple on the pedestal, a gate blocks our way out. The only way to retract the bars is by vomiting the apple into the toilet, but that's the wrong answer too. Try as we might, there seems to be no way out. Like there's no escape without either eating or purging our food. The solution to this puzzle requires us to play by the rules the game has been playing by this entire time, which is to say, breaking them. After we eat the apple, we simply have to walk through the bars, as if they were never there at all. This is my favorite puzzle in the game. For one, it allows the player to toy with the bounds of the game the same way the game has been toying with the player this whole time, especially since we arrived at Grand Bullim Avenue. But also because it is so perfectly relevant to the story at hand, a capsule of Jane's struggles with her eating disorder. Now, I'm not an expert in the therapeutic techniques used in treating eating disorders, but with this puzzle, I can't help but feel reminded of exposure response prevention therapy, a technique used in treating, for instance, OCD, and from what I've seen, at times used in treating eating disorders. The idea is to, in a safe environment, expose yourself to things that might trigger your unhealthy responses and help train yourself to sit with those feelings without engaging in the behavior. Now, not to get too personal, but I've gone through therapy like this in the past, and what some people may not realize is even if somebody knows on a logical level that what they're experiencing is one of these unhealthy responses, every part of their brain and body is telling them that this is completely real and urgent, that you literally have to engage in the response or something terrible will happen. And that's why it can be so difficult, but also why this puzzle represents it so well. To the player, there seems literally no other possible
Avery
option
literally
to
could shrug it
continue
off.
without
I mean,
abstaining from eating or purging the food.
Probably.
What exposure response prevention can feel like is pushing yourself past an impossible obstacle. And it's something you don't just overcome once. You have to do it over and over again to build that muscle which allows you to continue overcoming it, which is again paralleled in the puzzle. Going through the hallway even after
I mean,
discovering
he could,
the
but that
path
kind of
forward,
defeats the
it
whole
still
point,
loops
huh?
you back over and over before
It's
it
like,
lets
ooh, you
finally
have to
move
appreciate
on.
what
And I should
your
disclaim
life,
again,
but
obviously this is
he
not
can't
a
die, so
universal
there's not really a.
experience, and I'm not a therapist, but I think this puzzle was
It's not
able
really
to
a
portray this specific
fucking.
experience incredibly well, allowing the gameplay mechanics, not just the writing,
There's
to
not really
engage with the themes of the narrative. Finally coming out on the
Any
other
stakes.
side, we enter a room with a bloody baby changing station and a crying fetus. We have three choices. We can leave it, take it, or destroy it with one of our weapons. I ended up picking it up, but as far as I can tell, there is no real effect to this choice. Again, I think there's an element here of just trying to place the player in Jane's shoes. In the puzzles leading up to this room, we are given choices, the wrong answers for which will lead us to pain and danger, and often, the right choice is not intuitive. The effect of this leads us to this point thinking, okay, what should I do? Is there a right choice? Things could go bad no matter what I choose. Caught between three difficult choices with no guarantee that things work out when you walk through that door. Again, I think a great way of incorporating the player's experience through the gameplay into the narrative itself. Forging ahead, we are once again walking along the subway tracks. Suddenly, a train barrels toward us head on when it's stopped by a ghostly figure. It's Jane. She saved us. Not too far ahead, we can find a final note left from Jane, signed to our exact date on our computer. I waited in the dark for so long. I lashed out against anyone who got close, but someone kept pushing me into the light. It hurt me for a while. It doesn't hurt anymore. This seems to tie together all of the previous puzzles that were mirroring Jane's struggles. With our encouragement and help, Jane's spirit was able to release the torment that she was holding onto from life. Just ahead on the tracks, there's a sinkhole leading further underground. A piece of our dog's leash snagged on a bent piece of track. Further below we go. Coming to get you, dog. I'm currently underneath a labyrinthian network below the streets of the city with the creature. And
The
if I have
creature.
one message to get out, I don't know how much longer I have, is that you should go support me on patreon.com/SaganHawks. There's all sorts of stuff there. There's exclusive videos, early access, behind the scenes, music. It's all for the low, low price of $2.
Okay, gay boy.
So of these rocky tunnels, we find ourselves in the dark passageways of an abandoned mine. And if I had to guess, this suspiciously ornate door is probably our ticket out of here. To unlock it, we have to find its 3 missing emblems scattered around the mine. Along the way, we'll also find notes from some previous explorer who came across this place before us, like this one.
This place should be empty, but the lights are on and I hear something crawling around. Why keep the power on? Why? I can't fathom what this place even is. I've tried to map it out, but it doesn't make sense.
Maybe this place isn't as abandoned as I'd hoped. Oh, look, I can see the light of day on the other end of this caved-in tunnel. There's something a little weird about this. It feels like when you go to see a movie in the middle of an afternoon and come out and it's like, oh yeah, I forgot it was daytime. Our first path to finding an emblem leads us straight down a ladder, deeper underground. I do not like how it sounds down here. But then we hear our dog.
Doggy.
Hey, it's good to see you. You feeling okay? Luckily, this changeling can't
Even I have
follow
to
us
shoot
up
my
the
dog
ladder,
because I'm
but we
bored.
still don't have much of another choice. Descending the ladder again, we are able to temporarily fend off the creature by unloading a good number of shots into it, causing it to scurry away, but it only buys us a few extra seconds. Still, that's enough to grab the emblem and make our escape. 1 down, 2 to go. The other 2 segments to this area are pretty similar. The second room has us descend even deeper, and along with the emblem, we find another note.
I told everyone, but no one listens to me. I can't trust anyone. They're all just serving the monsters. No one is different. It's just me now. Why wouldn't they listen?
On our way back, though, the game throws us another curveball. Dodging past the creature again, we make it to the safety of the ladder and climb. I guess this thing does know how to climb, and it is good at it, closing the distance very fast, just up until we make it to the top and it doesn't follow us. This is one of my favorite moments in the game, one of the best subversions of the rules it previously set, pretty explicitly. The thing can't climb, and now it does. Man, what a great... No joke, that moment right there scared me so fucking badly when we're playing the game for this. No joke, that moment right... And now it does. Man, what a great...
I didn't even see it.
No joke, that moment right there scared me.
Do you think a
so
modern telling of
fucking
Peter
badly
Pan
when
would
we're
involve
playing the
children
game for
around
this
the world
video.
subbing to
Probably the
Patreon instead of
most
clapping to
intense jump
believe?
scare of my
No, I
entire
don't believe
playthrough.
that.
And it was completely silent.
What was
The
it?
question, most intense jump scare of my fucking badly when we're playing the game for this video. No joke, that moment right there. Man, what a great...
Did you see it? Did you see it? What's that? It blinks away almost immediately. Can you put a big
No
red
joke,
circle
that
and
moment
several
right
arrows
there
pointing to
scared
it?
me
No,
so
but I can hit you with my
fucking
car.
badly when we're playing the game for this video. Probably the most intense jump scare of my entire playthrough, and it was completely silent. The question now is, who was that strange figure? We'll find out soon enough. Finding the final emblem goes off pretty much without a hitch, though we do come across a final note.
I thought I'd be safe down here. I'm so far away from those monsters above, but even down here, I'm not alone.
We unlock the door and find ourselves in scenery that is entirely different. A sterile, fluorescently lit lab, Nozumi testing. So, I guess that tabloid we saw on the street was right. There's some fucked shit going on down here. The first hint we get as to the experiments that were being performed here comes with our first note from Dr. Brundle.
What kind of a name is Dr. Brundle?
Feeling good about today. Progress continues almost at an alarming rate given how theoretical this all should be. Today we had one of the smaller rodents continue to move for almost 2 hours after all of its blood had been drained and replaced with mix PA22.12.5V.
The door to Dr. Brundle's personal office, however, is currently locked, but we can enter a Dr. P's office. Inside, we find refrigerators filled with the bodies of rats and notes that paint an even more eccentric personality.
Shrieks and squeals are all I hear. My dreams are infested with these rats. If only they knew we are going to make them into something beautiful. If they knew that and had the capacity to, they would respect me. But no, it's nothing but screams and wailing. I can't sleep, I can hardly think. Even when I'm further away than the sound should possibly travel, I can still hear them.
Who gave this man a degree? Throughout the lab, more of these notes from Dr. Brundle and begin to tell the story of his seeming descent into madness and the growing rift between the two doctors. Dr. P writes,
"My dreams have found their savior. A dark creature swathed in dirty robes now lives within them. They eat the rats and silence the screaming. Soon I will begin my work, not this filthy government's rat work, but my true work. I will give birth to my savior so they can silence everything."
And Dr. Brundle's concern grows.
I'm beginning to question my fellow scientists' ethics, if we can truly call any of this science anymore. I fear we're all stumbling into something dark, and with each breakthrough my fear grows. I don't know how they'll react when we inevitably hit a dead end with these experiments. Today I question the higher staff just on how far they think we can take these experiments. Dr. P took hold of me and brought me into one of the off-limits rooms and showed me something I don't fully understand. Maybe he was playing an elaborate and inappropriate prank. He told me it was his other pet project and assured me that the work we're doing is of great importance.
And the picture Dr. paints of this pet project is not a pretty one.
I showed Sotiris to Dr. Brundle today. He didn't know what to think. He just stared at it. Maybe he was scared. Sotiris is moving now, but only barely. For some reason, I can't get him to function while the camera is on or while I'm looking at him. But he changes form in between these moments.
In the end, Dr. Brundle seems to reach his breaking point.
We've done it. I have to get out of here as soon as I can. These are creations that should not exist. I don't know if we screwed something up along the way, or if this was the only possible outcome.
As we make our way through the lab, finding these notes, the halls become filled with its leftover experiments, what they turned these caged rats into. Massive, agonized creatures who don't hesitate to overwhelm and attack us. Our only way out is locked behind a retinal scan, meaning one way or another, we're gonna need someone's eyeball, presumably from Dr. Brundle's office. We find our way into Dr. Brundle's office by collecting a lock-picking set and picking the lock. Inside, we find the body of who we might first assume is Dr. Brundle, this being his office after all, but is in fact Doctor. He's been eaten away by rats and his eyes are missing. Well, huh? Unity Engine debug log, invalid class. Oh no, did I break the game? Hopefully that isn't anything important. On the desk, we find another note from Dr. Brundle.
I can't get out of here.
Flames?
The halls are full of them. They're worshipping.
Thank you for the $50. I'm not saying that little message that you just sent.
Messed up pets. They
Squints at
swarm
you.
around just like the
Thank you
rats.
for the $50.
All right, well,
Do it a
what
refund?
now?
Meow.
Oh, it looks like I can pick up something from his body. Or I guess just his entire corpse? Shit, I don't know if I was supposed to be able to do that. It seems like we're getting a bunch of error messages. He's right here in my inventory, though. Lucky for us, I must have done something right
Hard stuff,
because
no.
the room locked behind a retina scanner is now open. All right, then I'll take it. Inside, we find more dark hallways, cages, and...
Man, fuck you. Oh!
Our dog! That's a relief. Now we just have to get out of here. Oh, there's another note from Dr. Brundle.
Dr. went crazy. He attacked me in my office, screaming about sacrifice. I hit him over the head and he lost consciousness, but I confirmed he's still alive. I'm going to try to get out of here using the fluid tunnels connected to the rat fluid chamber.
Flood tunnels? Fluid chamber? I'm sure that's not important. Come on, girl. Let's get out of here. Fuck. At least
we still have you, Dr. Deeper we go. It's here that we enter the final section of the lab, and where we have to part ways with Dr. When we try to grab another lock-picking set necessary for proceeding, we're told our inventory is full, and Dr. B's body is dropped to make room.
Oh my god.
Causing another cascade of error messages. Later, loser. Oh, it looks like we can't actually get through this way. Let's go back. Oh, hey bud. See ya. As you probably guessed from the very start, all those Unity errors were actually part of the whole setup for this scare. This one is a lot of fun, because despite having probably caught on to the game's tricks at this point, it doesn't make that final turn around the corner any less heart-stopping. I even double-checked that the body was still there at one point, because I figured it would pull something like this, and still it scared the hell out of me when it actually happened. I think more than just trying to pull the wool over the player's eyes, this whole bit with Nee's body is meant to keep the player on their toes. It's hard to predict what could possibly happen next when the game is so ready to mess with you in this way, and it's unclear where the whole body in inventory concept is going from the start. It also does a good job of making you question yourself a bit, even for just a second. Like, am I so convinced that the game is always trying to mess with me that I'm just ignoring an actual game-breaking bug? Just more of what this game does best, making you question your own reality and sanity. Following Dr. P's reanimated corpse, we find one final note from Dr. Brundle. I'm almost out of here, but Pet is in the warehouse by the emergency exit. It won't move while I'm staring at it, but when I try to look away, it seems to reappear somewhere within a closer radius. If
Oh, it's a
someone
weeping
finds
angel.
this, please be careful, as the creature may still be around. And from here, we finally come face to face with Sotiris, a familiar, ghastly figure, the very same thing that appeared in the mines earlier. Essentially, Sotiris works a bit like a Stone Angel or Slender Man or SCP-173. You get it. If you're looking at it, it can't move. If you're not, it can. It does have some extra quirks, like being able to suddenly appear in front of you while you're running, meaning you've got to have some quick reaction time to avoid barreling straight into it. Our goal here is to once again find an eyeball for a retina scanner within a massive cold storage warehouse, the boxes blocking our sightline and turning the whole place into a maze. One cool detail here is that when you're killed by Sotiris, our regular death screen is now replaced with an empty eye socket. Because, yeah, Sotiris' whole thing is stealing eyeballs, basically. He's almost certainly the same guy that took the hoodie guy's eyes, too. Locating the missing eye in a pile of meat, we rush through the door and find our way to a rusted elevator. Ooh, let's go.
What?
Wait, but what about our dog? I guess we got the bad ending or something? Oh fuck. As the game yet again pulls a fast one on us, we descend back into the ground, deeper now than we've ever been. What new horrors await us in the penultimate act of our journey? Deeper than ever before in this labyrinth
What game
of
is
rusty
this?
halls and
Live in
concrete
Vivo.
tunnels, the next room
No.
we stumble upon is
Something in Vivo.
really out of place. It
Lost in
feels
Vivo.
calm, homey. It almost seems like a therapist's office. This doesn't seem to make any sense, and maybe that's to be expected. The map for this area seems to be imposed over an X-ray of a skull, our mind. Of course, the game up to this point, following in the footsteps of its survival horror predecessors, has largely been paralleling a kind of inner journey, but now, we're more explicit than ever. Who knows how much of this, if any, has been real? A note nailed to the door that would take us forward seems familiar. If the power goes out on the tracks, you have to reboot the whole system. In order to do that, go to each section and turn off the breaker boxes. Then come back here and restart the system. I've barely been able to keep the power on, so that's about all the advice besides quitting I can give. So we are left with a similar task. Activate 3 switches across the map, then come back here to progress. In this case though, the switches are a little different. Entering the first of the 3 chambers, we cross this sagging bridge over a conveniently broken electric switch and pool of water. I'm sure those won't come back later. Just past here, we are introduced to our first switch.
What are you hoping to accomplish? Without me, you're just
Ah, he's British.
You're pathetic. You need fear to motivate you.
Very PT. Alright, little fella, enough of your snarky comments. That was easy. It's that figure that took our dog on the train, and it has just unleashed something massive. This is the Siren, and will be the main antagonist for this section of the game. Running across the bridge and flipping the switch just in time, we're able to injure it for long enough to escape, but it's still crawling around down
Ooh,
here.
That's spooky.
In the next chamber, we find the mean-talking piece of brain fairly quickly.
Do you think you're getting better? Does doing this even have a purpose?
Along with a blocked door and a page. Scary Stories for Kids Volume 2. There's actually a page of these stories in each one of the chambers, which provide a hint as to how we're supposed to defeat the Siren in each one, but the rest I think are obvious enough without needing the hint that I don't need to go over the others. Once there lived a man with his nice old dog. One night the nice man was walking his dog, as was his nightly habit, but then the dog got out of his leash to quickly chase after a rabbit. The night sky was dark, just barely lit, so the nice man was filled with worry. But then the old dog yelped and ran inside, as if it was in a hurry. The nice man went inside and locked up, his worries for now put to bed. But then, out of the window, he saw his old dog, but its skin had been shed. Been there, brother. Once we destroy the brain, we're taken to the storm drains. And things control a little bit differently now, too. We've taken the POV of our dog, replicating the sections of the game where we've whistled before, now the other way around, barking to follow the whistled response of our owner. Finally, we find ourselves on the other end of that blocked door, when something that looks like a hand comes into view, and we're taken back to the main character's POV. And now something, presumably our dog, is banging on the door. We're only given one choice. Do we flood the room beyond, or not? Now, the obvious solution is to take the hint at face value. That is not our dog, it's a trick, and we should flood the room to flush it out. But there is a little bit more of a mind game going on, I think, because the game has faked us out so many times at this point that we're unsure if we should actually listen to the obvious answer. Is it trying to trick us into drowning our dog? But this time, that actually is the right way to go about it, because the Siren will bust down that door if we don't flood the room in time. The final chamber works pretty much exactly the same as the first. Find the talking brain.
I'm your identity. I'm your crutch. You used to cling to me like a parasite. I know you better than anyone, and I know you're weak. You'll come right back.
And then give the Siren the runaround to ambush it. This time, though, it takes more than one go. We have to lead the Siren under a large hydraulic door, trapping it underneath and taking shots at it until it's able to break out, and then lead it around again. It's definitely tense, in part thanks to the sound
its
design
eyes are
and
mouths.
massive size of the Siren trailing behind you, but fairly straightforward nonetheless. Once we've dealt enough damage, the Siren is crushed under the weight of the door, and something bursts out of its head. Gross.
I had a baby.
And we've done it. Making our way back, the therapist's office has been replaced with a hallway that leads to a dark, rusted pit. Let's dive deeper one final time. In this final section of the game, we navigate through the most thoroughly rusted and decayed tunnels yet. Through yet another crawling section, we are ambushed by giant roaches until we come out the other end and are given our final save room. Let's go.
Spinning cube.
Forging through these decrepit halls, we are faced with an entirely new enemy type, these floating corpses, whose sound design is absolutely horrific. The hallways deteriorate from metal and concrete to rock and earth. In one room, there are these writhing vines of meat, and in another, a series of open graves. There's a note here, and when you try to read it, it tells us that the text is illegible, But that's not actually true. If we crouch down to get a look at it, we can read the text straight from the object itself. It lay upon my branches, dangling there as a sick reminder of what I rejected. The smug, dead face stares at me, almost grinning it seems, like it's happy to be without me inhabiting it. Huh. In one final room, I find a tree with an outstretched branch. It wants something, but I don't think I have it. So we move ahead, until we round the corner to a hall with a shining light at the end, and we're back in the storm tunnels. The light from the outside bounces off the stone walls. Climbing the ladder to the surface, we are met with our dog, reunited in safety. We have finally reached the actual end. You escape from the confines of the sewer and reunite with your dog. You feel as though your experience has changed who you are, and that the barriers that once restricted and intimidated you have now fallen away. You've been to hell and back, confronted your fears, and gotten stronger. So, that was quite the journey, and in a broad sense, the general narrative is fairly easy to follow. After our dog is swept down a storm drain, we traverse the labyrinthian network beneath the streets, deeper and deeper, from subway stations to abandoned mines to secret laboratories in search of our lost pup. Throughout our voyage, we run into the remnants of the tragedies and traumas which took place around us, and in the end, must overcome our own internal struggles to make it out the other side and be reunited with our dog. Aside from just the literal events of the story, though, there are a lot of recurring themes which we see over and over. Claustrophobia, overcoming mental health struggles, and a distorted sense of reality and the self, with this distorted reality angle reinforced by the constant fake-outs, tricks, and meta moments. But we'll get back to that. Clearly, there's a lot to discuss in this game, and there's a lot I didn't even show you. Firstly, there's a sort of character model gallery you can access in a way I don't want to spoil, but it does give some interesting insight, like the fact that the save room statue and creepy figure from the train are in fact the same character, Virgil. Given the previous references to Dante's Inferno, it seems safe to assume this character is a reference to Dante's guide through hell in that story, which I think helps explain the nature of its appearances. It's not necessarily a
sick
malevolent
the house that
force
Jack built
kidnapping
reference.
our dog. Is just giving us the extra push we need to go deeper, to confront and ultimately overcome the struggles which await us at the end, while also helping us rest and recover when we need to. I also briefly covered a couple of the lost tapes, but all in all there are 6, which grow longer and become almost entirely new short game experiences in and of themselves. But since they're not canon to the main story of the game, I didn't want to go over them. Then there's the secret modes like Midnight Mode, which is an arcadey dark fantasy speedrunning game. Then there's Dark Mode, which is basically a 20-minute horror music video visualizer driving sim. And then there's the alternate endings, New Game Plus, and scares in moments that I intentionally left out of my overview here. Some of the reasons I've left this stuff out is for brevity and focus's sake, but also because I think this is a game that's really worth your time playing even after having watched this, and I want there to be stuff for you to discover when you play it for yourself. Not only is there a ton of cool
mods, can we get a shout out for Cyberpunk?
Cyberpunk that may surprise you even after having seen this whole video. Take this as my official plea to support and play the game for yourself. With that said, I do still have quite a bit to talk about in relation to the story, themes, and more meta elements. Now, the stories behind the various characters and environments we run into are fairly self-explanatory on their own. Scientific experiments gone awry, tormented spirits, monsters in the mind.
Redraw some of her
but
facial
in a thematic
features.
sense,
taking the literal events of the story as entirely real might miss the more overarching narrative, an internal journey through mental turmoil and conflict. This becomes most obvious at the end, where we're confronted with our own brain's most negative thoughts and must conquer them in the arena within our very mind. And this is where we come back to the title, Lost in Vivo, and that term I mentioned before, in vivo exposure therapy. Now, I already mentioned exposure therapy earlier in the video, but there are a few different kinds. The exposure can be anything from simulating a situation one might struggle with to even just imagining one. But in vivo exposure therapy means you actually physically confront it in real life. If you're afraid of heights, you go somewhere high. If you're scared of spiders, you get into a room with a spider. So the title Lost in Vivo actually makes the narrative pretty clear. After opening on a therapy session which plainly states our next step is in vivo exposure therapy, we are taken on a journey where we confront our fears directly. We're literally lost within our own therapeutic treatment in a sort of parabolic way, and after facing our fears head on, we come out the other end stronger. You feel that your experience has changed who you are, and that the barriers that once restricted and intimidated you have now fallen away. The supernatural and impossible events we experience are a part of this larger symbolic narrative in my mind. That's not to say
He's
that
all
there's
in the head.
nothing to be found within the literal events and lore of the game. There clearly is. But I think this internal story about facing your fears and overcoming mental struggles is what the game on the whole is about. And this idea of confronting your issues in order to progress is built right into the gameplay. From the design of each level, which for the most part forces the player to enter into claustrophobic or knowingly dangerous environments to progress, to the explicit parallels to therapeutic techniques like the apple puzzle. That puzzle in particular, I think, is a perfect intersection of the game's use of story, themes, and gameplay to tackle the same concept or motif. From a storytelling perspective, it relays a part of Jane's story in a visceral and impactful way, and sets up for the payoff of Jane's journey afterwards. In gameplay, it is the exact type of mind-bending, rule-breaking puzzle that this game loves to use to mess with the player, to create a sense of the unexpected throughout the rest of the game. And from a thematic view, it is a perfect illustration of the game's main theme, of direct confrontation with seemingly impossible obstacles to overcome them. Jane's story in general, and the way the player is
You
able
guys
to
think
help
about
her
if you want to
soul
raid
pass
big or
on
small
via
today,
these
okay?
puzzles greatly parallels our own character's full journey throughout the game. I think there's even an element of our character learning from how we helped Jane about how to overcome our own mental obstacles by the end. And together, all of these elements help support each other, strengthening the overall experience. But aside from a writing perspective, the game's visuals tell this story too. Lost in Vivo's aesthetics and visuals, aside from their grungy, uncanny quality which help build the atmosphere and feel of the game, are overflowing with visual symbolism and storytelling, following greatly in the footsteps of games like Silent Hill. One of my favorites is the mirror enemy designs. They're so jarring at first because it's not entirely clear that they're enemies, just these floating inanimate objects. Reflected inside is this hellscape of distorted faces, and it mirrors, pun intended, so well that through line of the distorted self-image, and generally
That's really
reinforces
cool.
the themes of unhealthy or unreal views of reality. There's also the obvious stuff, like the map at the end being an x-ray of a skull and Jane's ghost having a smaller set of arms coming out of the stomach. But through all of its designs, there's this sense of a distortion of form which works really well. The contorted quadrupedal humanoid figures of the Ratmen, or the tormented
Ratmen
experiments
woke.
caged in the storm drains of the Ratmen, or
That's me.
well, the
That one's me. Ratman woke.
contorted quadrupedal humanoid figures of the Ratmen, or the tormented experiments caged in the storm drains. A side note, the Ratmen are actually a direct reference to this painting by Zdzisław Beksiński, whose style has been described as fantastic realism, which feels sort of apt to the themes that we're talking about. Visions of a familiar reality misshapen into an uncanny reflection, executed most directly with Jane's photo puzzle. But even through all the visuals and storytelling, To me, the most interesting and direct way the game relays its themes is through its use of meta and game-breaking moments. I introduced the game at the start of this video as one which pulls at the player directly, that reaches through the veil of the fiction and grabs the viewer in their own reality. And I really do think that's the case, and is the thing that makes Lost in Vivo so engaging. So let me point out one more time. My opinion is that the core underlying theme of Lost in Vivo is overcoming fears and obstacles that seem insurmountable by facing them headfirst and directly, even when these fears are irrational or the obstacles are mentally imposed. To our personal experience of reality, they feel just as real as a dangerous animal or incoming tornado or a monster in the hall. The game explores these issues via our experience of them as a kind of distorted reality. Jane's vision of herself, our characters' feelings of worthlessness or reliance on our depression and anxieties. These distortions for the characters within the game can take the form of monsters and
Oh my god, only 2
physical
people voted.
obstructions.
Alright, hold
but
on.
the game doesn't just distort reality for the characters within the game.
Wake up,
The
chat.
game
Wake up,
subjects
chat.
us, the player, to the very same distortions, the very same seeming impossibilities which we are nevertheless forced to confront and overcome. For the player, these unreal moments come in the form of bending or breaking the rules and barriers of the game itself, coming out of the fiction of the characters' worlds, the game world, and into ours, where we are in real life playing the video game. It happens in more subtle ways, creating expectations of the rules and then subverting them, like the train monsters, preying on our previous experience of the trains in the tunnels as being static objects suddenly coming to life, or the dog mimic, which previously seemed incapable of climbing ladders, suddenly scrambling up behind you. But it also does this in more overt ways, which explicitly tap on or even bust through the fourth wall like the Kool-Aid Man, pretending to erase your save and leading you all the way through the dread of believing the game has started from the beginning, requiring you to die and reset in order to progress, only to be met with your own dissolved corpse, falsely ending the game, credits and all, only to wrench us all the way back down into the bowels of the maze, adding error messages and strange pickups so that we question the very integrity of our game's files, only to reveal that it's been a setup the whole time. And of course, the iconic puzzle we keep coming back to, requiring you to literally break all logic and assumed rules of how a video game even works, and no clip through a
You vote
seemingly
small
solid
as well.
object. In doing all of this, Lost in Vivo creates a true sense of the unknown, an experience in which the only thing the player can expect is the unexpected, where we cannot even trust the basic core tenets of the bounds of a video game. In a horror sense, this geniusly creates a dynamic where the player isn't just afraid for the character's life, but what possible consequences could lie for the player in real life. When can you trust if something is a real glitch or not? Will your progress all be erased? What is the game even capable of doing? How far out is it willing to stretch to reach you? But perhaps more ingeniously, by distorting the actual reality of the player themselves, it creates a level of immersion to the experience of the characters and the themes that would otherwise be impossible if the game were to play traditionally. Whether it's Jane's distorted view of herself or our
Yo, Flames, are you
characters'
still
inner
here?
voices creating an unhealthy mental view of themselves, by distorting the reality of playing a video game for the player, it places us into, in some small way, the same shoes as those in-game characters.
This time vote,
Unsure
chat.
of what to trust about
Yeah, there's
what
a poll
they
up
see,
now.
only receiving a
Go look.
contorted and hostile view of the world
Go vote.
around them. And in
Or
just
we
the
gon'
same
kill
way
you.
they need to push past what seem from their perspective to be real and impossible boundaries, we too have to push past all of the instances when the game seems to tell us
Unless
there
you're
is
driving
no
like
way
Mokana is,
forward.
in which
Things
case
are
continue to
too
drive.
broken. You are too weak. There is no escape, and still persevere forward, confronting each one and overcoming it until we emerge on the other side, stronger. And I see no more fitting a way to tell a story which thematically and symbolically seems to be mixing literal events and parables,
Crash my car to
real
vote, you're
stories of
welcome. Okay, thank
tragedy
you.
and metaphors for the internal, with no clear delineation between what is real and symbolic, than by bending the bounds of the medium itself, the rules of reality for the player, with just as much carefree abandon. So, in short, I think Lost in Vivo utilizes these meta tricks and fourth wall moments to more thoroughly explore its core themes, overcoming your fears and mental health struggles. By leading the player to perform or experience the seemingly impossible in order to progress, it can mirror how the characters within the story of the game conquer their own hardships to create a completely immersive experience of its subject matter for the player. Lost in Vivo reaches out of the game in order to pull us further in. Thank you all for watching.
You're
Sorry for the
welcome.
wait on this one. I was in the middle of moving. That's also why it's kind of a plain background this time. Haven't been able to unpack everything yet. Hopefully the next one won't be so long a wait. Thank you to my patrons for supporting these videos. If you'd like to take a look at what I have to offer over on the Patreon, you can head over to patreon.com/SaganHawks. For the music, I actually used a bunch of songs I've already released over the years, so a list of those songs should be in the description, and you should be able to stream them on everything, Spotify, YouTube, basically everywhere. Big shout out to Kira for making such awesome games, and I once again implore you to try Lost in Vivo for yourself. I left a decent amount on the cutting room floor, and I think you'll still have a pretty great experience even after having seen this whole video. Thank you all for watching, and I'll see you all next time.
Alrighty. It looks like that's it for us today, chat.
Okay.
Oh, wow, he's so crazy. Can't take her anywhere. Okay, let's see. This actually turned out kind of cute. Let me hold her up to the camera so you can see her a little bit better. The camera's not that great. I'll get a new hand cam. If there's anything that this week has taught me, is that I need a new hand cam with better lighting. But it's kind of cute. He's kind of cute. It looks really pretty in real life. It looks really pretty. There's so many like nice pinks and purples. I'll take a picture of it later and I'll show you guys like on what's this thing called? Discord. I couldn't think of the word. Okay. Let's see. Who is online? Rubs my butt. Let's look at the art tag. Let's look at the art tag. 78%. Yeah, hopefully we can make it all the way soon. Hopefully. Let's see. Let's see. Whoa, holy shit. Holy shit, that fucking... Look at this motherfucking stream, dude. Look at that. Look at that fucking avatar. That's sick as hell. There's only 25 people watching this guy. I think we're gonna go for this. You guys wanna head to that guy? He's drawn today. He's working on an automatic, apparently. Cotton Crayon, thank you so much for the follow. Oh my god, why did my tummy hurt so bad? Okay, yeah, this person's name is Heathen Artifacts. Heathen Artifacts. Mm-hmm. Okay. I will see you guys for the last stream of the Donathon tomorrow. And then it's back to the real world for me. Hold on. No, I thought I was gonna burp and it didn't happen. Okay. Oh hey, I know that guy. Okay. Then yes, we're gonna head out to that guy. All right. I will see you guys tomorrow for the last day of the Donathon. And I hope that you all had a lovely time. I had a lovely time hanging out and watching shit with you. And then, yeah, tomorrow, more or less the same. But we're going to be doing Shikishi boards, which I'm excited for. I just hope that I don't rip them all up and tear up all my shit because the things were expensive, bro. These things were expensive. Well, I mean, they weren't, not really. They were like $20 or something like that. I don't remember. Wait, why is his stream buffering? Please don't buffer. Please don't be gone. Okay, no, he's not. All right, Slay. Wait, yeah, he is. Wait, no, he's not. Okay, we're fine. All right, go forth, be kind.